Podium Audio presents 1, written by Jewel E. Ann, performed by Samantha Summers and Vincent Sky.
Chapter 1. 10,000 Lakes and One Mythical God. 3 months after landing in Minneapolis, a Greek god moved into the apartment across from mine. Okay, maybe not an actual god, but close. The view from my peephole might not have been entirely accurate. Nevertheless, my eyeball remained glued to it with no signs of blinking. I had a peephole addiction, along with Netflix, marshmallows, and cinnamon. It's not gonna fit, I narrated the situation to myself. 2 scrawny, pale-skinned boys danced with an oversized black leather chair, working to maneuver it through the doorway. Apollo stood just opposite my door with his tree-trunk arms crossed over his chest. The guy could carry the chair on his pinky finger with Beavis and Butthead sitting atop, yet he gave them nothing more than a slight headshake. My mumblings continued. Turn it the other way. Don't scratch the legs, he said, eliciting a whole new round of sweat from the movers. Left, right, up, down. Gah! Enough was enough. I threw open my door. Flip it the other way. That's the only way it will fit. After a few seconds of frozen silence and 3 who the hell are you looks, the moving guys angled it back out, flipped it, and had it inside the apartment in less than 10 seconds. I turned. He wasn't a god. Stupid peephole. He was a mountain of muscles wrapped in dark skin perfection. Men are supposed to have better spatial abilities than women, but I have yet to witness it firsthand. I shrugged and smiled. His eyes shifted down to mine, arms still crossed over the continent of his chest. He quirked an eyebrow. I'm a man. No words have ever been truer. The man before me stood close to 6 foot 5 inches and maybe 275 pounds with calves the circumference of my waist. A solid rock with a few scattered tattoos on biceps partially covered by his gray t-shirt. And that voice. It vibrated my body in all the places that weren't already awakened by the slight scent of spice, which had to be something lingering on his skin. Whatever it was, my nose approved. That was my first guess. My tight-lipped smile accompanied a resolute nod. His eyes shifted to my chest. Please don't squint. With a subtle arch of my back, I attempted to look confident. Because nothing said confidence like a good push-up bra. My boobs weren't the ripest mangoes on the tree, but they were a step above fleshy acorns. It seemed unlikely that Apollo was the kind of guy to be impressed by barely average-sized tatas. But a girl could hope. A subtle smirk pulled at his lips. I knew they hid a beautiful set of white teeth. I just knew. However, he didn't indulge me with as much as a glimpse. Too bad. His gaze moved to my legs, my real one and my prosthetic one on full display beneath my green running shorts. You lost your leg. Genius! You're 2 for 2 today, I winked. He stared and stared, cocking his head from one side to the other like it was a puzzle to solve. I wasn't a puzzle, just a below-the-knee amputee with a kick-ass robotic leg. He pushed a quick breath out of his nose while shaking his head. Bummer. I narrowed my eyes, tracking his path past me to his door as the 2 moving guys squeezed by him. Bummer? Yep. He turned, taking in my leg once more. Never seen any leg quite like that. It's a prototype. By the way, I'm Lake Jones. Okay, he called, his back already to me. 2 seconds later, his door shut. Biting my lips together, I tapped them with my fingers, then huffed out a laugh. That went well. After returning to the sanctity of my apartment nestled in a quaint neighborhood just outside of downtown Minneapolis, I typed out a message to my BFF, Lindsay. Lake. Hot guy alert. I pitched my phone on my alabaster and Spanish yellow striped ottoman and walked to the window. Opening my peacock blue curtains, because it was the best shade of blue ever, I frowned at the dismal clouds shadowing the city, confirming the April afternoon rain shower prediction. My phone chimed. I smiled while retrieving it. There was a lot to be said for independence, spreading one's wings and moving to a new place with no family and friends. Words like daring, adventurous, and driven described my frame of mind when I decided to leave behind everything that was familiar. 2 months later, bored out of my fucking mind was the accurate description of how my newfound freedom felt. What person with an ounce of sanity moves to Minnesota in the middle of February? Stubborn 24-year-old girls who want to exert their independence at the worst possible time. That's who. I shrugged off all offers to help me move. The need to overcompensate in everything was a tragic side effect of living with a disability. People without disabilities would accept help. It was the normal thing to do. Me? Not so much. My brother, psychiatrist extraordinaire, called me contumacious, stubbornly disobedient. Whatever. I made it with the help of a moving company who arrived 3 days late. That minor detail was omitted when I told my parents the move went off without a hitch. Lindsay. Sex? Lake. No, I think there are security cameras in the hall. But I love that you believe after a year of not having sex that I'd dump my new neighbor in the hall upon our first meeting. Lindsay. That's exactly why. You have to be so desperate. Lake. Thanks for keeping it real. Lindsay. Always. I need details. Lake. I've given up on my vibrator. It makes me feel like a complete loser. I still question the existence of God. If he exists, then that means there is a heaven and Ben is there watching me shove vibrating plastic into myself with one hand while I stimulate my nipples with the other. I know he's thinking, WTF, but it means something more spiritual, like, why this, Father? Lindsay. LMAO. I meant details about the hot guy, but thanks for the visual. Lake. Awkward. Lindsay. A bit. The guy. Tell me about the guy. The guy. I wished there was a guy. All-encompassing statements like, the worst were reserved for drama queens. I didn't use them much, but when it came to guys, I reserved the right to say, I have the worst luck with men. It was safe to say I'd never find the one. Because I'd met two the ones, which went against all mathematical laws of nature. Two perfect guys. And I lost them both. Ben. This was what I learned from him. Life was a peculiar journey. A marathon for some, a sprint for others. One day I woke up and discovered the shitty part was nobody knew which one. A marathon required a different frame of mind than a sprint. Live for the moment. What did that mean? Which one? How many? With whom? Ben died, and I lived. 3 months later, I awoke from a coma with an infinity of blank space below my left knee. The shitty part? The pinky toe on my right foot suffered 2 different breaks years earlier, and it was painful to wear pretty yet completely impractical shoes because it never healed properly. But no, I had to lose the foot with the good pinky toe. It was an embarrassing yet completely human thought that went through my head, because the thought that wanted to take up residency in my brain was just too unbearable. Ben died, and I lived. A second chance at life deserved a profound purpose, a commitment to changing the world. Don't waste a single minute. Don't take anything for granted. Don't ever forget. Ben died, and I lived. The problem? I wasn't living. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't changing the world. Over 4 years later, everything around me remained black and white with the occasional splash of color that quickly faded. I'm not sure if it was grief or guilt. But everything around me, everything held dear, family, friends, my favorite city by the bay, became suffocating. So I left. Lake. Nothing to tell. He's 2.5 times my size. Looked at my boobs and my leg, then said, "Bummer, Lindsay." To your boobs or your leg? Lake, LOL, my leg. I hope. Lindsay, a guy that size could break you. I don't think a relationship would work if he could never give you more than just the tip. Lake, thanks for going there. Lindsay, anytime. Winking emoticon. Gotta run, babe. Keep me apprised and don't think about God or Ben in heaven when you're getting yourself off. Too weird. Soundproof walls, my ass. Apollo liked his music deafeningly loud, with an extra side of bass, and he liked it during the hours of my best sleep. Bang, bang, bang! I rapped my fist against his door until my knuckles protested such aggression. The door eased open. His manly pheromones, cologne, or all-over sex appeal wafted in my direction. I breathed out of my mouth to keep my brain from liquefying. He brought a tall glass of something that looked like blood to his lips and took a slow sip before licking them. Sup? Sup? I planted my fists on my hips. What's up is I'm trying to sleep and it sounds like you're running a nightclub in here. Am I seriously the first person who has complained? He held up his glass, uncurling his index finger from it, and then he turned, disappearing around the corner. I took a step inside, straining my neck to see where he went. Stark white walls. He needed a decorator. Then again, the walls probably had 10 coats of stain-blocking primer on them to cover up the blood. Rumor was the previous tenant shot his wife in the head, then himself. I figured that's why the place sat vacant for so long. Who wants to live in an apartment where a murder-suicide took place? Talk about bad chi. I made a mental note to offer my services. Peacock blue. He needed the window wall painted peacock blue with pewter blinds. The music cut off, and I shuffled back into the hallway. Sorry, what were you saying? My eyes narrowed. The music. It's too loud. You're waking up the whole damn neighborhood. There it was, and no less brilliant than I thought it would be. A smile. Large, perfectly aligned pearly whites. I sort of had a thing for smiles. Listen, Stick. It's 11:30 in the morning. I reckon you're the only one in the neighborhood still sleeping. He took another sip of blood. If he knew what had happened in that apartment, he would not have chosen beet juice or tomato juice or whatever the hell he had in that glass. My nose wrinkled at the glass, then my eyes shifted to his. Did you just call me Stick? He nodded once, his gaze making another assessment of my whole body. Angry bird, huh? He shrugged. Fitting, I suppose. But that shirt is the worst fucking thing I've ever seen. Yes, I wore Angry Bird women's boxer shorts and a 49ers t-shirt. What's wrong with the Niners? You're in Minnesota Kings country. What's wrong with them? I shook my head. It's a nightshirt. Who cares? It was a gift. I don't follow football.
Are we done, Stick?
Why are you calling me Stick?
Why you sleeping at 11:30 a.m.?
I work nights.
That was a stretch of the truth.
He grinned, an enticing one that made the rest of my body wake up, even if my eyes still needed the sleep rubbed out of them. I wanted to climb him like a tree and...
Doing what?
What? I shook my head. I was halfway up the tree. Oh, video chatting.
Porn?
None of your business, I huffed. No was the answer. Why didn't I just say no? Did I want him to think I liked porn? Resting his shoulder against the door frame, he sipped his drink again, then smirked.
Now I'm curious.
My chin jutted forward as I narrowed my eyes. Are ya, Apollo? Are you really curious?
Apollo?
A boisterous laugh rumbled from his chest.
As in Creed.
What? My eyes narrowed. Creed what?
Apollo Creed. Rocky.
Rocky? My head tilted to the side, eyes still narrowed.
For fuck's sake, Stick. Please don't tell me you've never watched Rocky.
Boxing movie? No, I have not.
Then why the hell are you calling me Apollo?
Well, you have not told me your name, and you're, well, fit of sorts. Strong-looking. Not exactly ugly, so Apollo came to mind. You know, mythical god, son of Zeus. He fisted his free hand at his mouth. You're laughing at me? He shook his head, but his massive fist still wasn't big enough to hide his grin.
See the color of my skin? Do I look Greek to you? If you must call me Apollo, let's go with Creed, even though I'm not a boxer either.
He chuckled a little more. That's it. I pointed a stiff finger at him. I'm not going to stand here and take this. My stubborn personality grasped for a phantom shred of dignity. Pivoting, I returned to my apartment with as much confidence as an amputee wearing Angry Bird boxers could have.
Hope this isn't your way of playing hard to get, Stick. It's not happening between us. You're not my type.
The nerve of him. I'm not playing hard to get, and I never implied I wanted anything to happen. I may have thought about his tip, but nothing beyond that. It's very arrogant of you to assume I thought something was going to happen between us. And I don't have a stick up my ass. I slammed my door and opened it again 2 seconds later. And just to be clear, why exactly am I not your type? He finished the last of his blood drink and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
'Cause you're as skinny as a stick, white girl without a damn thing to hold on to.
I slammed the door again. I landed a dream job 2 years ago. A dream job because when I had 2 complete legs, I never would have dreamed of being a subject or tester of prosthetic legs. However, using the label prosthetic leg around my boss was off limits. A designer in England made me several pretty legs with painted nails. They looked freakishly real. My boss hated them. He said they were as fucking impractical as a pair of high-heeled shoes. Those legs were prosthetics, and wearing them only revealed my vanity. He designed robotic legs, and comparing them to the average prosthesis was the ultimate insult.
Hey, love, tell me about my baby.
Thad Westbrook wasn't British, but he always called me love. Why? No idea. I was not his baby, but I think his baby ranked higher than his love. The smart limb, aka my bionic leg, was his baby. I had a lot of his babies. Yet, we'd never had sex. That was my first date from a matchmaking site. And for the record, he was not one of the ones. We should have had sex. He took me to the brink of an orgasm, yet he had no clue what he did to me. I was open about my disability on the dating site. He was not. Thad lost one hand and 2 fingers from his other hand in a farm equipment accident when he was 12. He invited himself into my apartment after dinner, and then he removed my leg. It wasn't exactly a first base move, but as his hands skimmed over my flesh, inspecting my residual limb, I shivered, heart racing. At first it tickled my knee, but then it shot tingling goosebumps along my skin while the much-neglected area between my thighs screamed, yes. But no, we never happened. I put him on speakerphone and combed through my wet hair after a long run and a shower. I like her. A lot. In fact, I think I'm keeping her. She's not very sexy, but she's smooth. No limp, not even when taking the stairs. I got caught in the rain the other day and worried about the sensory electrode shorting out, but she's waterproof, love. Yeah. Where have I heard that before? Oh, that's right, with your last baby that shorted out and nearly set my pants on fire. That shit would never happen with a prosthetic leg. My smart limbs are made to mimic a human's movement in every way, only better. But, much like the human body, sometimes there can be a few glitches. That's why I have you. My test subject, not guinea pig, love. Whatever. So, why'd you call? My memories of Thad were surreal. People just didn't meet like that. I had an official paying job by the end of our first and only date. I also fingered myself into a sweaty mess that night in bed, but it was a small sacrifice. Thad admitted he was looking for a subject to join his geek team experts in prosthetics, robotics, machine learning, and biomechanics. Geek being my word, not his. To test the future of robotics that would make physical disabilities obsolete. He also confessed that his attraction to me was unplanned and not going to work out if I took the job. Thad was a stickler on not mixing business and pleasure. Job versus male-induced orgasm. I mean, boyfriend. It was a toughie, but in the end, I made the right decision. Thanks to Thad and his ingenious team of geeks, I felt like a superhero, not a young woman with a disability. Thanks to Thad, my disability was non-existent. I already booked your flight and hotel, he said with his usual passive voice. Always multitasking. The guy could do brain surgery while practicing his golf swing and reciting pi to infinity. For? I stopped mid-comb and stared at my phone. Beijing, next Wednesday. You'll be there about a week or so. I rolled my eyes. Jerry Chew. I was up half the night video chatting with him. I showed him our latest baby, and he needs to tweak his before I give it a go. Yes, love, I know. I just got off the phone with him, and he needs you there for the tweaking. It's supposed to be the best one yet for rock climbing. Besides, half the parts of my baby that you have were designed by Jerry. I hate flying to China. You told me you love Beijing. I do. I hate getting there. 14 hours on a plane. I get restless. Take a friend. I don't have that many friends here yet. Take a sedative. I don't like how they make me feel. You're being difficult, love. Strong. I'm being strong-willed. That's why you hired me. I hired you because you're active yet submissive. Pardon me? Don't act offended. Who lets a guy get away with, I want to take your leg off on the first date before so much as a kiss? You were handsome. Were? Yes, now you're just bossy, and that's not very attractive on you. Next Wednesday, ass on the plane, love. Bossy cow. I sighed, plugging in the dryer. Mm-hmm. He disconnected our call. I aimed the hairdryer at my phone and blasted it on high with an evil glare. Chapter 2. Unforgettable. Apollo became my new obsession. I needed to get out, find a date, and make friends. But I couldn't leave my apartment during peak watch hours, which happened to be from 7 to 11 at night. That's when my neighbor was home with visitors coming and going. The peephole wasn't going to watch itself. With stubborn reluctance, I met a guy on a dating site. Tucker Bailey was a 28-year-old chiropractor from St. Paul who enjoyed swimming, biking, and traveling. Check, check, check. We were a near-perfect match according to the dating website. However, it was his profile picture that sold me. Lean, fit guy wearing a huge smile while crossing the finish line of a marathon, pushing a young man in a wheelchair. A guy that wouldn't act all weird about my superhero leg was hard to come by. Committing to my look for the evening was difficult, too. Ponytail? No ponytail. Bangs braided and pinned back. Bangs tucked behind my ear. I should have taken a night off Apollo Wash to get a haircut. The downside to my long, stick-straight black hair that rejected all efforts by a curling iron was the split ends that stood out. The strong magnetic force of the peephole sucked my eye right to it. "What you doing, Apollo? Big party tonight?" I murmured to myself. Mr. You're Not My Type had an unusual amount of traffic around his place. Did he know I had a date and wouldn't be able to spy, man my neighborhood watch post? All normal pre-date jitters, including a last-minute outfit change and a check of my teeth, were forgotten. Tucker would have to accept my first choice of black jeans, a white V-neck, button-down blouse, with my favorite leather ankle boots. Thad's robotic leg was benched for the night so I could feel more like a lady and less like a hybrid human. Meow. Tersey, I'll feed you when I get home. We both know it will be before 10. She purred, slamming her body against my leg and prancing around it like a seductive pole dancer. I had to give her credit. For the world's ugliest cat, she dripped with confidence. Be good. I blew her a kiss, grabbed my phone, and opened the door. Purse. Might need my purse. I rolled my eyes at my forgetfulness and stepped back inside to grab it. Ah! Eek! Oh my God! I whipped around as the shrill cries from across the hall were heard by half the city. What is that? Shit! Motherfucker, get it out of here! After a quick scan of the room, I grimaced. Tersey, I said through gritted teeth. Two women in short dresses and high heels shuffled like ducks running from hunting dogs out of Apollo's apartment, while the cries for help continued. I jockeyed my way through the crowd of large bodies. There must have been a minimum weight limit to be invited to this place. It was like a bouncer convention, except for the few remaining women that I didn't notice right away because they were all perched on the counters and the back of the sofa with terror etched into their makeup-caked faces. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. I spotted my little feline slut, hunched back, ready to jump on the couch and give the two cornered damsels in distress strokes or heart attacks. Come on, Tersey. I scooped her up. You weren't invited to the party. Neither was I mumbled. Stick. What in God's name is that? I hugged her close to me, looking up at Apollo, blocking the exit. Stupid question, Apollo. Clearly, Tersey is a cat. She has no hair. She's hypoallergenic. You're allergic to cats? I'm not. She has 3 legs. I shrugged. Hence the name Tersey, and it's 2 more than I have. He narrowed his eyes. Part of her ear is missing. She was in an accident. Apparently, she got tangled up in a group of bikers. I think that's why she won't go biking with me.
You bike?
I do.
With a cat?
God, no, Apollo. I just said she won't go with me.
Apollo? Like Creed?
The guy behind me said with a chuckle. I glanced over my shoulder. The Hulk hid his smirk behind his arm, masking his laugh as a cough. The testosterone in the room dissolved my panties. Hulk's blonde man bun held my gaze a few extra seconds, and he smelled like sex felt. I didn't even know what that meant, but it crossed my mind as I took a second whiff. Visiting a gynecologist was on my to-do list. There was a 90% chance that I was in heat.
Terzi means 3?
The Hulk asked with a smirk. Yes, that's what the card said when he was delivered to me. It's the Polish word for 3. Hulk shook his head.
I don't even want to know what kind of person gives you that. He nodded to Terzi. As a gift? But I can tell you the number 3 in Polish is pronounced sh, not Terzi.
I squinted one eye. The note said T-R-Z-Y. Terzi. Hulk shook his head.
It's sh.
Shit? Like shit without the T?
No, like shit with the T at the beginning. Shit.
I couldn't hear him pronounce the T, and in general, it sounded like the noise Terzi made when she was hacking up a fur ball. I shook my head. Doesn't matter. She responds to Terzi. Hulk smiled.
It was a nice one, too.
Wetting my lips, I returned my attention to Apollo. Cocking my head a bit, a grin claimed the corners of my mouth. He won't tell me his name, so I'm stroking his ego with the name of a mythical god. I figure it's the only thing he gets stroked. My comment was met with laughter from everyone but the large, tatted black man blocking my escape.
Don't take it personal, Stick. I won't let you stroke other parts of me because you're still not my type.
He stepped aside. I glared at his arrogant smirk while I brushed past him. Oh, sweet Jesus, what the? A woman gasped. What's with you people? Terzi's just a... While the blonde with a wrinkle of disgust on her face was a sight to behold. She vanished the second I saw the man behind her. You, I whispered. He, my other one, stared at me for a long moment. The star of all my dreams for the past 3 years stood before me, and I couldn't see an ounce of recognition in his eyes. Was I really that forgettable? Banks? Do you know her? The blonde continued to grimace at Terzi.
Stick lives across the hall,
Banks answered. I whipped my head around, giving him the stink eye. Banks Apollo or Apollo Banks? He grinned, holding his lips in a tight seal. Everson Banks. Seriously, you don't know your neighbor? How can you live next to a sports star and not know it? The blonde sucked in a breath and turned sideways to squeeze past me and Terzi without touching us. Cage, you coming?
In a minute,
Cage answered.
Monaghan, you know Stick?
Everson asked. Cage smiled. I died a little because really, I could barely breathe. Maybe I wasn't so forgettable.
Yes, I know Lake.
He remembered my name. He remembered my name. He remembered my name. I bit my tongue so those words didn't actually vomit from my mouth. The tall, hunky blonde with dimples remembered my name. That meant he had to remember the kiss. His eyes shifted to my lips as I rubbed them together. Yeah, he remembered the kiss. We both grinned.
You know, you're not allowed to have pets in these apartments, Stick.
Bite me, Everson. I couldn't tear my eyes away from Cage, nor could I wipe the ridiculous smile from my face. My cheeks hurt, but I kept smiling. The door shut, leaving just us two grinning fools in the hallway. 3 years earlier, I met Cage Monaghan, college star quarterback for Nebraska, under the worst circumstances. My brother's fiancée Jessica disappeared, and our search for her took us to Omaha, where she had been living under the name Jillian Knight and in a relationship with Cage's father. Our lives were at risk because there were some dangerous people who didn't want her to be found. It was one day. We met. There was a connection. We didn't find Jessica that day. Instead, we found the man of my dreams, and he'd just lost his father to cancer. I'd lost both Ben and my leg a year earlier. I was a hot mess, literally and figuratively, stumbling my way through life. My need to state the obvious, I have a prosthetic leg, was cringeworthy. Cage was Cool Joe. To protect lives, I couldn't tell him that I lived in San Francisco, so he believed I lived in New York. We talked much ado about nothing, ate pizza, drank beer. And then I had to leave for New York, which was actually San Francisco. He asked for my number, but I couldn't give it to him. I wanted to. Really, really, really bad. But lives at risk and all that jazz. "Give me your phone number," he called as I walked to the car. I stopped and closed my eyes for a moment, wanting to just savor the feeling. Then I turned. I can't. Cage deflated. "You can't, or you won't." Both. No, really, I can't. "So you're just going to leave me with nothing?" My mind screamed, "Screw it." I walked back and grabbed his face with both of my gloved hands, pulling his cheek toward my lips. At the last second, he turned and his lips pressed to mine. I wasn't going to kiss him on the lips. He did it. He turned into my kiss. Neither of us moved. It wasn't a passionate, open-mouthed kiss, but it wasn't a peck either. Our lips simply locked, idle like a statue, neither one wanting to end the feeling because it was the best feeling. I knew him for a few hours. One day, one kiss, one moment, one unforgettable memory. "How?" Cage shook his head. "How long have you lived here?" "A few months." "What brings you to Minnesota from New York?" "Oh, well..." Just then it occurred to me he didn't know the whole truth. He didn't know Jillian Knight became Jessica Jones. He didn't know New York was a lie. His dad died, Jillian left, and Cage moved on with his life. Lives were no longer at risk, but the story behind it was too long to explain with an antsy Jersey in my arms and my date waiting for me at the restaurant. There's more to my New York story, but I'm here looking for a change. Freedom of sorts. My family wasn't too thrilled, but I shrugged. "So, are you still playing football?" I really didn't know. After our one day, I stalked him and his college football career online for a solid year before I decided two things. He was a fantasy, a reason to avoid reality. And I hated football. Cage chuckled, shoving his hands into the back pockets of his jeans. Yeah. His brow furrowed. "I take it you don't follow football?" My nose wrinkled. "Not so much." "Not at all. Worst game ever." He nodded. "I'm the Minnesota Kings quarterback. Banks is a defensive end." Not surprising, but awkward. So very awkward. It was an enormous physical feat to not grimace. "Oh, wow," I laughed. "You must think I'm..." "It's fine." "No, I mean, you're a sports star. I should, I don't know, ask for your autograph or something. Maybe we should get a selfie together." A brilliant idea. Facepalm. What was wrong with me? "Wait right here." "Lake." I hurried into my apartment, depositing Tersey on the sofa before grabbing a marker from my kitchen drawer. What to sign, what to sign, what to sign, I whispered to myself in frantic search for something to sign. Lake? 1 second! I grabbed the first thing I spotted on the counter. Here. Stepping back into the hallway, I handed him the marker.
Crispy rice?
He stared at the box of generic cereal I handed him with the marker.
You want me to sign a box of cereal?
No, I didn't. But there was no turning back, so I owned my moment of insanity. Yes, I mean, you're not on the box yet, but maybe someday. Because all NFL quarterbacks dreamed of having their picture on the front of a generic brand of crispy rice cereal. I was stubborn to the point of my own demise. Had I grabbed a tampon box, I would have held my chin up and insisted he sign it. Cage shook his head, but he signed it. I held up my camera. Selfie? He bit back his smirk and handed me the cereal and marker, then took my camera. I jumped when he snaked his left arm around me.
You okay?
I nodded with a gulp.
Crispy rice on 3.
He held up my camera with his right hand. I gave my best, I'm a cheeseball smile while holding up the box of cereal. Dork. Such a dork. Thanks. I slipped the phone into my back pocket, then hugged the crispy rice box to my chest. I'd love to stay and chat or completely embarrass myself some more, but I'm late for a date. Cage jabbed his thumb toward Everson's door.
Yeah, they're probably wondering what's taking me so long.
I nodded. It was good to see you again. He smiled, and it was genuine. Not the broad as batshit crazy smirk he had earlier. You too. Maybe I'll see you around sometime. Everson and I are pretty close. He squinted.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think he has a crush on me. It's sweet. I loved the look of humor mixed with confusion on Cage's face, especially since it brought out his dimples. Anyway, I'm off. Wish me luck. I headed to the elevator.
You're taking the cereal on your date?
I stepped into the elevator and turned back to him. Hell yes! The quarterback for Minnesota just signed my box of crispy rice. I'm showing everyone I see tonight. The elevator doors began to close. And the selfie, too! It meant absolutely nothing to me to have an NFL quarterback's signature. But since it was Cage Monaghan's, there was a good chance of me humping the box later that night. Chapter 3 Tooth Fairies and Dolls. My date sucked. Yeah, Tucker pushed his buddy's wheelchair in a marathon, but he also had an actual fetish with missing limbs, or more accurately, the prosthetic itself. Before dessert was served, he asked how many prosthetics I owned and if I had any old ones that he could have because he just sort of liked them. I considered offering to shove the one I had up his ass, but a creepy little voice in my head warned me that he'd probably like it. Skipped dessert. Faked a migraine. Paid my half of the bill because there was no way Twisted Tucker would think I owed him anything. Drove home in a crazy, zigzagging, backtracking pattern to make sure Freak Fetish wasn't following me. Stick. Everson slurred from his doorway, and I stuck my key in the lock. I grinned, keeping my back to him. You're drunk.
A bit. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday. How was your party? I turned. He tipped back an amber bottle of beer, then rubbed his lips together.
It was good after your rat left.
Tersey is a cat. I told you that. Everyone gone? He nodded. Drunk Everson didn't look at me like I was his type. I had a crappy date. You should invite me over for a beer.
Let me guess. The prick was scared of your leg.
I liked Everson's take on things. Sober Everson needed to take a few pointers from him. Aw, you do like me. Stepping in front of him, I peered up at his glassy eyes. He shook his head.
Never said that.
You really did. If being scared of my leg makes my date a prick, then you like me. He smirked, retreating a few steps to allow me into his apartment. Plastic red cups, paper plates, and empty alcohol bottles dotted the premises. Everson snagged a beer from his refrigerator.
You're still not my type, even drunk.
He popped the top and handed me the cold bottle. Cool your balls, hot stuff. I'm not going to jump ya. I took a long pull of my beer. Tell me about your quarterback? Everson quirked a brow.
You tell me. You seemed to know him earlier.
I shrugged. We met. I wasn't available at the time. I was available like a sofa at the end of a driveway. But lives at risk.
Ain't that a bummer? He's not available now.
His response led me to chugging the rest of my beer. After catching my breath and suppressing an unladylike burp, I smiled to hide my disappointment. Seeing the man of my dreams for the first time in 3 years while holding Tersey was not the best time to size up my competition. She insulted my cat and my lack of knowing who my neighbor was. But I couldn't focus on her because... man of my dreams. Married?
Nah, girlfriend.
I nodded. Serious? He chuckled while collecting some of the trash on the counter.
Listen, Stick. We're not going to braid each other's hair and talk about this shit.
I snatched one of the empty trash bags he set out and went to work on the living room. What about you? We weren't done talking about Cage. I just needed to work it from a different angle.
What about me?
You have a girlfriend? A non-white, non-skinny one with things to grab or hold on to? Everson erupted into a belly laugh.
Don't you worry about me. I get mine.
I nodded. Yeah, well, I get mine too. I didn't. Or maybe I did. I wasn't 100% sure what he meant by that. Dates? Sex? Both? You could use some color in here. White walls, black furniture. Are you colorblind?
I'm not here enough to need color, and when I am here, my ass is planted on that sofa, eyes glued to the television. Why? You some type of decorator or something?
No, but your home is your sanctuary, so...
The stadium is my sanctuary. This is where I sleep and fuck.
I mouthed. Okay. Wow.
Tell me, Stick, how do you afford to live in this place and drive the wheels you do?
Wheels? You've been spying on me?
I notice things, that's all.
I run an amputee porn site. Everson stilled, looking over his shoulder, trash bag dangling from his huge hand.
You're a freak. I knew you were a freak.
Turning back to his task, he shook his head and chuckled like he had the whole world figured out. There was definitely a freak in the monochrome room, but it wasn't me. Just as I opened my mouth to confess my dry humor that he seemed to miss, there was a knock at his door.
Who's that?
I shrugged. Sorry, my superpowers don't extend past my bionic leg. He sighed like it was somehow my fault that my road to recovery didn't include X-ray vision.
I think you have the wrong apartment,
Everson said to the person at his door. I continued to clean up the mess.
Do you speak? Is someone here with you? What's this?
Please take care of her. A woman's voice sounded in the distance.
Wait, what the hell? Where are you going?
Everson yelled into the hall, then he banged his fist against the doorframe. The suspense was too much to take. I peeked around its massive body. "Hi," I smiled at the little girl. Her brown eyes held my gaze for a moment before she tucked her chin and stared at her feet. Tight, dark curls curtained her face. Stains soiled her yellow t-shirt with a glitter rainbow, and her jeans were about 2 sizes too big, hanging from her tiny waist. She looked about 6 or 7. Everson shook his head slowly while reading the wrinkled piece of paper in his hand. She had to be his daughter. I had my speech all planned out. 1 night, 1 sperm, 1 forgotten condom, 1 huge responsibility for the rest of his life. I would give him the gentle version of the lecture since his glazed-over expression conveyed complete shock. He would not escape without any lecture. Men could impregnate the whole world without a damn clue. They should, at very least, have their dicks shrink a 1/4 inch for every egg fertilized. Well, we'll talk tomorrow, Everson, after you get her settled in. The girl looked at me with big hazelnut eyes, and so did Everson. Did I say something shocking? I'd never seen a black man look so white. Nice to meet you. I'm Lake, by the way. I offered my hand to the girl. She hiked her overstuffed red backpack onto her narrow shoulders and rested her small hand in mine. "Shayna," she whispered. "Shayna," I smiled. "That's a beautiful name." She smiled back. It was faint, but I saw it. "Good night, Miss Shayna. Maybe I'll see you around." Tipping her chin down, she nodded. "Night, Everson. Happy birthday and thanks for the beer." His tongue seemed to be paralyzed, jaw stuck open. After locking my door, I tossed my purse on the counter and realized I forgot my signed crispy rice box in my car and had nothing to hump. "Gah! You scared me!" I jumped, opening my door to Everson towering over me. "Where are you going?" "To my car," I answered with my hand still plastered over my heart. "I need a favor." I squinted. "A favor?" "Can you watch her in the morning while I get all this figured out?" "You're going to just leave her with a stranger?" "You're my neighbor." "I could be a serial killer." "Are you?" "If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, would I?" Everson sighed as if my legitimate argument somehow irritated him. "I'll take my chances." "So you'll do it?" "Fine. But after you get back tomorrow, we are having a serious conversation about condoms." Everson's head jerked back. Then he turned, looking at Shayna standing just inside his doorway. "She's not." He brought his attention back to me and lowered his voice. "She's not my daughter. She's my sister." I had no response. Didn't see that coming. "If you're trying to do the math in your head, let me help you out. My mom was 14 when she had me. I'm 25. She was 38 when she died last year." His voice broke at the end. Then he cleared his throat and glanced up at the ceiling. "Just do me this favor, please." When he looked at me, I nodded. Still, no words came. My heart held them captive. "Ate too early?" I shook my head. It was way too early, but telling him that required speech. So, 8 it was. The knock at my door startled me from my naked quarterback dream. I thought I set my alarm. Apparently not. "Just a minute," I yelled. "Give a girl a minute to put her leg on, antsy pants," I mumbled. "You forgot." Everson inspected my shorts and shirt. Plaid Hello Kitty. "Yes, in less than 7 hours, I forgot." I narrowed my eyes. "Really?" I didn't forget, I just didn't get up. "Good morning, Shayna," I smiled. "Come in." Her eyes remained fixed to my leg, which wasn't obvious last night under my pants. "It does cool tricks. I'll show you later." Darting her gaze to mine, she sucked in a breath like I'd caught her doing something wrong. I'm serious. I get paid to play with robotic legs. I winked at her and she smiled on a sigh.
And not in a kinky way?
Everson quirked a brow. I laughed. No, not in a kinky way. Clearly you didn't catch my humor. He nodded, maybe a little bit relieved, maybe disappointed. Everson Banks was a hard man to read.
So, I appreciate this. I guess I owe you.
Yup. I popped my lips. You owe me a hair braiding session while I talk about boys I like. He shook his head.
Still won't make him available.
But he's not married. Is he engaged?
No time for this stick.
Everson turned and headed toward the elevator. The guy was a beast. A sexy, I'm not interested in the girl next door beast, but still a beast. Just answer me. Is he engaged or living with her? Stepping into the elevator, he turned and gave me a smirk. It was a no smirk. I just knew it. The man of my dreams was not officially off the market yet. I would not pursue him or try and steal him from the cat hater. That wasn't classy. And everyone who knew me would attest to my classiness. Okay, no one would call me classy. Who was I kidding? My plan. Just be the girl he turned his head for 3 years earlier. The girl whose lips he wanted to kiss. It was a brilliant plan, except for the he's an impossibly inaccessible superstar part. Even the best plans had a few bumps to smooth out. Hungry? I motioned for Shayna to come inside. She nodded, taking slow steps like ice cracking beneath her. Tersey! I grimaced as my slut cat pounced in Shayna's direction. The harrowing scream I anticipated never came. Pretty kitty. Shayna dropped her backpack at her feet and bent down, picking up Tersey. Pretty kitty. Maybe Shayna needed glasses. I almost passed out when she brushed her lips over Tersey's hairless, wrinkly skin, stopping to kiss her partial ear. Tersey purred like someone starting a lawnmower. You like kitties? Shayna peeked up at me, hugging Tersey to her chest. I do like kitties. Me too. I pointed to my Hello Kitty jammies and smiled. Toast? Eggs? Cereal? What do you want to eat? Toast. Toast it is. I love toast. And waffles with chocolate hazelnut butter. Shayna's eyes grew when I said chocolate. We'll save waffles for another day. She nodded with a huge grin. We enjoyed butter, cinnamon, and sugar toast while lounging on the sofa. Tersey sprawled out between us. Yellow pillows. She bounced a little against the decor pillow. I like yellow. I like red, too. The kid had excellent taste. How old are you? 6. I nodded. If she would have been 7, I might have explained the many shades of yellow, including my Spanish yellow pillow, a bit brighter than saffron, which my mother loved. Maybe once she felt more settled, we'd discuss color swatches. One thing was for certain. Shayna was the resplendent kaleidoscope Everson needed in his life. Who brought you to Everson's last night? It wasn't any of my business, but my favorite pastime was peepholing, so of course I had to ask her. Judy. She licked sugar from her finger. Do you live with Judy? Shayna nodded. Is Judy your family? She nodded. Nima's sissy. Where is your Nima? With Jesus. Shayna didn't hesitate. She said it like her Nima ran to the grocery store. I, however, fought back tears while the lump in my throat began to swell. Everson's gonna take care of me. Judy says he buys me dolls. The only thing uglier than the hairless feline between us was the cry I fought back. Everson's my family now. He gonna love me. I blinked and swatted away my tears before she saw them. For someone so little, she could pack a hard punch to the feels. I could barely breathe. So, did you sleep well last night? I cleared my throat and wiped the remaining moisture from my eyes.
I got scared on the couch, so I sneaked into Evson's bed.
Her eyes grew big with excitement.
It's the biggest bed I ever seen.
I laughed. Did he wake up? She shook her head.
No, I just hugged his arm until Mama visit me. She only come if I sleep in. In my dreams. She's always in my dreams.
And? More tears. I jumped up and took our plates to the kitchen, grabbing a wad of paper towels to deal with my out-of-control emotions. Shayna slid off the sofa, lugging Tersey with her. My diva cat proved to be quite submissive. I never would have guessed. They plopped on the floor by Shayna's backpack.
What happened to your leg?
She asked, keeping her focus on the contents of the bag she dumped onto my floor. I put our plates in the dishwasher. I had something bad happen to it, and I lost part of it. Now I have this cool new leg, and I have others in my closet. I'll show you sometime.
I lost 2 teeth.
Did the tooth fairy come?
What's a tooth fairy?
Everson needed to get his shit done before his little sister completely wrecked me. If you put your tooth under your pillow at night, then the tooth fairy takes it when you're asleep and leaves money for you. I'm sure the next time you lose a tooth, the tooth fairy will come. The kid had me promising things I couldn't guarantee, but I just couldn't stop myself. Major diarrhea mouth. I wanted to see her smile. That, and I didn't want to cry anymore. Despite the missing leg and the boyfriend died part of my life, I had it good. The best parents ever. 4 siblings, a gaggle of nieces and nephews, friends, a job, money, independence. The man of my dreams in the same city. Among Shayna's few clothes, a toothbrush with gnarled bristles, several broken crayons, and a matchbox car that looked like it had been run over by an actual car. There was a photo of a woman kissing a younger Shayna on the cheek. I picked up the photo.
Mama and Shay.
This is your mama? I narrowed my eyes, looking at Shayna and then back at the photo. She nodded. Your mama was beautiful. And white. And skinny. With nothing to hold on to.
Mama loves Shay.
I smiled, handing the picture to her. Yes, I'm sure your mama loved you very much. Shayna would be a heartbreaker with her perfect light mocha skin and long curls that bounced with every move she made. But those eyes, they held a lifetime, and they made me want to give her back every ounce of innocence I could give. Tooth fairies, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny. We played with Tersey, giggling at the never-ending fun she had with a laser pointer for almost an hour before there was a knock at the door. Oh, I looked at Shayna with wide eyes. I bet that's Everson. She grinned, and I knew everything would be okay for her. Hey, I greeted Everson.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Good. I narrowed my eyes a bit. The man I'd come to recognize as nothing but muscle and confidence looked different. Weak? Shy? He wouldn't hold eye contact with me. Instead, he shifted his weight from one foot to the other, only looking at them.
Listen, this is kind of a big team event day, starting with a charity golf outing. So, would you mind waiting with her in my apartment until they come to get her?
They?
My attorney is handling it. Someone with CPS will be here within the hour to get her.
I turned to check on Shayna. She smiled, then kissed Terzi on the head. "I'll just be in the hall for a second, okay, sweetie?" She smiled and nodded. Closing the door behind me, I glared up at Everson. "Child Protective Services?"
Yeah,
"And why are they coming to get her?"
because her grandmother died the other day and she's an orphan.
"She's your sister, not an orphan." I gritted my teeth.
I met her last night. I'm not in any position to raise a child.
You probably make more money in a week than most people make in a year. I think you're in a pretty damn good position to take care of her.
He shook his head. I didn't say take care of her. I'll make sure she's taken care of. I can't raise her. I'm never here. She deserves a family, a yard with a swing set. I'll make sure she gets that. It just won't be with me.
Fuck you, Tears. Keep it together. I swallowed past my anger and raw emotion. You are her only family. She needs you.
She doesn't even know me, and in a week she won't remember me. Here.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of cash and held it out to me.
For your trouble today, and here's the key to my place. Make sure she grabs her hairbrush by the bathroom sink.
Stunned. I was speechless and heartbroken and angry and just stunned. He grabbed my hand and shoved the money and key into it.
We'll have that chick talk about Monaghan later.
He turned and left. A war of emotions throbbed in my head. Even after the elevator doors closed, I just stood there waiting for one emotion to emerge as the dominant one. The one that would guide my next move. Livid. That's the one that broke from the pack as the leader. Chapter 4. Jailbird. I drove to Target like a granny. Since Ben died and I lived, Sunday drives and joyrides vanished from my life. It was all about getting from point A to point B without dying. My red Acura SUV rated high in all safety tests. But I didn't have a booster seat. Shayna said she didn't need one. I disagreed. After finding the best booster seat with the minimal time I had to do any sort of research on the safest brand, I Googled and hashtagged the hell out of every possible connection to Minnesota and golf charity events, found the location, drove there, and parked. Then it occurred to me I may have kidnapped a child. At least, CPS and the police would think I did. Knock, knock, knock. I opened my door, forcing the police officers to step back. Miss, you can't park here. Well, the parking lot is gated off. Where am I supposed to park? He stared at my leg. I sighed. Normally my patience level was much higher, as well as my respect for men in uniform. Yes, I have a bionic leg, and I could literally crush your junk beyond recognition if I kicked you between the legs, miss. Are you threatening a police officer? Not at all. I'm simply stating a fact. This leg is designed and has a pending patent by Thaddeus Westbrook, and he told me it could literally crush a man's junk beyond recognition. I'm no more threatening you than a car salesman telling you a certain model gets 18 miles to the gallon and goes 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. I'm stating a fact. I opened the back door and unfastened Shayna, hoping he wouldn't slap handcuffs on me. My brain was not working properly. Adrenaline fed everything I did. Miss, I told you this is a no parking zone, and the club is closed today for a private event. Listen, I pulled Shayna in front of me and covered her ears with my hands, then lowered my voice to a whisper. See this little girl? Her grandmother just died, and her only living relative is playing golf here today. But he's not answering his phone. Because, of course, I didn't have his number. So, this is sort of an emergency situation. His gaze flitted between me and Shayna. Conflict etched his face. I ticket you in 30 minutes. I have your vehicle towed in an hour. I smiled. thank you kindly for your condolences. I didn't care about the ticket, so we had an hour. Having my vehicle towed was on my list of things to avoid. Landing in jail for child abduction was on that list, too. Let's go, sweetie.
Where's Everson?
I led her through the barriers and parking lot filled with luxury vehicles. But the security guard at the entrance looked a little smarter and meaner than Mr. I wear a uniform and give out parking tickets. Everson's here. We're going to see him soon. Another promise I couldn't guarantee. How did my morning turn into a segue to hell? Lies, lies, lies. Just the day before, I would have called myself a pretty honest person. Do you have a press pass or invitation? The security guard asked. No, I had a kidnapped child. My name is Lake Jones, Everson Banks's nanny, and this is his... I covered Shayna's ears again because there had to be brownie points with God for not letting a young child hear my lies. Daughter. Sister seemed too unbelievable. There has been a family emergency and Everson is not answering his phone. Could you contact him for me? Miss, this is a televised event. I'll need to know what kind of emergency you have. Death in the family. I uncovered her ears once the lies were over. He narrowed his eyes at me, then looked at Shayna. Don't you dare, you unemotional bastard. Hey, darling. Did someone die? He leaned down a few inches from her face. Who the hell asks a child that? I wanted to scream. Shayna nodded.
Mama and Nima went to see Jesus.
He grimaced, standing back to his full height. I'm very sorry for your loss. I'll have someone track Mr. Banks right away. Thank you. I gave him my best, grievance-laden smile as the top of my knee twitched. Like the doctor tapping to check my reflex, only more intense. Much more intense. My bionic leg jerked forward, landing squarely into his shin. Ah! He cried, bending down to grab his leg. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Before I could make sense of why I kicked him, because I didn't try to kick him, a police officer had me in handcuffs. We were escorted inside the building while they found Everson. I sat handcuffed to a chair in the manager's office with my chin down, whispering, "Shh, everything's going to be okay," to a teary-eyed Shayna sitting next to me. The injured guard was hauled off for medical attention, while the disapproving police officer watched over me. I had a feeling my next seat would be the back of a police cruiser. So much for avoiding my car being towed. What were the chances of Thaddeus flying to Minneapolis to bail me out of jail and testify before a judge that kicking the guard was not my fault, but rather a malfunction of his invention? Lake? Want to tell me what the hell is going on? Everson called me Lake. I imagined it sounding sexier. I also imagined not being in handcuffs. Scratch that. There were handcuffs, but I was handcuffed to a bed, not a chair in the manager's office at a golf course. Mr. Banks, your nanny assaulted one of the security guards. Run that by me again. Who did what? Miss Jones demanded we find you to notify you of a family emergency, then she struck a guard with her. I looked up at the officer with his mouth hanging open, as if the politically correct word for my prosthetic leg, which didn't look like a prosthetic leg, would magically fall from his lips. Leg? Is that the word you're looking for? Real leg? Fake leg? Prosthetic leg? Bionic leg? Any way you look at it, the word is leg, because it replaces the part of my body that's missing. Does anyone know what part of my body is missing? Tick, tick, tick. The wall clock was the only sound in the room.
Leg. Lake's leg is fun.
The child in the room was the only one not afraid to call it like she saw it. Could I please speak with Miss Jones alone about the family emergency? Everson eyed the officer. Maybe you could get this little girl a snack or something.
The officer stood his ground, jaw set, eyes narrowed. 10 minutes? Everson asked. 5, the officer grunted. Everson motioned for Shayna to go with the police officer. He's going to get you a snack. Everson, shut it, Lake. I glared at him as Shayna followed the officer out of the office. It didn't matter that my Apollo was dressed in blindingly bright plaid shorts and a white-collared short-sleeved shirt. I wouldn't let his looks distract me from my anger. He could be molesting her as we speak. You don't send your child off with a stranger, even if they're wearing a badge. That's just it, he roared, bending at the waist so his face was level and a few inches from mine. She's not my kid. She shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. I paid you to stay with her until CPS arrived, and you couldn't fucking follow my simple instructions. What is your problem? My teeth hurt from grinding them so hard. My pulse raced, my skin burned. You're her family. I had a million answers, but that was the only one that mattered. We share a few genes. She doesn't think of me as her family. She does. He stood straight, planted his hands on his hips, and paced the small room. She does. She knows you're her family, and she thinks you're going to take care of her. That little girl has lost the 2 most important people in her life. She's lost 2 teeth and doesn't know who the tooth fairy is. And dolls. She doesn't have any dolls. This is none of your business, he continued to pace. I stared at my lap. I know, I whispered. Guilt. I felt guilt. Regret? None. I couldn't picture Shayna or hear her little voice in my head and regret one thing I did that morning. Okay, maybe assaulting the guard, but that really wasn't my fault. There's a slew of press out there waiting to find out why I'm not teeing it up on the 3rd hole. I know. My PR people are on the way, and they're going to want to know what the deal is with you and that girl, Shayna. What? He stopped in front of me again. Shayna. Her name is Shayna, not that girl. I know her fucking name. I flinched. He blew out a big breath. What was your point of coming here? What is this family emergency? Those were really good questions. An hour earlier, while running on pure adrenaline from my livid emotions, I had a whole spiel in my head. It sounded good at the time, the kind of good that would make Everson rethink his rash decision to give away his sister. Under the intensity of his gaze and the heat radiating from the nearness of his body, my entire case for doing what I did just sort of crumbled. I would say the words because just like the box of crispy rice cereal, I owned my craziness at all cost. Shayna's Nima, your Nima, died a few days ago. Your mother died 2 years ago. You have friends, a team, a family of sorts, and money. Shayna has nothing but a promise from Judy that you are going to love her, take care of her, and buy her dolls. If you take that away, she'll have nothing. And I worry that no matter how wonderful the family that might adopt her will be, she will never recover from the abandonment she will surely feel when you, too, disappear from her life. Yes, it sounded better in my head. Coming from my mouth, it sounded childish. Everson had a job that required his undivided attention. He wouldn't have much time to spend with her. She would be raised by a nanny, and how would that be better than a loving family with a big yard, other kids to play with, and maybe a big, fluffy dog who chased rabbits? The officer opened the door to the office. Shayna sat beside me, holding a soft pretzel with salt. We're taking Miss Jones to the station now. Shayna looked up at me with pleading eyes, the kind that asked a million heartbreaking questions without a single word. I don't think she knew what exactly was about to happen, but she sensed something. I felt her fear as much as I saw it in those eyes. I leaned forward, my handcuffed wrists drawing my shoulders back.
Then I kissed her on the forehead. "Shayna," I whispered. "Repeat after me. I'm beautiful." She blinked several times, but never stopped looking into my eyes.
I'm beautiful.
I smiled, nodding. "Say, I'm loved."
I'm loved.
Another nod. "Say, I'll be happy." Her eyes shifted to Everson for a brief moment, then back to me.
I'll be happy.
After depositing one last kiss on her head, I stood. I nodded to the officer.
"I'll get you bailed," Everson started.
"Don't worry about it." I didn't look back as the officer led me out of the room. A mob of press waited by the entrance. Only a few snapped photos of me. After all, who was I? I should have been humiliated, but no one knew me.
"Lake?"
I looked over my shoulder as the officer escorted me to the police cruiser. "No," I grimaced and whipped my head forward, chin down so my hair covered my face. 18 holes spread out over many acres. How did I manage to make my criminal exit while Cage Monaghan strolled up to the tee just over the fence to my right? He drew near. I knew it from the photographers scrambling for their cameras and vying for the best position to get photos of us. Just like that, I went from no one to the handcuffed amputee attracting the attention of a famous quarterback. This was not how I wanted to capture his attention.
"Lake? Officer, can you hold up a minute?"
I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, then looked up with my absolute best smile ever. "Cage! Hey, how's it going? Yeah, having a good golf game today? The weather couldn't be better for this time of year in Minnesota." He narrowed his eyes, like not a single word I just spoke was in English.
"Are you being arrested?"
I tugged against the handcuffs. "Oh, this?" I sucked air in through my bared teeth smile. "Yeah, there was a glitch of sorts with my leg." Camera flashes closed in on us as the officer opened the door to the back of the police car. "You should go. I'm not good publicity today." I took one last look at the man of my dreams in his royal blue polo shirt that brought out the heavens in his eyes and accented the bronzy tones of his blonde hair. The grimace on his face hid his dimples. That was unfortunate. The door closed, and the car pulled away from the curb. "Nothing embarrassing about that," I mumbled to myself. I couldn't say for sure, but I think the bald man in uniform behind the steering wheel smirked. Yeah, I was always good for a laugh. "You've been sprung, Jones." That was quick. I didn't even get my phone call. The officer opened the holding cell. "By whom? I didn't call anyone." "Beats me, I just do as I'm told." I followed the stocky, gray-haired officer. He returned my purse and its contents to me in a bag, then nodded to the entrance. "That guy." I squinted. "I don't know him." "You're out. Who cares? The guy got the charges dropped before they were officially filed. You don't have to go with him, but I'd say at least a thank you was in order." My hero, with perfectly parted black hair and a suit that fit too well to not be tailored, leaned against the wall next to the door, one ankle crossed over the other as he swiped his finger along the screen of his phone. The gold watch, the confident way he held his shoulders back, and the blinding shine to his flawlessly polished shoes spelled money and power. As I approached, he kept his head down. I expected nothing less of a man who exuded such confidence. The world waited for him. "I'm not posing naked for you, so if you have some weird amputee fetish, then you've sprung the wrong girl." A smirk pulled at his lips, but I still hadn't earned his eye contact. "How'd you lose your leg?" "Car accident." "How'd you land in jail?" He clicked off his phone and slipped it into the inside pocket of his jacket. Golden brown eyes met mine. A brilliant engineer had a glitch with his latest invention. Who are you? He stared at me for a few seconds like the answer was on its way but hadn't arrived yet. I'm Flint. My boy asked me to clear up this confusion and escort you home. Everson sent you? I adjusted my purse strap on my shoulder, then crossed my arms over my chest. Are you ready? What makes you think I need a ride? I have a car, you know. He mirrored my stance, and it looked better on him. A sexy guy named Flint wanted to take me home. Best offer I'd had in weeks. Unfortunately, I still abided by the stranger danger rule. Yes, I know. And it was towed over an hour ago, but I'm working on that too. It will be returned to you by the end of the day if you give me the key. Really? You think I'm just going to hand over my key so you can steal my car? He cocked his head to the side. Yes. I made this whole arrested for assaulting a security guard thing disappear just so I could steal your car. I shook my head, but dug my fob out of my purse anyway. Great. He took it from me. I'll drive you home now. Presumptuous. However, I did admire his take-charge personality. You're quite handsome. I twisted my lips, waiting for his response. Even the tough ones responded to compliments. His smirk grew until his pearly whites peeked through his parted lips. Brows raised a fraction. Predictable. I winked at him. But I can't go with you. Thank you and thank Everson if you see him before I do, but I'll catch a cab. What do I owe you? Owe me? He chuckled, shaking his head. You don't owe me anything. Just doing my job, keeping my boy's reputation squeaky clean. I nodded. You do his dirty work? He shrugged. Something like that. What about Shayna? Intense eyes glued to mine. He had a killer poker face. Didn't expect anything less from a sharp-suited guy named Flint. My eyes? They begged him to tell me that Everson changed his mind about giving up Shayna. So, no ride? He let her go, didn't he? My heart sank. It already knew the answer. Have a nice day, Miss Jones. He slid on his sunglasses and pushed the front door open. I called a cab. Chapter 5. Powerful Thoughts. As promised, my car was returned to me. Flint wasn't the delivery man. It was a younger guy who couldn't answer a single question I asked him. Not a single question out of the dozen I asked. He gave me my key fob and a note card, then walked away. Chapter 1. Chapter 1? I was used to weird. I was raised on weird. The note took a step past weird. I slapped it on the refrigerator and stabbed it with a magnet, then went for a jog to clear my head. Shayna's commanding eyes and innocent smile haunted me with every step. I couldn't save the world. Every child, every stray animal. But that reality didn't make it any less heartbreaking. After my shower, Thad called me while I melted marshmallows and butter in the microwave. I quit. Now, love, don't be so rash. I gathered from the 10 messages you left me earlier that we have a monumental breakthrough on our hands. I laughed. A monumental breakthrough? It's possible a security guard will be in a cast for the next few months because of your monumental mistake. Oh, and you did catch the part about me going to jail, right? Yeah. Let's get to the good part. You said you didn't mean to kick him. That you felt a muscle twitch and then it just happened. But you thought about kicking him, correct? Yes, but fuck Einstein, love. Do you get how incredible that is? Your thoughts alone made it happen. That sensory chip detected the twitch and bang, just like that, my baby went into action. Stop calling a part of me your baby. It's creepy. And stop celebrating what is a serious and dangerous defect. Do you get what this really means? I have to control my thoughts. People can't control their thoughts, only their actions. But I can't do either. What if every time you saw an attractive woman and you imagined having sex with her, you couldn't control your body and the next thing you know, you have her pinned to the wall with your dick in her? You'd be in prison for rape. That's not a breakthrough. That's a felony. I took my bowl from the microwave and stirred the melted marshmallows and butter.
I never said it's perfect. It needs some tweaking. But this is big, very big. I'm booking a flight for myself to Beijing, too. I'll meet you there next week. Jerry's testicles are going to explode when he finds out.
A trip to China to watch a man's balls explode. What more could I have asked for? I'm not wearing it until I'm there. I poured crispy rice cereal into my gooey concoction. Microwaved Rice Krispie treats. My weakness and obsession.
You have to wear it through security. If you pack it, some luggage troll with a TSA badge will steal it and have it on eBay by sunset.
I could bring down the plane with my robotic kung fu leg. Thad chuckled.
Only if you're thinking about it.
Well, since we're having this conversation, it's all I can think about because that's how the mind works. Don't think about food. Yep, that's all I'll think about. Snakes, spiders, sex. My mind is going to go there on its own, especially if it knows it's not supposed to. I shoved a spoonful into my mouth.
Sex, huh?
Shut up, I mumbled over my crunching.
Just focus on happy, kind, nonviolent things. I don't think you can bring down a plane with one leg if your other 3 limbs know better. But if you choose to use your glitch to get some nookie on the plane, that's your prerogative. I'll text you your hotel information in a few days. Gotta run, love.
And that was that. I stared at the celebrity signature on my cereal box. How far did this morning's events set my plan to make the man of my dreams fall in love with me? It was hard to say. I collapsed on the sofa, set my bowl beside me, and grabbed my laptop. Back away, Tersey. I gave her the stink eye when she poked her nose near my marshmallow treat. A quick internet search for Cage Monahan brought up picture after picture of me. Minnesota's quarterback shows concern for disabled woman arrested at charity golf tournament. Unidentified woman threatens security at charity golf tournament. Monahan helps police catch her. Yeah, sure, that really happened. After more of the same and photos to accompany every headline, I shut my laptop and fed my face while watching Sons of Anarchy on Netflix. Some days reality sucked. Netflix was the perfect drug, and my addiction to binge-watching series on it was borderline committable. I missed my friend Lindsay, but I didn't miss being her roommate. There were those in life who were destined to live productive lives, be the change people. Then there were those who subscribed to Netflix like a religion. Lindsay was a nurse who traveled with Doctors Without Borders. I streamed shows on Netflix. To each their own. Just as the show hit a good part and my purring cat was draped over my lap, there was a knock at my door. I paused my show. Jax. I love that ass of yours. I winked at the screen, which was paused on Charlie Hunnam's naked backside. Everson was on the opposite side of my peephole. Be nice, Lake. He did get you bailed out, I mumbled to myself. I opened the door, forcing a smile. Yes? His gaze moved along my face without looking at my eyes, then down my neck and to my chest as his head inched forward a bit, eyes slightly squinted.
Dandruff?
What? I looked down at my chest. Oh, no, it's... I brushed the crumbs away, then wiped my mouth and cheeks with the back of my hand because I was just... that sexy. They're crispy treat crumbs. Everson always looked at me the same way. The way I imagined he'd look at a train wreck. About this morning, don't. I shook my head and held up my hand. I got too emotionally invested in a situation that wasn't any of my business, and I apologize. I have a terrible habit of lighting a match before looking to see if anything around me is flammable. I just react on impulse. I appreciate you sending Flint to get me out of jail and dealing with my impounded vehicle. Honestly, I didn't know what I was going to do. I don't have any family here, and I haven't really made any friends yet. Another downside of being a Netflix addict.
Flint?
Yes.
Everson shook his head. Flint said I sent him?
Yes, well, come to think of it, he never said your name, just that he was protecting his boy, which wasn't that hard to figure out. It had to be you. I assume he's PR, agent, personal assistant?
Yeah, Flint takes care of his boy, that's for sure.
Lucky you.
Not exactly, but it doesn't matter. You a Twins fan?
He held up a ticket.
Suite behind home plate. Game starts in an hour. I'd suggest you cover the leg, pull your hair up, and buy a hat to wear as soon as you get there.
What are you talking about?
Minnesota Twins. It's baseball.
I know who the Twins are. I'm talking about the rest. Why are you offering me a ticket and telling me to cover my leg and
I can't go. Thought I'd offer it to you for helping Shay. But after the media frenzy, I think it's best for you to not draw any more attention to yourself today.
It's one ticket. He chuckled.
Best seat in the house, and you're getting greedy on me?
I won't know anyone.
You will.
Cage? He's going? Are you serious?
Take it.
He grinned, handing me the ticket.
Go brush yourself off and get out of here.
I snatched the ticket. His girlfriend? Will she be there? He walked toward his door and shrugged.
There will be a lot of women there. It's an opportunity stick. The rest is on you.
Everson? He turned before closing his door. Thank you. He nodded.
For the record, I'd planned on coming to get you myself. But something came up.
I smiled and shut the door. Eek! Everson hurt me. Hell, the whole neighborhood probably hurt me, but I didn't care. In an hour, I would see Cage again. An hour? Shit! I've got to get ready. Chapter 6. Cheater Boyfriend. From the slammer to a suite behind home plate at a Twins game. Not bad. Thaddeus's robotic leg got benched for the night. I dug out one of my pretty prosthetic legs that fit under my jeans and tall boots. Comfort-wise, it was like downgrading from a Cadillac to a Ford Escort. But Everson was right. I couldn't show up with my superhero leg that stood out in a crowd. Not after it had been plastered all over the internet earlier that morning. I pulled my hair back in a ponytail and bought a Twins hat before making my way to the suite. My nerves stripped my confidence. I might as well have been naked. The fluttering in the pit of my stomach brought about a slight sensation of nausea. I tried to wet my lips, but my mouth was too dry. As the guard let me into the suite, I nearly fainted from shortness of breath and heart palpitations. Had they asked me to sing the national anthem before the game, I wouldn't have been as nervous as I was when I saw him. Cage's back was to me as he stood by the large windows overlooking the private balcony seating and a spectacular view of the field. His black, long-sleeved t-shirt hugged him the way I wanted to hug him. The jealousy I felt for his hands that were shoved into the back pockets of his dark jeans was a little unhealthy. The chestnut-haired guy standing next to him looked back at me first. Then Cage glanced over his shoulder as if to see what had caught his friend's attention. I gave a small wave like a beauty queen, then dropped my hand and balled it into a fist to fight off the shakes. He made his way back to me, twisting the cap back onto his water bottle.
Jailbird?
I laughed. He smiled so big my heart exploded. I loved the way his dark, bronzy hair fell across his forehead. Like yesterday, it was too short, and tomorrow it would be too long, but today it was perfect. I loved his blue eyes that reflected mine. More than anything, I loved how with one look, he stilled my jitters. I think to earn the official title of jailbird, I have to be a repeat offender. This morning was my first arrest. He nodded, grazing his teeth along his lower lip. Well, the night is still young. He tugged on the bill of my hat. I felt it in between my legs. The guy made me wet just touching my baseball cap. In reality, he made me wet by just existing. Funny. I rolled my eyes. I take it Everson gave you his ticket? I held up the stub. Yep. So, do you follow baseball more than football? I cocked my head to one side and then the other while pursing my lips. I'd say about the same. He laughed. Yeah, I loved that too. What are you drinking tonight? I shrugged. Probably just water since I'm driving. Water it is. He stepped over to the bar area to get me a water. Thanks. I twisted off the top and took a small swig. So, do you know anyone else here? Nothing quite like being put on the spot. However, nope, I just came here to make you love me didn't seem like an appropriate answer. I recognize a few people from Everson's birthday party. Yeah? Who did you talk to there? Oh, well, heat crawled up my neck until I could feel it stinging my cheeks. The crowd erupted into cheers. We both looked out the windows. You want to sit outside? Cage asked. Sure. Anything. I wanted to do literally anything but discuss who I did and didn't meet at a party I wasn't invited to, yet ended up there because my scary cat crashed it. We sat down and Cage introduced me to a few of his teammates and their spouses, ones I, of course, didn't get around to meeting at Everson's party. So, how did you two meet? Brea, one of the wives, asked me as Cage and her husband chatted. She must have thought we were there together. The way she stared at me with her bottom lip protruding out in a "you poor thing" expression told me she also thought I looked less than presentable compared to all the other women there. With my hair back and hat pulled down low on my head to shadow my face, I did look like my next stop might be robbing a convenience store. It's a long and really weird story, but it happened by chance several years ago and we haven't seen each other since until we ran into each other at Everson's birthday party. She leaned in close to me, looking past the shadows of my hat. Oh my God, you're that cat lady. And there it was. That label would stick forever. You had that cat that looked like, I let her fumble her words. If she thought I would jump in and admit to being the cat lady, she was so very wrong. Every nerve along my skin shot up goosebumps as Cage's hot breath bathed my ear. Brea and her husband Michael role-play during sex. She wears her hair in a beehive and he sucks a pacifier and calls her mommy, he whispered. I giggled. Brea gave us both a curious look. Then I giggled some more and I just couldn't stop. She shook her head and turned her attention back to the game. I covered my mouth with my hand, but the laughter continued. Cage put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his chest to help hide my laughing fit. I was just kidding, he chuckled. What? I jerked up. Shh, he grinned, tapping the side of his finger over his lips. At the same time, our smiles faded. I don't know what it was for him. I imagined thoughts of his girlfriend came to mind. For me, it was my body fully registering his arm around my shoulders, my hands fisting his shirt and our faces just inches apart. The bill of my hat grazed his forehead. It wasn't a good idea to stare at his lips, but I couldn't help it because he stared at mine. I pulled back an inch and watched his Adam's apple bob as he took a deep swallow. Why did I feel so comfortable with him touching me and me touching him? We'd had brief interactions on 3 different occasions over the course of more than 3 years, Yet I kissed him the first time, took a goofy, fangirlish selfie the second time, and lingered too close to his lips the third time. The problem was that it didn't feel too close. I released his shirt and sat up straight. He removed his arm from me. We sat silent for a few minutes, staring at the field. I jumped when his shoulder bumped mine and he leaned in closer.
Freya was being a bitch by calling you the cat lady. I just wanted to see you smile again, so I made that shit up, he whispered.
Keeping my eyes focused on the second player in a row to strike out, I nodded. It was funny shit. Well done, you. I smirked, and through the corner of my eye, I could see him smiling too. It took everything I had to keep from asking about his girlfriend. I didn't want to bring it to his attention that I even realized he had a girlfriend. After all, he didn't introduce me to her the night of Everson's party. So, I never lived in New York.
What?
My eyes remained focused on the game. In Omaha, I told you I was from New York. My brother Luke and I were looking for Jillian, and she was in danger. We were kind of in danger, too. I'm from Tahoe and moved here from San Francisco.
She called me. Jillian. She called me.
Cage's jagged edge voice sliced through my train of thought. I didn't know that. Our family rarely discussed Jessica/Jillian's time in Omaha. She faked her death and fell in love with another man. Both she and Luke spent many months in counseling to piece back together their relationship after everything was over. As much as I wanted to ask her about Cage, I never did. I loved her and Luke too much to mention anything related to that time in our lives. She told you everything?
She told me virtually nothing. She offered, but I didn't want to know about her new life. I know that sounds bad, but I just couldn't deal with it. Any of it.
She's my sister-in-law now. Don't. I looked over at him. He forced an apologetic smile.
I'm sorry. I don't want to know. Not yet, just... Not yet.
I nodded. I understand. It was the truth, but it still made me sad. It had been 3 years, but his wounds weren't healed. It's like he just buried them without any sort of closure, and they'd forever feel raw as long as he ignored them. In my own way, I really did understand. After all, I still couldn't go a day without thinking, Ben died, and I lived. We didn't talk much the rest of the game. One minute I felt the events of our past like a wedge between us, and the next minute I felt some pull, a sexual tension. To be honest, it might have just been me. Going a really long time without sex, having Everson as a neighbor, and watching naked Charlie Hunnam didn't help my situation. The twins were killing it, so the crowd started to thin out before the end. I thought it would be best for me to slip out as well. Cage had gone back inside. As I made my way to him, several guys gave me an easy nod and said, "Hi." I stopped behind Cage, feeling like a fool because I wanted to say goodbye, but I didn't want to interrupt his conversation. Finally, one of the guys in their little circle nodded toward me, and Cage turned around. "Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm leaving, and I just wanted to say goodbye."
Oh, the game's not over. You have a hot date or something?
Cage wiggled his brows. Yes, naked Charlie. But after the close encounter with the man of my dreams, I would be watching Charlie, but thinking of Cage while I touched myself. In that moment, I prayed he couldn't read my filthy mind. More like a Netflix addiction, I shrugged. That's what us cat ladies do. After observing me for a few moments, maybe to see if I was just kidding, sadly I wasn't, he turned back to his buddies. I'm heading out. I'll catch up with you guys next week. There were some fist bumps and a few
Laters. You ready?
Ready.
To go?
I shook my head. You don't have to leave too. I can find my way out just fine.
You sure? Because the last time I saw you exiting a building, you were in handcuffs.
Such a funny guy. I grinned.
Such a beautiful smile.
That's not what I expected him to say. His face didn't hold one bit of regret. How could he say that to me without thinking of her? I wanted his attention, but with him standing in front of me, giving it so freely, I felt nothing but guilt. It wasn't a kiss or anything physical. It was a compliment, but that compliment in the moment felt as intimate as his lips on mine, or his hand grazing my breast. Not that I thought about his hand on my breast. Who was I kidding? Of course I thought about his hand on my breast. I need to do the right thing. Okay, I'll let you escort me from the building. That wasn't the right thing. Cage chuckled.
Sounds so formal. But all right, let's go.
He nodded toward the door. It was formal. It had to be formal. No touching, no flirting, no kissing, no grazing my breasts. He pressed his hand to the small of my back, and just like that, he broke rule number 1. We made it to the lower level before anyone stopped him for an autograph and picture. I kept walking like we weren't together. He tugged at my ponytail as I exited the building.
You didn't have to run off on me.
I shrugged. I didn't. This isn't my running leg, it's my sexy leg. I mean...
Your sexy leg, huh?
No, I didn't mean it that way. Like, I think I'm sexy. It's just the one that looks more like an actual leg. Not that you can tell with my jeans and boots covering it. It's the leg that makes me feel sexy. Gah! I shook my head and tried to keep a few steps ahead of him so he wouldn't see my flushed face. That sounds bad too. The leg doesn't actually do anything to make me feel sexy, like vibrate or something like that. Not that I'm suggesting vibrating things make me feel good.
They don't?
He chuckled. I unlocked my door and turned before getting inside. I'm so embarrassed. Slapping my hands over my face, I tipped my chin down.
I think you're refreshing.
A few creepers began to inch their way closer to my vehicle, pens and camera phones in hand. I tugged down on the bill of my hat. Cage opened my door and I climbed in the driver's seat. He blocked their view of me with his large frame, then ducked his head inside.
Give me your number, Lake.
Why did he have to destroy the perfect image I had of him? The man of my dreams was not a cheater. I can't.
Again?
He laughed, shaking his head. Years ago, when he asked for my number, I said the same thing, but for different reasons. Lives at risk and all that jazz. I sighed. I like you. I've liked you for longer than is probably healthy given the minimal amount of time we've spent together. But I like to win the guy fair and square. I don't want to be the dirty little secret. And if you're willing to cheat on one girl, then you're willing to cheat on any girl, and that just makes me sad because I've had you on this huge pedestal since we first met. Now that you've asked me for my number, you've just been knocked down quite a few notches, and while you're still incredibly sexy, excessively so, really, I think what you're trying to do here is just ugly. Cage, can we get your autograph? One of the groupies asked, standing directly behind him. He turned, not looking the least bit upset about their intrusion, and autographed a purse, a hat, and a shirt, although not on the bust where the skank requested he sign it. After a few quick pictures, they took off in a fit of squeals and giggles.
So,
he turned back to me.
You won't give me your phone number this time because of my girlfriend?
I nodded. Don't get me wrong, I don't even like her. The night of Everson's party, she acted like Terzi was the plague, and anyone who doesn't like Terzi will most likely not like me, so she can choke to death on her uppityness for all I care. But that still doesn't mean I want to take her cheater boyfriend. Cage narrowed his eyes a little. Why did he have to smell as good as he looked? It was like sitting at the dinner table staring at my favorite dessert and listing all the reasons I should not eat it. I wanted to eat him. Yes, that's what I thought. I wanted to eat him.
Tersey is your cat?
Uh-huh.
And I'm the cheater boyfriend?
I shrugged, giving him the if the shoe fits grimace. He nodded slowly, eyes pinning me with a world of thought behind them.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have a girlfriend. So either you're going to give me your number or you're going to kiss me again. What's it going to be?
Poof. There went my panties. 2 big gulps later. She wasn't your girlfriend?
She was.
But she's not now?
She's not.
Why? The one. He was available. It was too much to take. Inside, I died a little. There was a 99% chance of me blowing my second chance at one of my 2 ones, which was a mathematical phenomenon. He smirked.
You're nosy.
I am. I bit my lips together.
We weren't that serious. And I wanted to ask for Lake Jones's number without being a cheater boyfriend.
I continued to bite back my smile along with my need to run, jump, and scream. On the outside, I remained Iceland. Okay, maybe not Iceland, because there were cooler places than Iceland. Antarctica. I was just that cool.
Choose.
You choose. My grin broke free before I could catch it. Cage inched his head toward mine. The kiss. He wanted the kiss. All the air got sucked out of the car. My lungs called 911, while the gallop of my heart made it impossible to hear anything but my own pulse. I closed my eyes.
I want your number,
he whispered over my lips without touching them. What? A sadist! My libido self-combusted. I would need a 5-in-1 to scrape it off my leather seat later. My eyes popped open. His danced with amusement. My number? He nodded, not moving an inch from my face, like he dared me to kiss him. I'm not going to kiss you, I whispered. Shoving him into the back seat and having sex with him was another thing, but I could do that without kissing him.
No.
No. He moved back and my lungs screamed, yes, as they drew in a breath. Cage retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to me. I'm leaving for Beijing in a few days. I typed my name and number into his contacts.
Really? What for?
I handed his phone back to him. My job. In layman's terms, I test robotic legs. The company has engineers all around the world who make prototypes for amputees. Jerry Chu, 28 and just barely over 5 foot with an affinity for answering all questions with excellent or you'll see, has 2 new prototypes to fit me. One for swimming and one for rock climbing. So basically, I'm going to China to swim and climb.
You rock climb?
I do a little bit of everything. That's why my boss, Thaddeus Westbrook, hired me. Different limbs for different activities, which is nothing new, but his are unique. They sense or respond to my muscle reflexes. You could call them smart limbs of sorts. Although the one I had on this morning was too smart for its own good when it landed on the security guard's shin.
Jailbird.
He grinned, looking at my mouth. Shut up. My eyes shifted to his lips, begging him to just kiss me.
Is your sexy prosthetic also smart?
I laughed while rubbing my hand down over it. No, she's clueless. My smart ones are not sexy. Thaddeus says function before fashion. He hopes to someday make physical disabilities obsolete.
Big dreams.
Yes, but he's wicked smart, so I don't doubt him. Cage shoved his phone in his pocket.
Well, safe travels.
I smiled. Thanks. I waited for him to shut my door, but he just stared at me. No one looked at me like Cage Monahan. I thought it the first time we laid eyes on each other, and years later it still felt the same. He looked at me like people looked at puppies, cooing babies, ocean view sunsets, and miracles. Not 1 ounce of pity. Not one reservation. Not one hint of anything but total admiration. I'll call you. Psst. I rolled my eyes. You won't remember me in the morning. I won't forget you when I'm dead. He shut the door. Chapter 7. Rub-a-dub-dub. Several days later, a familiar bang, bang, bang brought me out of the best dream, one with a sexy NFL quarterback who may or may not have been wearing any clothes. Tersey, get the door. I need to finish my dream.
Meow.
You're really worthless. You know that, right? But I love you anyway. The banging continued as I made my way to the peephole. But I knew it was Everson. He had the weirdest knock. Knock, knock. 10 seconds later, knock, 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 knock. The same pattern continued without variation. The guy knew I had to assemble myself before I could get the door. Yes, I'm marrying Cage. Everson grinned, the full-on smile I loved. It was the best because I knew he didn't really want to admit that he genuinely liked me. Or that he was amused by me. Same thing. Monahan is married to the team. He won't be taking a wife anytime soon if he knows what's best for him. Too distracting. Good morning to you, too. I crossed my arms over my chest. It's nearly noon, Stick. I had a late night. He held his hand up. I don't need to hear about you getting your freak on. Sons of Anarchy until 2 a.m. is hardly getting my freak on. What do you want? Conditioner. My gaze shifted to his short, buzzed hair. He rolled his eyes. Ooh, I nodded. You had a lady friend stay over last night. A lady friend? Really, Stick? No one says that. And no, that's not it. First of all, I just said it, so you can't say no one says it. I'm someone, you know? And as for your stick, I saw a picture of Shayna's mom. Your mom. His brow peaked. I narrowed my eyes, but he shook off my comment. After a few seconds of silence he refused to fill with elaborating on his mom, I sighed. If the conditioner is not for hair, then I have a good idea what you're going to do with it. And I'll give you some lotion instead. I splurge on good conditioner. I'm sure some sort of cooking oil would work as good. You ever thought about trying that? Everson shook his head. Hornside or not, you're a freak woman. That's all there is to it.
Everson?
The door to his apartment cracked open. I came so close to bursting into tears. I couldn't even speak past the lump in my throat. I'm not sure what the rules are on helping her bathe. I'm a guy, her brother, not her dad, and I shook my head until he stopped talking, then I nodded. I've got her. I choked out, blinking back my tears. Get your clothes, he told her, then turned to me when she went back inside his apartment. Don't give me that look. I'm not making any promises. One day at a time. That's all I've got to give. Don't get too attached to her, Stick. Got it? I nodded, completely lying. Shayna already had me with her very first smile. As Shayna played in the bathtub, I sat on the vanity and scrolled through my emails looking for my flight confirmation. My phone vibrated and a text popped up at the top of my screen. This is me wanting to call you, but I'm not alone. Hi. I wasted no time typing my future husband's name into my contacts with the text's number. Like, hi. It's rude to text me with someone else in your bed. Kate. It's afternoon.
who's still in bed.
Like, never mind.
Kate, what are you doing?
Like, giving the cutest little girl a bath?
Kate, you have a child?
Like, no, she's ever since.
Kate, Banks has a daughter?
Like, no, it's his sister. Long story, and you didn't hear it from me.
Kate, clearly, since you didn't actually tell me the story.
Like, what are you doing?
Kate, getting a massage?
Like, rough life.
Kate, not like a spa massage. Sports therapy.
Like, isn't it off-season?
Kate, I still train in the off-season.
Like, coach's pet?
Kate, so I've heard.
I laughed. Shayna looked up from her soapy abyss and grinned. You ready to get rinsed off and get out? She shook her head. I shrugged. Okay, but the water won't stay warm forever. She grabbed one of the plastic cups I gave her and dumped water through my kitchen strainer.
Kate, when do you leave for China?
Like, early tomorrow morning.
Kate, need a ride to the airport?
Like, no, my boss pays for parking.
Kate, clearing my throat. Do you want me to take you to the airport?
I love him, I whispered to myself as my heart fluttered in my chest to the same rhythm as the butterflies in my stomach. Like, you'd have to get up too early.
Kate, you still haven't answered my question.
Like, the sun won't be up.
Kate, and?
I trapped my lips between my teeth and took a deep breath. Like, I'd love for you to take me to the airport.
Kate, time?
Like, my flight leaves at 10:05, so you'll need to be here by 7:30.
Chapter 8. The Kiss. Cage. I couldn't contain my laughter. She thought 7:30 a.m. was early. Something funny? Kevin, my massage therapist, asked as he kneaded the hell out of my calves. Yeah, I'm taking a friend to the airport in the morning, and she thinks it's still dark out at 7:30. I wonder what time she normally wakes up. Friend? A she? Officially, yes. She is a friend. Unofficially? I stared at my phone screen. Unofficially, I can't stop thinking about her. I met her right after my dad died. It was just one day, but she made one hell of an impression on me. I saw her at Banks's birthday party. She lives in the apartment across from his, and I don't know. I shook my head. Cage, how do you like your coffee? Lake, I like it as tea, honey, no milk. Cage, see you in the morning. I might even bring the sun with me. Lake, I fear you're making fun of me. Cage, never. What about Kelsey? I broke up with her the night of the party. We weren't that serious, so there wasn't any drama or shit like that. But it was impulsive, and I'm not impulsive. I saw this girl holding quite possibly the ugliest cat in the world, and she was all over the place crazy, yet I found it so damn sexy. I laughed just thinking about it. She doesn't follow football, so she had no idea what I do. For some reason, I liked that she didn't follow football. She ran into her apartment and grabbed a permanent marker and a box of generic cereal, then asked me to sign the box. Kevin laughed. That had to be a blow to your ego. Like she was trying to acknowledge your fame to not offend you. Actually, it had the opposite effect on me. She doesn't seem like the type who tries to impress anyone, yet she's one of the most impressive people I've ever met. Crazy, but impressive. Anyway, she was leaving to go on a date and it messed with my head. I tried to enjoy the party, took Kelsey home, and ended it. Girls messing with your head 2 months before training camp probably isn't the best thing for someone in your shoes. Tossing my phone on my bag, I rested my head on the table and closed my eyes. You're probably right.
Lake. More bang, 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 but a different rhythm. Not Everson. Why can't a girl get some decent sleep?
Meow.
Meow yourself. Get the door, impress me. I don't let my disability hold me back. I rolled toward my clock. Mornings were not my thing. My brain refused to work properly until noon. Shit. The half-packed suitcase on the floor gave my memory a quick jolt. Shit. I'm so late. Why didn't my alarm go off? Why didn't you wake me, Tersey? I scrambled to the door. Peephole. Shit. I threw open the door. There wasn't one single second to spare to look at the man of my dreams standing there before me in a pair of dark blue jeans and a blue shirt that matched his eyes. But I took the second anyway.
You did tell me 7:30, right?
I jumped out of my daze. Yes, I overslept. Come in. I hurried back to my bedroom. No time for a shower.
Anything I can do?
Cage called. Feed Tersey. Bowl is on the floor, food's in the cabinet by the fridge. And if you wouldn't mind sifting the shit out of her litter box, it's in the laundry room. Trash bag is under the sink. When I decided to impress a guy, I went all out. The worst day ever to oversleep. The day I flew to China and NFL hottie offered me a ride. I threw myself together and it wasn't pretty. Then I threw the rest of my stuff in my suitcase. By the time I made it to the kitchen, Tersey had her nose buried in her food dish and Cage waited by the door with a spark of amusement lighting up his face. I gave him a weak, very apologetic smile. I'm aware that I just crossed a line by asking you to scoop cat poop for me, but Mrs. Leonard in 2A just had back surgery. She'll feed Tersey for me, but I didn't want her to have to scoop poop, so I thought it best to leave with it clean this morning.
It's fine.
Double-checking for my passport and my purse, I shook my head. It's not fine. I don't know how I managed to oversleep all the time, and you got up extra early to do this for me this morning.
I'm up before 6 every morning. I got in a run, showered, and ate breakfast already.
I looked up, slinging my purse over my shoulder. Wow, you must go to bed really early. Cage shrugged.
11 most nights.
Early. I wheeled my 2 suitcases to the door.
11 is early?
A bit, but what do I know? Ready? He took my bags while I said goodbye to Tersey and locked the door.
Your place. The decorating is really cool. Did you hire someone?
Nope. I beamed as the elevator descended. I used to love fashion, decorating, designing, all that artsy stuff. That's what I started studying in college before the accident. I laughed. Shoes. I loved shoes. Sexy, beautiful, ankle-breaking, toe-mangling shoes. I spent every paycheck on shoes.
Stupid.
I shook my head. It's crazy how life puts things into perspective. My mom hauled off all my fancy shoes after the accident. I couldn't even look at them. Then one day, I gave him a shy glance as we stepped off the elevator. I met this guy. It was just one day, but he changed my whole world. He was the guy girls would sell their souls to be with, and he flirted with me, and then he kissed me. And even though I feared I would never see him again, I walked away with this crazy confidence that I'd totally lost the day of the accident. I wanted a new leg. One that I could use with high heels and that I could paint the toenails. And shoes. I wanted sexy shoes again. Cage opened the door to the front of the building.
Me? That was me?
I nodded with an enormous grin. Yep. He shook his head with a smile that rivaled mine.
That's just so crazy.
Parked in the front of the building was the same truck he had in Omaha. Wow, you still have this truck? No ridiculously expensive sports car for Mr. NFL? Cage loaded my bags and back.
Not yet.
He shot me a frown when I didn't wait for him to open my door. I shrugged with a grin. As he climbed in, I fastened my seatbelt, adjusted the strap, and tugged it several times. Then I reached over and gave his seatbelt a firm tug. It was instinct. He looked at me with narrowed eyes for a moment. I looked straight ahead.
Here.
He pulled a cup from the holder between us.
Tea with honey. No milk.
My mouth said thank you, but my heart said, I love you. My brain was removed from the equation.
Anyway,
he continued, pulling away from the curb,
I can't trade my truck in until I can no longer imagine my father's disapproving face. He was the epitome of practical. I already know I'll be grounded in the afterlife for the house I purchased, and compared to other players' homes, it's quite conservative.
As conservative as Everson's?
He chuckled. You both live in luxury apartments. Emphasis on luxury. All I can say is testing prosthetics must pay quite well.
He gave me a quick sideways glance. I smirked.
Everson has one more year before he becomes a free agent. I have no doubt we'll keep him. But he had an offer on his mansion, and it was a mansion. So he sold it and leased the apartment until he knows for sure where he'll be in another year.
It must be hard to put down roots as a professional athlete.
Depends. Some players stay with the same team for their entire career.
Is that what you hope to do?
Sure. If I'm on a good team and getting to play, that's the dream.
I nodded. After a few minutes, I reached for the radio. No docking station for your phone in here. You're so old school in this truck. Time to get personal. What's programmed into your radio? Flashing him a devilish grin, I turn on the radio. Country, I grimaced. He shrugged, keeping his eyes on the road, a small grin teasing his lips. I pressed the next preset button. Country. I shook my head and pushed the next button. Country. Next button. Country. Next button. Oh, thank God. Pop rock.
I ran out of country stations in this area.
I chuckled. Wow. So you're a country boy. Cage smiled.
Not in the cowboy sense, but yes, I like country music. I take it you don't?
I like some of the crossover artists, but most of it is too twangy for me, and some of the lyrics are just too sad. My girl left me. My guy cheated on me. My truck has big tires. My dog died. He coughed a laugh.
Because cock rock is so much better. Let's see, I'm pretty sure most of those songs are about sex, drugs, prostitution, and rich people buying shit.
The tea in my mouth tried to come out of my nose as laughter filled my chest. Cock rock? Like getting your cock rocked?
So you've heard the term?
No, I giggled some more. That's not a real term. Tapping my finger on the console between us, I shrugged. But at least the voices are sexy, not twangy.
So, it's not what someone says, it's how they say it?
Exactly. My head bobbed in an exaggerated nod.
So, I could call you a whore and tell you to bend over while I snort a line off your sweet ass with a $100 bill before I fuck you. And if I said it in the right voice, it would sound sexy to you.
Psst, no. I rolled my eyes. Then, of course, I wondered if the sweet-ass comment was literal or just a lyrical example. Okay, it might have sounded sexy to me. I wasn't going to ask him to actually say that in his sexiest voice, but it sure left me thinking about the songs I liked. Then I focused on the actual lyrics. Yeah, he could have said that to me and made me want to let him do it. The religious sector was right. Music was corrupting young minds, and I was one of them. A unique and catchy beat could make people dance and celebrate some really terrible shit. Not good. So, I found a quick change of subject that made me feel less like a tramp. Thaddeus is quite wealthy. He has tons of patents on things beyond robotic technology. He pays me well, but I received a hefty settlement from my accident, too. I've also been photographed for various fitness and technology magazines. Thad lines all that stuff up for me. It's good publicity for him as well, and the money that comes from the photo releases is pretty good.
Sounds like you've got everything going for you.
Not everything. He pulled into my airline's terminal drop-off and got my luggage out of the back.
So, how long will you be in Beijing?
A week to 10 days. It depends on how much tweaking they do, I shrugged. So, if you find yourself in the Beijing area, give me a call. We can grab dinner or something.
Cage grinned. Sure, I'll check my schedule. Somehow I think my 6-day-a-week workouts, preseason training, and fishing will prevent me from being in your neighborhood.
Fishing? You fish?
10,000 lakes. Of course I fish.
I nodded, imagining Cage on a fishing boat, listening to country music. It surprised me how much I liked that visual. I'd better go. Who knows how long it will take me to get through security with my metal parts. Thank you for the ride.
My pleasure.
He didn't move. I didn't move. What were we waiting for? A kiss? I hoped so. He stepped closer to me. I held my breath. The ground shook. The clouds parted. Angels played their trumpets. Okay, that may have been a slight exaggeration, but inside that's how I felt until the world's biggest dickhead honked his horn at us. "This isn't a parking lane," he yelled out his window. Cage stepped back. "No, don't step back."
We'll text.
I smiled, but it felt more like a grimace. Bye. Turning, I made sure to give Dickhead an evil glare before making my way to the entrance. First class. Thaddeus took care of me, but even with some extra room and extra attention, the flight would be brutal. No one sat next to me on the flight to Seattle. I could only hope to have as much luck on the plane from Seattle to Beijing. With my 2-hour layover in Seattle, I grabbed a sandwich, smart water, and a bag of barbecue potato chips, then claimed my seat by the gate, propping my legs up on my carry-on suitcase. After licking off the barbecue flavoring, I took my phone off airplane mode, and a text dinged right away.
Cage, I should have just kissed you. Stupid me.
Why? I closed my eyes as my chin dipped to my chest. When I opened them, several people around me gave me that, "Are you okay or just crazy?" look.
Sorry,
I whispered, then shoved my sandwich into my mouth, ripping off a very unladylike sized bite. Lake, I haven't left the States. How soon can you get to Seattle? Lake, do you remember our first kiss? Lake, you turned your head. I wasn't going to kiss you on the lips. Lake, thank you for turning your head. Best kiss ever. Lake, are you still there?
Kate, just being polite and listening to you.
Lake, sorry, I talk a lot.
Kate, I noticed, especially to yourself.
Lake, I don't talk to myself.
Kate, you do. The day we met, you used the bathroom at my dad's house and I heard you talking to yourself.
He heard me. I couldn't believe he heard me. So embarrassing. After shutting the bathroom door, I rested my hands on the edge of the sink, looking in the mirror at the flushed face of a girl who hadn't given a second glance to a guy since her accident. He's gorgeous, Lake. Stop thinking stupid shit about a gorgeous guy that lives a million miles away. And oh yeah, he's naturally going to be attracted to gorgeous women with all their limbs intact. I may have had some self-esteem issues right after my accident. Lake, I don't talk to myself. Sometimes I just think out loud. Why were you eavesdropping on my thoughts?
Cage, LOL. Because you think so loud.
Lake, I'm ashamed.
Cage, why?
Lake, because you were grieving your dad that day. I ached for you, but it didn't stop me from pining for you too. I was lonely and insecure.
Cage, and now?
He asked some really good questions. I took a few minutes to enjoy the rest of my lunch while I thought about it. Cage didn't text me again. He waited for me. I loved his patience. Lake, now I'm alone, but I'm no longer lonely. Netflix, Turzy, etc. And I'm not insecure about my body. Half-truths. A cat and Netflix were a stretch for defining companionship. It had been so long since I'd been intimate with anyone that I couldn't honestly say how insecure I would feel lying on a bed naked in front of a sexy man like Cage. Clearly, my thoughts were jumping ahead to... maybe never.
Cage. When did you get Turzy? She's quite the cat.
I grinned. Lake, she was a gift.
Cage. Was she in one piece when you got her?
Lake, LOL, no. They say the truth is more unbelievable than fiction. Well, here it is. She was a gift from a date I met on an online dating website. I knew right away my leg made him nervous and there wouldn't be a second date. But I think he mistook my kindness for attraction. The next day, he had a friend of his deliver me a package with a note that said, "Sorry we didn't work out. Hope she keeps you company until you find the right guy. Her name is Turzy, which means 3 in Polish. I'm half Polish, and you are missing a leg. So I thought it was a fitting reminder of our date. The rescue shelter said she lost her leg and part of her ear when she got tangled up in a group of bikers. I hope you two bond and you think of me often." Cage. LMFAO, you have to be joking. Lake. Sadly, no. I've had her in the car and halfway to the shelter to return her at least a dozen times. But I can't do it. It pisses me off that she's so attached to me.
Cage. Are you sure it's not that you're so attached to her?
I shook my head. Lake. I can board my plane. TTYL.
Cage. Safe travels. And Lake. I remember the kiss. I remember it well.
I floated onto the plane. My head was huge and way up in the clouds. It was a miracle that I even fit onto the aircraft. After tossing my purse onto my seat, I unzipped the front pocket of my carry-on to get my headphones. As I pulled them out, something fell to the ground. An older gentleman waiting for me to move out of the aisle bent down and picked it up.
You dropped this.
Thank you. I looked at it without recognition and stepped back out of his way. It was a blank white note card. Then I flipped it over. Chapter 2. I shook my head. Flint? Everson? It didn't make sense. Cage was the only one near my carry-on, but he didn't have anything to do with the first note card. It had to be him. Yet it couldn't be him. It was very weird and mysterious. I settled into my seat, and for the next 12 hours, I thought non-stop about the note cards and the missed kiss, while listening to some country music I had downloaded at the airport. Chapter 9. Jet lag. The typical stranger holding a sign with my name on it at the Beijing airport didn't exist. Instead, I was greeted with the cocky grin I knew too well. His lower teeth were a bit crowded, like he didn't wear his retainer long enough as a boy. but the dirty blonde version of Einstein's hair and hazel green eyes made up for that minor imperfection. At nearly 6'6", it was impossible to miss Thaddeus Westbrook waiting on the other side of security, grinning like a complete goofball. Love! I rolled my tired eyes. Early afternoon Beijing time was early morning, aka my bedtime in the States. Thrilled to see you didn't take down the plane with my baby. Shut up. I released my carry-on and collapsed into his arms. I'm tired. Hotel, now. Sorry, love. Jerry awaits. Come, we'll stop for coffee on the way. I don't drink coffee. Yes, tea. Well, you're in the right place for that. What the hell is with your hand? He held his new invention out in front of him as we made our way to baggage claim. You like? It has 8 fingers. Indeed it does. Technology isn't limited to biological standards. Have you ever heard someone say they needed another hand? They're fingers, Thad. It's just an example. Trust me, the ladies love it. You're a pervert. I'm a gentleman, and you know it. It's not fair. I think women look at amputee men differently than men look at amputee women. We're visual creatures, love. Don't worry, you'll find your man. He may only have 5 fingers to give you, but if he's good with them enough, geez! My mind latched onto Thad's stupid comment, and all my thoughts jumped to Cage and 5 of his fingers. The driver took us straight to Jerry's lab, in spite of my protesting and desperate pleas for sleep. We didn't stop for tea, but Jerry had a cast-iron pot of oolong and 3 small cups waiting for us when we arrived. Excellent! You made it! Little Jerry bowed as we removed our shoes at the door. I'm a zombie, Jerry. Can we do this in, say, 6 to 8 hours? I tossed my purse on the wood floor. No, I'll be asleep. This time change kills me every time I visit. I glared at that as he wriggled his 8 metal fingers at Jerry. From now on, you need to give me 24 hours to acclimate before we do any work. They both ignored me, their enamored gazes fixed only to the crazy hand. Stop whining, love. You're much too beautiful to walk around with your lips sticking out. I sighed. Whatever. Let's blow up Jerry's balls so we can get back to the hotel. Jerry stopped messing with Mr. 8 Fingers and tipped his chin down, rolling his eyes up to give us both a disapproving look. I'm not gay, so if that's some American expression for implying that I'm gay, then it's not. Thad shook his head. Because I'm not. My grin, although buried under my deep need for sleep, managed to make a brief appearance. Oh, I'm sure you get yours, Jerry. Nothing ruined a good line, quite like 2 intellectual overachievers giving the dopey girl in the room a WTF look. Is that street talk, love? No, it was Everson talk, but apparently I failed to deliver it accurately or in the right context. You 2 would never survive in the wild. You know that, right? It was a weak recovery, but sleep deprivation left my brain functioning at less than 20%. Our dear lake has been in Minnesota too long. Thad drew out the O like soda. I fear she's morphed into a throwback from the 90s. Lake, my love, do women there still wear scrunchies in their hair? Really, Thad? You grew up in Kansas. Thad whipped his head around to Jerry. Kansas? Jerry asked. You said you grew up in Boston and went to MIT. Thad shrugged, staring at his prosthetic hand like a woman contemplating her need for a manicure. True and true. Explain. Jerry crossed his arms over his chest. I tried to stifle a laugh. It was quite the sight, seeing a guy who was tall enough to play center in the NBA looking proverbially much smaller than the Asian man who was not tall enough to ride most roller coasters at Six Flags. I did go to MIT, but technically I didn't grow up until my last year in college, which happened to be in Boston. But if we're being technical, Thad gave me a quick glance with the stink eye, then one could say I was born and spent my childhood in Kansas. I snorted. Duh, Jerry. How many farming accidents do you suppose happen around Boston? You said you lost your hand and fingers from frostbite while climbing Everest. It was cold that year at harvest time, and the machine that nearly took my life was big and tall, much like Everest. Jerry deflated like he'd just discovered his idol was a fraud. In all fairness to Thaddeus, he did summit Everest, but that was after the accident. I nodded big, attempting to rally Thad's #1 fan. Jerry looked to Thad for confirmation, a sliver of hope that Thaddeus the Great was not a complete sham. It's true. So why did you lie? Thad sighed. I don't know. It sounded better on my resume. You hired me. True. But I wanted you to take the job. I needed you. And I thought I needed to look impressive because I knew for a fact that at least 10 other companies were trying to recruit you. Jerry smiled, his face flushing a bit as he fluttered his eyelashes. I'm touched. Thad shook his head. Great. Fabulous. Wonderful. Now can we get to work? I have to tell you about Lake's reason for landing in jail. That's what will make your testicles explode. It's the biggest breakthrough I've ever had, and it's going to change the future. By the time the two geeks finished feeling me up, fitting me for Jerry's climbing robotic leg, and testing the thought-to-action of Thad's rebel baby, my battery was dead. I'm not sure how we got to the hotel, but I think Thad may have tossed me over his shoulder, palming my ass with all 8 fingers. One minute I was swaying by Jerry's door, waiting for them to stop their endless ramblings, and the next I was waking up in a big bed. The red numbers on the digital clock read 11:30. I sat up wearing nothing but my bra and panties. Pervert, I mumbled. The dimly lit streetlights below cast a hazy glow along the edge of the curtains where they didn't meet the wall. I hopped over to the desk to grab my phone, then hopped back in bed. 5 hours of sleep gave me enough brain function to want to call a certain dimpled boy in Minnesota. Having trouble adjusting to the time change? He answered on the second ring. I'm so screwed. I don't know which end is up. I just woke up, but the rest of Beijing is turning out their lights for the night. How was your flight? It sucked, but the voice on the other end of the line erased all that. Long and strange. Strange? Yeah. The day I got arrested and Everson's guy bailed me out, then returned my car. Well, the kid who brought the car back handed me this note card that read, Chapter 1. Then on the plane I found another note card in my carry-on that read Chapter 2. I think I'm being stalked by a writer. Is that crazy? Undoubtedly. I grinned, running my fingers through my tangled hair. Cage's voice had true personality. If words could smile, then his did. Enough about me and my literary stalker. Tell me what you've been doing. Let's see. I exercised this morning, helped out at youth camp, and then I spent an hour on the phone with my mom. My sisters have a birthday coming up, and she wants me to fly home for it. But my schedule is crazy, and taking a shit is frowned upon at this point. Leaving town? It wouldn't be good. Omaha? No, they live in Portland. I didn't know you had sisters. Half-sisters, twins. My mom remarried after she and my dad divorced. How old are your sisters? They're turning 8. Well, that sounds like fun. You should go. I should, huh? You did hear me say it's not a great time to leave town, right? Family is not a career. It's why you have a career. If you can't be there for the big moments, then why are you doing it? Besides, I have no doubt that your sisters look up to you, Mr. NFL sensation.
How do you know I'm a sensation? You don't follow football.
Google told me.
Google?
Yes. I flipped onto my stomach, propped up my elbows. Google told me Tage Monahan won the Heisman Trophy and went #1 in the draft. I also know your jersey number is 1, which is cool because 1 is the best number.
His chuckle tickled my skin.
Yes, I could feel him laugh, and the way it made me feel was indescribable, truly like nothing I had ever felt before.
Tell me why 1 is the best.
1 is enough. It's unique. It's a chance, an opportunity, an experience. 1 is never greedy. 1 is independent. 1 can change everything.
1 is the best.
I trapped my lower lip between my teeth and nodded. Yes, it is.
So, I'm going to win the Super Bowl this season?
One day, I believe you will.
What if I want to win it more than once?
Then you're just being greedy.
Are you ever greedy?
Undoubtedly.
When?
I don't know, lots of times. I'm human. We're greedy. I'm not sure if it's nature or nurture, but everyone has their greedy moments.
Like when?
Stop, I laughed.
Just 1. Give me 1 of your greedy instances.
Why?
Because I want to know your weakness.
So if I say it's chocolate, are you going to send me a huge box of truffles?
Yes.
I giggle. You're terrible.
I'm waiting.
Netflix.
Doesn't count. Give me something more tangible.
I squeezed my eyes shut and jumped off the bridge. Your kiss. The line went silent. Even my heart stopped for a few seconds, waiting.
My kiss.
We weren't on the same continent. How could I be so embarrassed? My hand covered my face. Why? Because that was my level of complete craziness.
Well, sort of.
Yeah.
I really like...
Monaghan, let's go, a man's voice echoed.
Yeah, give me 30 seconds.
20, the man replied. The interruption left me panting on the verge of an all-out drool. He really liked what? The kiss? Me? Pizza? Dogs? 3-legged cats?
I've got to run. I have an interview.
No, I shook my head. I needed to practice not sounding so desperate. I mean, okay, I'll be here, maybe indefinitely, since I said what I did.
Oh, Lake, he chuckled. I'll call you later.
Bye. I pressed end and hammered my head into the pillow. You're not this girl, Lake. Stop being so gaga stupid like a 15-year-old at a Justin Bieber concert. Chapter 10. Impulsivity. The blue depths of the Olympic pool haunted me, along with the bystanders snapping photos of the girl with a fin leg swimming laps. I had to remind myself that the near-drowning incident the previous year, when Thad saved me, was a weak moment. I wasn't that girl anymore. In the afternoon, we were at the climbing facility. Fit the leg, climb the wall, make adjustments, climb the wall again. Repeat, repeat, repeat. 3 days passed with no word, no later call from Cage. I said too much. My mouth and brain functioned independently. Jerry and Thad tap danced on my last nerve. They bickered like a married couple over 50 years of marriage.
We're going to dinner, love. You coming?
Thad asked, like he and Jerry hadn't just been on the verge of killing each other over a sensory setting on the new leg. I think I need a break from, I smiled, people. You mean us? Jerry didn't have to look up from his computer. The guy was perceptive, heterosexual, and perceptive. Thad narrowed his eyes in a say-it-ain't-so way. You both are just really, Thad prodded. Draining, Theory deadpanned, eyes still focused on his screen. We suck the life out of everything and everyone around us, Thaddeus. Is this true, Lake? I grimaced, lifting my shoulders. It's not entirely false. Fine, Thad's chin jutted out. Go. We'll just see you tomorrow. We don't need you cock-blocking us tonight anyway. For the last time, I'm not gay. I bit back my grin while Thad rolled his eyes. Not with each other, you idiot. With women at bars or clubs. We don't want to look attached if we want to get laid. Oh, Jerry peeked up from his computer. Sorry. I had a better chance of spontaneously growing a new leg before Jerry would get laid, but I kept that theory to myself. I had many theories. They were correct half of the time. Well, I hope you and your cocks have a lovely night. I grabbed my purse and slipped on my shoe. Funny, love. Only not really. Enjoy your freedom. I'll be knocking on your hotel room door early tomorrow morning. Try to be at least a little coherent when you open the door. Sorry, I don't have masseuses coming to my room late at night to read me a bedtime story and release my tension from the day. I'll come to your room, Lake. I get it, Jerry. You're not gay. Wouldn't care if you were, but stay the hell away from my hotel room. Oh, love. The sexual tension between you and Jerry could trigger a major earthquake. For the sake of 20 million people, try to control yourselves. I needed a raise. Go to Capital M. Tell them I sent you. They'll seat you right away. The nighttime view of Tiananmen Square is excellent. Do you have a company credit card? Make sure Thaddeus pays, Jerry instructed. I grinned. I never travel without it. Thad shook his head. Jerry Chu's name didn't mean anything to me when I first met him, but the staff at Capital M treated just the mention of his name like the secret code to a buried treasure. As promised, the nighttime view of Tiananmen Square was most excellent. My vibrating phone drew my attention away from the view and my table filled with too much food and expensive wine. Thad's credit card, of course. Cage. Do you speak Chinese? I grinned. Lake. Sorry, who are you again? I vaguely remember some guy with your name. Cage. I've been busy. Lake. Sorry, your royal quarterbackness. Cage. Are you mad at me? Yes. No. Little. Why didn't he call? Lake. I'm just tired and stressed from spending so much time with my boss and his runt of a sidekick, and the TV sucks at my hotel. I'm bored. Cage. You should go sightseeing. Lake. Been there, done that. This isn't my first rodeo in Beijing. Cage. They have a rodeo in China? Lake. Har, har, har. Cage. Where are you? Lake. Capital M. Too public for phone sex, so don't even ask. There it was. Exhibit A of Lake says the most inappropriate things. Cage. Wow. Lake. Joking. I have a weird sense of humor. Sorry. Cage. What are you eating? Lake. Nothing, but there's a duck and maybe some sort of dumplings on my plate and a really expensive bottle of wine on the table since my boss pays for my meals. Isn't that terrible? I'm already feeling regretful. The whole starving people thing weighs heavily on my conscience. I should have just grabbed a bag of pretzels at the hotel and called it a night. We continued to text for almost 45 minutes before I tossed Thad's credit card on the table. Cage felt like somebody I'd known my whole life. The conversation came easily. Like catching a cab back to my hotel. I'm tired. Fact, I haven't slept well since my accident. I feel chronically sleep-deprived. I don't even call what I do falling asleep. It's really just passing out after hitting a wall. I seem to go from 100 to 0 in a matter of seconds.
Cage, that sucks.
I signed for the bill, then made my way to the entrance, dodging people and tables while my head was down staring at my phone. Blake, enough about me. What are you doing?
Cage, just enjoying the evening.
Blake, it's not even evening there.
I know.
I hit that wall. I had to have hit that wall. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. I had to be asleep. The mirage next to a taxi by the curb in front of the restaurant was the man of my dreams. He smiled. I remained static with my jaw unhinged. I needed to wake from my dream. I didn't want to. It was too good.
Of all the places in the world, you had to come here for work. Do you know how impossibly difficult it is to get here? A passport wasn't good enough. I had to expedite a visa. Security violated me on so many levels, I'm certain I'll forever be emotionally scarred. And don't even get me started on the impact this little detour could have on my career.
Blink. 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 I needed a better response than a blink. Each time I thought he'd disappear because he wasn't 15 feet from me. There was just no way it was possible.
You said if I was in the neighborhood.
I nodded slowly. It was progress, another sign of life. You're... Oh my God. You came to Beijing for me? Cage returned a guilty shrug like it was no big deal. I was amazed every time a guy returned my phone call. Flowers sent my heart into arrhythmia. Following me to Beijing? Complete cardiac arrest.
Here's the thing.
He walked toward me.
I should have just kissed you at the baseball game. And after I scooped Terzi's shit. And again at the airport.
Gulp. He brushed his thumbs along my cheeks, then slid his hands back to cup my head. I had to look like the newest addition to the Blue Man show. I wasn't breathing. There was no oxygen to be had. Blink, 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 gulp.
Hi,
he whispered over my lips a split second before he kissed me. I died. The end. Story over. I vaguely remembered something about public displays of affection being frowned upon or illegal or maybe punishable by death in China. It was worth the consequences. My heart thundered embarrassingly loud. That moment was the one that could have triggered the earthquake. Millions of lives were at risk. Was one kiss worth it? Yes. Oh, dear God. Yes. I wasn't the world's leading expert on kissing, but I knew what I liked. And so did Cage Monahan. He took his time feeling my lips with his. It wasn't until he'd felt every inch of them several times over before just the tip of his tongue teased my upper lip. I loved that moment when the feeling turned into tasting. I loved the way his hands fisted my hair, holding all of his tension so his lips could remain slow and patient. More than anything, I loved that he deepened the kiss, bringing my body flesh to his heart hammered against his chest just like mine. Eventually, the need for air trumped the need to kiss. My lungs were such spoil sports. Cage grinned, rubbing his lips together. I grinned too. Hi, I whispered.
Can I offer you a ride back to your hotel before I head back to the airport?
My eyes popped right out of their sockets. What? Airport? You just got here. Cage gave me the textbook, "What is your point?" look. Squeezing my eyes shut, I rubbed my hands over my face. It had to be a dream or a nightmare. I needed to wake up, but when I removed my hands, he was still there. You applied for a visa and flew to China just to kiss me? He nodded.
Totally worth it. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yes. No, I shook my head. I don't know. Who does that? Who flies halfway around the world to kiss someone they've seen 5 times in their entire life?
So you're counting?
He smirked. No. Yes. I counted every second we spent together since our very first encounter. I counted the smiles, the dimple appearances, the times his eyes wandered down my body, the butterflies in my stomach. Every touch, every look, every moment that felt like our connection had existed before we ever met. Yeah, I counted. Every single one.
Blake?
I looked up from my absent-minded staring at the ground between us. What?
I'm kidding. I didn't fly here just to kiss you.
I smiled. That would be crazy.
Probably.
He turned and opened the back door to the cab.
But I would have,
he said as I slid in the back seat. There was only one thing left to do. I clenched my fists at the center of my chest, just like a superhero ripping off their street clothes. But I ripped open my chest instead and silently said, "Here's my heart. Just take it."
You're awfully quiet for someone who thinks so loud.
I turned toward him as the taxi fought through the evening traffic. You're here and I'm speechless. Are you sure you don't have something else going on? Meetings, therapy, training? He tipped his head back and closed his eyes. A smile grew along his handsome face.
I think Beijing would be a very odd place to hold meetings, therapy, or any sort of NFL training. Is it so hard to believe that I came here just to see you?
He lifted his head and opened his eyes, pinning me with an intense stare that demanded an answer. Well, yeah, it is. Not that I'm not worthy of being followed halfway around the world. I flashed him a flirty smile. It's just that this is a grand gesture of epic proportions. Are you that guy? The one who's OTT with everything?
OTT?
He narrowed his eyes. Over the top. Cage chuckled and looked out his window.
No, I'm the guy who decided to put my career first the day I was drafted. I'm the guy who basically hands a girl a dating agreement that says he will never be anything more than casual because football comes first. I'm the guy who would rather watch game footage than porn. I'm the guy who's focused 100% of the time.
He looked back at me, and time seemed to pause while we just gazed at each other. You flew to China to kiss me, I whispered. Cage nodded, but his playful smile vanished. It was as if the reality of his rash behavior finally caught up to him. I reached between us and took his hand, giving it a tight squeeze. I won't tell the guy you were just talking about. This will be our little secret. He stared at our interlaced fingers.
Thanks. He'd be really pissed at me for being so impulsive.
He sounds like a real downer. Cage's smile returned, and all was right on our side of the world again.
He's just focused. Other than that, he's a pretty good guy.
Yeah? His eyes met mine.
Yeah.
By the time we arrived at my hotel, Cage seemed to be his jovial self again. Did you get a room here? And if so, how did you know I was staying here? The cabbie retrieved Cage's suitcase from the trunk.
I didn't know where you were staying. And I don't have a room anywhere yet. I only made the necessary plans to get here.
We stopped at the front desk, but there were no rooms available, not even for an American celebrity. You'll stay with me.
What? No. Cage shook his head.
The guy flew to China to kiss me, but he was too chivalrous to stay in the same room with me? Man, I loved him before it ever made sense.
I'll just go to another hotel.
No way. He smirked. My skin heated from his, "What are you implying?" look. I'm just saying, it's silly when I have this suite that my boss is paying for, and it's not even that late. We could still do something tonight. Cage's smirk deepened. And by something, I'm not implying anything like. I rolled my eyes. I'm not going to jump you. I don't mean any of it in a sexual way. Yes, in a strip me down and bury your head between my legs sort of way. That was exactly what I meant because I needed sex, and I needed it with him. Sweat began to bead along my skin. He quirked a brow. Jump me? I just mean we can share a room without having sex, if that's what you're worried about. Cage took a quick scan around the lobby.
You think I'm worried about having sex with you?
He said in a hushed voice. No, I just don't want you to feel obligated to have sex with me. The kiss was enough. It wasn't enough. Oh, my word, I wanted so much more. What had happened to me? When did I become such a liar? There must have been something in the Minnesota water, probably pesticide runoff, and nothing was safe to drink in Beijing, at least that's what Thad told me. First Shayna, and then Cage. What was my deal with all the lying?
This is the craziest conversation I've ever had.
I sighed. Just come. His eyes widened. I shook my head. Come up to my room, just... I'd been transported to junior high again, where every word meant something sexual in the eyes of immature, giggly girls. How did I become that girl again at 24?
Chapter 11. The Gift. Cage. Flying to China on a whim was met with a shitstorm of opposition from the people in my life whom I'd hired to keep me focused and out of trouble. I wasn't the guy prone to trouble, but the day I signed with Minnesota, trouble seemed to chase me, usually in the form of greedy people claiming to have been my best buddy in elementary school, or women desperate to crawl into my bed. 72 hours after threatening to fire the very people I hired to keep me from making rash decisions, I found myself in a suite at a Beijing hotel with a woman who made me question my direction in life. That scared me. She scared me. So, what do you want to do that doesn't involve sex? Lake tossed her purse on the black couch by the window overlooking the city. That's where I would sleep. The king-sized bed in the middle of the room looked inviting after my long trip, but I needed to stay as far away from her bed as possible. My time would be equally divided between the couch and cold showers. I nodded. I love that the idea of us having sex has now become a joke of sorts. I set my suitcase on the luggage stand. Lake lifted her shoulders and grinned. You're staring. I blinked several times. Sorry, just taking you in. Yeah? She held her arms out to the side for a moment, then let them flop back against her body. And what do you see? I crossed my arms over my chest. You fishing for compliments, Jones? Jones? She laughed. My lips twisted to the side as I narrowed my eyes. She didn't melt under my scrutinizing gaze. Lake had her insecurities. They were like small, fleeting moments, flashes here and there. But they never appeared to be about her appearance, her leg, or anything on the outside. I couldn't quite figure it out. You fit in here. Big China doll eyes, long, straight black hair, flawless skin, tiny nose, petite frame. The ears, though. She grabbed her ears. What's wrong with my ears? I shrugged. They stick out a bit, but don't worry about it. I'm sure no one notices unless you wear your hair back. Dumbo ears? Are you suggesting I have Dumbo ears? Her voice elevated a few octaves. Fuck me. Lake Jones was the sexiest woman I had ever met, and I think I knew it the moment I laid eyes on her. The space-age looking prosthetic below her knee, it only made her sexier in my eyes. She held her head high, shoulders back, confident smile. She owned herself completely. No, I'm not suggesting you can fly. She squinted. That's not what I asked. I stepped closer to her. She didn't flinch. I needed to stop. We needed to sit on separate ends of the couch and watch something like Schindler's List. My dick needed to be removed from the equation, but it was hard, in every sense of the word. Because if the events of the previous days were to be stripped down to the bare truth, I flew halfway around the world just to see if her lips tasted the way I remembered from 3 years earlier. They did, but even better. My hands flexed. They itched to touch her. I'd stood in the pocket, waiting for a receiver to open up, patient and calm, as my lineman worked to hold off the guys gunning to plant my ass on the ground. I had control. With Lake, I was the child running out into the street after a shiny rainbow beach ball. The woman robbed me of all self-preservation by simply existing in my world. A knock at the door erased the scowl on her face and saved me from my runaway thoughts. She pointed a stiff finger at me. You're not off the hook. Maybe I wasn't saved from anything. Lake checked the peephole. I'm not required to see you until morning, she yelled. A muffled man's voice answered. Oh, come on, love. I'm just stopping by to say goodnight. Love didn't sit well with me. Neither did the jealousy it evoked. Lake opened the door, grumbling something under her breath. Good night, Thad. She started to close the door, but his hand stopped it. I moved closer. Do you have company? He peeked past her to me. She sighed, moving back as Thad took a step inside the room. He held up his hand, an Iron Man Doc Ock hybrid. 8 fingers. He doesn't look Chinese, love. He eyed me. He is. It's just poor lighting. She shoved his chest, but her little body made the impact of a fly. I'll see you in the morning. Thad smirked, looking down at Lake. I didn't like the way he looked at her. Maybe it was because he called her love. Maybe one had nothing to do with the other. Or maybe they had everything to do with each other. Didn't matter. It left me on edge. Are you paying him? I fisted my hands, but Lake's left-field reply sidetracked my anger. Yes. She shoved toward the door with her whole body, and he stepped back. I'm paying him for sex. Now go, because you're wasting my money. So you're trying to tell me that Minnesota's Heisman Trophy-winning quarterback turns tricks in Beijing during the off-season? Lake grumbled again, louder, but still indiscernible thoughts. She turned to the side, gesturing for Thad to come inside. Thaddeus Westbrook, meet Cage Monahan. Cage, this is Thad, my nosy boss. Hi, I smiled, making my best effort to give him the benefit of every doubt I held in my head. I'm a huge fan, he smiled, but at the same time I saw the protective look in his eyes, the one only another guy would notice. Thad thought I was infringing on his territory, and Lake was oblivious to it. Really? Lake narrowed her eyes at him. Thad gave her a quick look before returning his attention to me. Yes, I actually have several patents on knee braces that will put injured players back on the field in half the time with limited risk of further injury. He shrugged. I watch a lot of sports. It's research. I've been pretty lucky so far. No major injuries. It's not if, it's when, but I'm sure you know that. I nodded. Of course I knew that, but I didn't like to dwell on the unknown. You coming to watch Lake in action tomorrow? Jerry Chu is fitting her for a kick-ass fin and a climbing limb, too. She's a natural at everything she attempts to do. That's one of the reasons I hired her. She's fearless. He rested his hand on her lower back. I didn't like that either. I'd love to, but I don't want to be in the way or be a distraction. Her eyes shifted to me, but she didn't say anything. One of the things I noticed right away when we first met was how her emotions revealed in her eyes or her smile before she ever said a word. She literally looked honest. However, at that moment, she revealed nothing. Anything else, Thad? His tight-browed expression mirrored my own confusion. After a few moments of unspoken words between them, Thad turned toward the door. Huge pleasure to have met you, Cage. Thad continued to eye Lake. You too. Be good. He tapped the tip of one of his robotic fingers on Lake's nose twice before disappearing out the door. She closed it and rested her back against it. Sorry, he's... him. I shrugged. He seems fine. You don't like him? Her brows rose. No, of course I like him. I would never work for someone I didn't like. Life's too short for that misery. He's just... She grazed her teeth along her bottom lip over and over. It was a new side to her, a truly nervous gesture. Tell me. She looked up and blew out a slow breath that made her hair shift away from her forehead. Thaddeus has seen a very vulnerable side of me. He's watched me stumble and fall more times than I can count. Last year he saved me from drowning in a pool when a fin-type prosthetic fell off during my first lap. Of course I could swim just fine without it, but it freaked me out in that moment. It was not a fearless moment for me. He sings your praises quite well. She nodded slowly. I don't have to go tomorrow. This is your job. We can meet up later when you're done. Want to watch TV? I took that as a, yes, we'll meet up later and stop talking about it now. Sure.
Lake. My mom gave me 6 months after the accident to grieve, to regret, to feel sorry for myself. I took every single day. Nothing I did during those 6 months brought Ben back, or my leg, or the dreams I believed to be the purpose of my life. She could have given me 10 years, and on the first day of the 11th year, the outcome would have been the same. No Ben, no leg, shattered dreams. Month 7, day 1, I tore off my clothes and stood in front of a full-length mirror on my one leg. I said a final, silent goodbye to Ben, my leg and the dreams they held. Then I introduced myself to the reflection in the mirror. I blinked, and in that moment, Lake Jones was whole again. New girl, single girl with new dreams. Cage Monahan flew to China to kiss me. If he didn't marry me, it would be very awkward for my future husband or children to hear that my greatest memory was another man flying to China to kiss me. You're yawning. You look tired, I said as we chilled on the couch watching the worst TV shows ever. Cage glanced at the clock. Well, I haven't slept in almost 20 hours, so yeah, I'm a little tired. I'll shut off the TV. You get ready for bed. He shook his head, bringing his fist to his mouth to hide yet another yawn. It's fine. I liked his blonde hair a little messy, his white t-shirt a little wrinkled, and his bare feet propped up on the coffee table in front of the couch. So very sexy. I scooted to the end. Here, lie down. I giggled as he tried to maneuver his large body onto the couch without invading my space. Put your head on my lap, silly. He gave me a questioning look. I won't shave off an eyebrow or write dork on your forehead in permanent marker. I patted my lap. Uncoiling his crumpled-up body another foot, he rested his head on my lap.
No Packers or Bears shit drawn on my face either.
Shh. I pressed my finger to his lips. Sleep. Cage wrapped his hand around my wrist, keeping my finger pressed to his lips as he kissed it. Then he kissed the inside of my wrist, before laying my hand over his heart and covering it with his own as he closed his eyes. I had to remind myself to breathe. With my other hand, I feathered my fingers over his face in random patterns and softly teased his hair. He hummed, or maybe purred like Terzi. After his whole body visibly relaxed and I was certain that he was asleep, I looked in the direction of God and whispered, "Can I keep him? Pretty please." I didn't want to play the "you owe me" card with the creator of the world, but he owed me. Chapter 12. Literary Stalker. 4 hours. I spent 4 hours watching foreign television just so I could stare at Cage and feel his heart beating against the palm of my hand. Eventually, I had to pee. Stupid bladder. My hunky guy, yes, because I'd already claimed him, was dead to the world as I maneuvered myself out from underneath him. After a trip to the bathroom, I decided it was my time to pass out as well. I'd hit my magical wall and the world went black. The piercing sound of bending metal jolted me from my sleep, panting and sweating. It was the same nightmare. Same sounds, same feelings. Just a dream, I whispered to myself between labored breaths as I sat up. A sliver of light escaped the bottom of the bathroom door and the shower was running. Yesterday happened. It wasn't a dream. That thought alone eased the anxiety from my nightmare. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. No way. Propped at the base of the lamp was a note card. Chapter 3. It made no sense. What? How? Why? I slipped on my leg and went straight to the bathroom, barging in without warning. Chapter 3? Fuck, Lake! In the shower, Cage turned his back toward me. The condensation-covered glass doors obscured my view of his naked backside, but only a little. My brain made a mental note, as brains do best, to freak out in the form of a very private happy dance over seeing his amazing body. However, my mouth had its own agenda that seemed to be a few steps ahead of actual brain-powered thoughts. You're responsible for these notes? The one in my carry-on and the one... Oh my gosh, you hired Flint to get me out of jail? You sent that kid to return my car? You gave me that note? Cage cleared his throat. His hands were pressed to the shower wall, head bowed. I'm in the shower? By any chance, is this something we can discuss in maybe 5 minutes and not in the bathroom with me naked? Then it happened. My brain caught up with my impulsiveness. Damn! NFL man of my dreams was so hot. I just had to take a moment and stare. There was physically no other choice. Ass muscles, glutes, whatever. I loved a man with defined ass muscles and his legs, back, and shoulders. Magnificent.
Lake Jones, are you getting in the shower with me?
I wiped my brow. Man, it was hot in there. What? No.
Then get out.
Oh, okay. I left. As soon as I plopped onto the bed, I screamed into the pillow. My body jerked in every direction. It was too much for a girl to take. So I grabbed my phone and texted Lindsay. Lake, I'm in Beijing with the man of my dreams and he's in the shower. I saw him naked and we haven't had sex. I'm dying. What do I do? I tapped the screen of my phone like my impatience would expedite her response. Lindsay, please tell me it's not that Jerry guy. Lake, No, football guy from Omaha. Sadly, that was Cage's code name between me and Lindsay. She knew the whole one-day, one-everything experience I had 3 years earlier. However, she didn't know anything about our chance encounter in Minneapolis. Lindsay, the football guy? NFW! Blake, gotta go. The shower just shut off. Lindsay, hurry. Ride him before he gets dressed. Just do it, babe. Blake, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, no, that wasn't happening. Words were my thing. I pretty much talked nonstop. But before you slip on your clothes, could you let me ride your cock? Was not in my wheelhouse of phrases I felt confident saying to a guy. The door opened. The sexiest man alive stepped around the corner in jeans and a faded green t-shirt, hair still dripping. Were you serious about me getting in the shower with you? Another classic example of my mouth going rogue. That was not on the teleprompter. I was supposed to address the note cards. Cage rubbed the white towel over his head, then tossed it on the back of the desk chair.
Typically, if a woman comes into the bathroom while I'm in the shower, it means she wants to join me.
I frowned. Oh, is it typical for women to walk in on you while you're showering? Still, I was way off subject, but a more pressing matter took precedence. He chuckled, shaking his head.
No.
I tried not to act too relieved, but I most certainly was. Why the note cards? I pulled the sheet up over my chest. It hit me I wasn't wearing a bra. Was it fair that I guarded my t-shirt-covered nipples after gawking at him completely naked? Probably not.
You don't remember?
I remembered everything, even things I pretended not to remember because I didn't want to look like a loser with no life. Chapter titles and note cards? That I didn't remember. I wrinkled my nose. I don't. Tell me.
Nope. You'll eventually remember.
He laughed a little.
I'm actually glad you don't remember. It will make a bigger impact when you finally do.
You cannot be serious. You're not going to tell me?
Nope.
He sat on the edge of the bed, bringing his clean, soapy scent with him. I crossed my legs under the sheet, hoping to ease the miserable ache that developed from his close proximity.
Can I see your leg?
I rubbed my lips together. I didn't see that request coming. Sure. I flipped the sheet off and uncrossed my legs. I wasn't embarrassed or ashamed. I'd learned very early on not to hide it. That was me. All of me 100% complete.
May I?
His hand hovered over the end of my leg. I nodded. Cage brushed the pads of his fingers along my leg, making the occasional glance up to my eyes. Does it freak you out? He smiled and shook his head.
Nothing about you freaks me out. Well, barging in on me in the shower freaked me out a little.
His hand moved up my leg. I tracked its path, part of me begging him to keep moving north, and the other 1% thought he should stop. I considered that 1% a glitch that would work its way to the other 99% if he just kept going. I didn't see anything. It was too steamy. Lie, lie, lie. Why had it become so addictive? Cage smirked, meeting my eyes.
You saw nothing?
Cage, what are you doing? I chanted over and over in my head. I lied. She freaked the living hell out of me, and it had nothing to do with her leg. It was the feelings. The goddamn girly type feelings that I had around her. I couldn't control the things I said or the way I felt any more than I could control my growing erection. Sure, I wanted to touch her leg as a gesture that it didn't bother me, but I really just wanted to touch her. My hand moved up her leg on its own accord. Lake sucked in a quick breath. I paused, but her expressive blue eyes told me to keep going. That was my defense. Her eyes said yes. And her nipples? They gave me a standing ovation. My God, could her light blue t-shirt have been any tighter? Any thinner? The shorts, though, they were tiny, and with her leg bent I could see her white panties, and I swear they looked wet. I was painfully hard. The room felt over 100 degrees, and every 3 seconds I had to gulp down copious amounts of saliva because I craved her so fucking bad. She wet her lips again and again and again. Each time I wanted to lean in and do it for her. I moved my hand up a little more. Lake sucked in another quick breath, but those eyes still pleaded for me to keep going. I needed to know if her panties were in fact wet, and I needed to know just how wet I made her. I'd gone rogue, leaving my responsibilities behind, and likely my starting position as well. All for a girl. The only sounds in the room were the echoes of the city outside, my constant swallowing, and her puffy breaths that escaped every time her pink tongue darted out to wet those lips I wanted to taste again. Another inch or two. My hand worked its way up her leg, until my thumb rested on her inner thigh, a half-inch from those white, wet panties. She didn't say anything. Why didn't she tell me to stop or grab my hand? Why didn't I stop on my own? I wanted to kiss her, but my desire to watch her react to my touch won. Lake, tell me to stop. She just stared at me, lips parted. Lake, tell me this is too fast. Tell me what's going on between us is crazy, because... My eyes flitted between hers and my hand high on her leg. Because, she whispered, it feels like we've known each other forever. Like that one day 3 years ago held the significance of every day before it. Because on the one day you needed to feel a connection to life again, I showed up at your door. I was your connection. She did. She knocked on my door when the pain, anger, and loss were just too much. I was so mad at my dad for leaving me, for giving up, for dying. Nothing in my world made sense until I opened the door that day. Then magically, everything made sense. Yes, I whispered. Lake nodded. I know because you were mine too. You confirmed what I'd been trying to convince myself of for the previous year. Not one single yesterday mattered.
Lake. I wanted him to touch me. But more than that, I wanted him to know I felt everything he felt the day we met. Those feelings never went away from me. They became the standard to which I compared all other feelings. Sure, I wanted sex. Hell, I was desperate for it. But I wanted more than sex with Cage. I wanted the man. I wanted him. I wanted to always remember that all my yesterdays didn't matter. When he looked at me, when he touched me, that became my reality, my truth. I haven't had sex in a long time, and even then I slapped my hand over my mouth. Cage started to remove his hand from my leg, and I stopped him with my other hand. Don't stop, I mumbled, then removed my hand from my mouth, biting my lips together. Hard. His expression went from confident and sexy to slightly mortified and utterly confused. I'm sorry. I just said that so you wouldn't have high expectations. Not that I don't know what I'm doing. It's just that when or if we do that, it's going to progress quickly for me, like a 15-year-old boy with a supermodel. Cage failed to hide a smirk. And just to clarify, you're the supermodel and I'm the 15-year-old boy in that scenario. I don't know what to say. His eyes flitted between mine and my hand holding his to my leg. Tersey had nothing on me. My slutty, touch me, pet me, love me skills surpassed hers. Desperate. I had to look pathetically desperate. Surrendering to the reality that my big mouth robbed my vagina of some much-needed attention, I released his hand and flopped onto my side, covering my head with a pillow. I can't think around you. Gah, someone just shoot me, please.
Do you want me to leave?
I shot up. No! Cage untangled my hair plastered to my face.
No?
I'd rather be a blubbering idiot with you here than a well-spoken genius with you gone.
That's sexy.
He threaded his hands through my hair, grasping my head as if preparing to take something that was his. Independent woman. I belonged to no man, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to be his. The desire to find the one guy that made me want to wave my white flag lived in the non-feminist part of my brain. Cage was white flag worthy. I grinned. It's really not. But it's me, and I want you to like me. He pulled me a breath away from his lips.
I'm here, Lake. I think we're good in the liking you department.
Then he kissed me. My teeth, I mumbled against his lips. I need brush them.
Shut up,
he mumbled back. Without breaking our kiss, I braced my hands on his biceps while he held my head. Shifting to my knees, my hands slid down and gathered fistfuls of his shirt, tugging it up from his torso. I would not speak again. Life was meant to be lived. Ben died, but I lived. I lived. Cage broke our kiss and smiled so big my heart nearly exploded into a red sea of sparkling glitter. He reached back and grabbed his shirt, removing it in one swift motion. I had to remind myself to breathe. Mr. NFL followed me to China guy had a ridiculously fit body. He must have noticed my slack jaw and chest teetering on the edge of hyperventilating.
We don't have to do this.
My eyes flicked to his. Shut up, I grinned and lunged at him. He fell back onto the bed with me on top of him. Oof! His mock pain didn't faze me, and I kissed his chest and up his neck. Best breakfast ever. Please, please, please tell me you have a condom, I murmured over his jaw, working my way to his lips as he grabbed the back of my legs to straddle me over his cock.
If I say yes, will it mean I'm too presumptuous?
I stopped, hovering over his face, our noses nearly touching, my hair falling around us like a curtain. No. I think if you say yes, then it means you're going to score this morning, Monahan. His gaze washed over me. If only I could have read his expression, but I couldn't. I just knew how it made me feel. Somewhere between tipsy and complete nostalgia. On a sudden jerk, he sat up with me straddling his lap, his hands cupping my waist.
I need you to hear this.
A wrinkle of concern lined his forehead. Okay. My eyes narrowed a bit.
I can't define this. Us. But you need to know that this means something, okay?
I nodded slowly, keeping my gaze locked to his as I raised my arms above my head. He took forever to remove my shirt, inching it up my body so slowly I thought I might orgasm from how damn sexy he made something as simple as taking off my shirt feel. His confidence was rivaled only by his sexiness. As my shirt fell to the floor and my hair cascaded down my back and chest, I sucked in a shaky breath. Cage didn't move except for his eyes. They swallowed up every inch of my naked skin. Focus, Monahan. Don't fumble. The heat in his eyes seared mine, but he still gave up a cocky smile that I'd never seen before. Damn, I was more than ready to eat him alive. Abstinence had made me very hungry. I've got this. And he claimed my orgasm. 3 simple words said with complete confidence soaked my panties. His eyes returned to my bared breasts. No touching, no licking, just staring. Complete torture. I squirmed a bit on his lap. The grip he had on my hips tightened. Apparently, rubbing myself against his cock wasn't allowed. Just staring. Gah! Killing me! Cage wet his lips.
Tell me, Lake, what part of my body should give you your first orgasm this morning?
Gulp. How embarrassing was it that he was well on his way to giving me one with nothing more than his words? Very. That's how embarrassing it was. He waited. Oh, God. He really expected me to answer that question. Just as I opened my mouth to declare my request, a loud rap at the door shattered our moment like a sledgehammer. Worst timing ever! I yelled loud enough for Thaddeus and the rest of the 15th floor to hear. Hopping off Cage's lap, I retrieved my shirt, slipped it over my head, and threw on my leg before stomping to the door like an errant child being sent to their room.
Good morning to you too, love.
Thad grabbed a white cup with a black lid from a beverage tray.
Tea. Now you have to forgive me for whatever I've done. Which, of course, I have no idea what that is. He stepped inside. There's our sports star. He held up another cup. Please tell me you're a coffee man.
I turned, and to my disappointment, Cage had his shirt back on.
Yes, thank you.
He took the cup from Thad.
Why are you not ready to go, love?
Because I was just about ready to have some really overdue sex with the man of my dreams. 20 minutes, I'll meet you in the lobby.
And your friend? Is he joining us today?
It was a reasonable question, given my unreasonable reaction to Thad making the offer to Cage the previous night. Some days, my job infused me with confidence. Some days, I freaked out in the pool. It was impossible to predict which lake Cage would witness that day. The night before, I didn't know how I felt about Cage seeing me stumble. However, that morning, I just wanted him to see me. Both men looked at me, but I only looked at Cage. Yes, I'd love for him to join us today. We shared knowing smiles.
Great then. I'll meet you two downstairs in 20.
Thanks again for the coffee, Cage called as Thad walked out. Thad held up a hand.
Don't mention it.
Cage sipped his coffee, his other hand casually shoved into his jeans pocket as if we hadn't been half naked 5 minutes earlier. For a lack of the right words to say, I sighed. Cage grinned. I eased the lid off my tea that was too hot to drink and set it down on the nightstand. I need to shower. He nodded. Sorry about Thad's timing. Cage shrugged, taking another sip of his coffee.
You're here for your job.
I should quit. He smirked.
You really should.
Chapter 13. Cage. Beijing was another world away in every sense. It was still technically my off-season, not an accurate portrayal of my life. Well, it was my life. I always had an off-season. It just wasn't my average day every day. Following a girl to China also wasn't part of my average day, or any day for that matter. Was I crazy? Probably. Flint blew up my phone with texts that I chose to ignore. Flint, 2 days. I told you 2 days was all you'd have. Obligations. Flint. Every day you're not training, some other quarterback is working to be better than you. Flint. I hope she's worth it. Flint. I hope you get her out of your system before the season starts. Flint. It's driving me fucking mad that you're not responding. The hardest part of the day was not envisioning Lake's breasts, because I'd seen them and I couldn't unsee them. Not that I wanted to. But it did things to certain parts of my body that made the day less than comfortable. When we arrived at the sports facility with extremely tall climbing walls, Thad said a team would be there to evaluate Lake's climbing in the new prototype leg. I didn't expect a large roped-off area just for her with 20 other people taking photos, video, typing notes on their iPads, and shooting an insane amount of questions at her as she climbed the wall like a monkey. After several hours of climbing, they whisked her off to the pool, leaving a trail of people with cameras scurrying to catch up to her. Lake emerged from the locker room, and I broke out into a sweat. Dear God, she fucking owned that swimsuit. I couldn't stop staring at her tits, breasts. Who was I kidding? It was my dick talking, and they were tits. Everything she did left me without a single coherent thought or articulate word to say. The woman was good. Really good. An athlete that showed no disability. She drew a crowd. I hadn't expected that. She laughed, answered all questions, and exchanged playful banter with Thad and Jerry. Lake engaged with everyone around her, and they loved her. I grinned like an idiot, wearing my baseball cap low to ward off recognition, but I was nothing more than the tall guy standing in the way of getting a good picture of Lake Jones. However, plenty of people still took my picture. Jerry told me it was because I was white and very tall, not that they necessarily recognized me. Apparently, Thad was photographed a lot too. Jerry said most people assumed he was probably an NBA player. After another 2 hours with 4 different versions of the prototype, Thad and Jerry gave Lake the rest of the day off. I thought we should go back to her hotel room, because that's what any normal guy would think after focusing on her body all day. I'm starving. Lunch? Lake asked as she came out of the locker room in a pair of jeans, black Nikes, and a tight, white, long-sleeved shirt. She'd released her damp hair from its ponytail. You're quite the celebrity here. She rolled her eyes. It's just because they tape off the area. People are drawn to what they believe is off-limits. A dead person in the street with a chalk outline draws a crowd too. Doesn't mean they're a celebrity. I know what I saw, and they like watching you, and they love how you interact with them. We walked to the exit. I think 4 of them spoke English. I smile. That's how I interact with them. They ate it up. Okay, Mr. Actual Celebrity. I noticed you kept your hat down and chin even lower. Are you a big deal over here? A driver opened the door to a black, compact SUV. Thad hired a driver for Lake and her guest for the rest of the day. Anywhere we wanted to go. Lake climbed in and I followed her. No, I don't think I'm a big deal here, but to be honest, I didn't think I'd be a big deal the first time I went grocery shopping after I moved to Minneapolis. By the time I autographed my way to my truck and drove home, my perishable items had in fact perished. Where to? The driver asked, in English. Well done, Thad. Food. I need food, and I'm not picky. Someplace nice but casual, and preferably where there are no American football fans, Lake requested, then winked at me. I shook my head, but I still had to grin as the driver returned an odd look in the rearview mirror, then nodded before pulling out of the parking lot. Thank you. Lake grabbed my hand. For? For being here. For spending hour after boring hour watching me work. The bastard geeks didn't even pull a chair up for you. Sorry. I kissed the inside of her wrist. I loved every minute. When you said you were climbing with a prototype leg, I imagined a small bouldering wall with a few crash pads. I didn't anticipate you lead climbing a 50-foot wall like a kick-ass competitor. You're good. Really good. And the pool, I was impressed. And for the record, I'm not easily impressed. My compliment was met with an intense stare and a few moments of silence. The "Are you being serious?" flashed in neon on her beautiful face. Her hand shook in mine. I squeezed it and she smiled like she believed me. I didn't want her to argue. I didn't want her to question my sincerity. I didn't want her to ever see her reflection as less than amazing. "Thank you," she whispered.
Lake. We spent a perfect afternoon sightseeing around Beijing with our personal driver, topping it off with a candlelit dinner and wine. Cage didn't drink. I did, probably too much, but I needed something to numb my nerves that he fed all afternoon with his words, his dimples, and the stolen kisses he took every chance he got. "Want to come up to my room for a bit?" I asked when the driver pulled up in front of the hotel. Cage looked at his non-existent watch on his wrist. Maybe just for a little while. My visa expires in 28 days. Dimples. I was such a goner. In the elevator, I shot a text off to Thad. "Lake, I'll see you tomorrow. If you knock on my hotel room door tonight, you will leave this country in need of prosthetic man parts." Thad, don't let your sports star impregnate you. The extra weight would require new legs. Basically, don't have sex. Night, love. Thad's text gave me a moment of pause. Don't have sex? Was he being funny or possessive? I knew the idea was ridiculous, so I shook it off. Texting your Beijing boyfriend to wait a bit before tucking you in bed? I giggled, thanks to the extra glass of wine while looking at my phone screen. Are you jealous? Please be jealous. I'm not usually into that behavior, but you're different. If I honestly thought you could be jealous, I swear we wouldn't even make it back to the hotel room before. I shook my head. The elevator doors opened. I slipped my phone in my purse and headed toward the room. Before what, Lake? He called behind me. The bass in my chest kept beat for the song that played in my body. It was that song that held all of my emotions. It was the song that gave me the courage to turn around. Thump, thump, thump. It wouldn't be a lie if I said I jumped him in the hallway. That's exactly what I did. I turned and took 2 steps before demonstrating my high jump abilities. Lucky for me, he caught me. I wrapped my arms and legs around him and kissed him in a way that said, "Now, right now." He grabbed my legs, holding me to him as he shoved my back against the wall. I tore his hat off and fisted my hands in his hair as my tongue invaded his mouth. Jersey would have been proud of me. His hands moved up my sides and over my breasts. My back arched, breaking our kiss. I couldn't breathe. Desperation was a greedy little oxygen hog. Cage took advantage of my exposed neck when my head thudded against the wall. Don't stop. I want this so very bad. His response was a deep moan that shot straight to my eager kitty. Room key, he mumbled over my skin. Phone. Purse, I said through my heavy panting. Hormones were little cocktails that trumped the effects of alcohol, public decency, and all reason in general. Cage lowered me to my feet. I retrieved my phone from my purse. The key to my room was on my phone. I tried it. It didn't work. I tried it again and again. It didn't work. Lake. Cage pressed himself to my back and splayed his hand over my mouth, the tips of his fingers breaching the waistband of my jeans.
You're killing me.
My forehead fell against the door and I closed my eyes. It doesn't work.
Lake.
Not even the desperation in his voice or the inching of his hand down the front of my pants would magically open the door. I tried one last time as his middle finger reached the top of my panties. Work, damn it! That did it. I just needed to be firm with it. As soon as the door opened, his lips were back on mine, my feet off the ground, and 2 seconds later we landed on the bed with his body pressing mine to the mattress.
We can slow down,
Cage whispered in my ear before his tongue flicked my earlobe. Maybe we could have, but my brain couldn't make sense of that idea or much of anything.
Fingers, tongue, cock,
I whispered with my eyes rolled back in my head as I writhed beneath him, vying for every bit of friction I could get against my most sensitive parts. Simply put, I was grinding my body against his because my need for sex hit the level of shamelessly desperate. My eyes opened when I felt his breath over my face.
What did you just say?
It was the answer to your question this morning. What part of my body do you want me to use to give you your first orgasm? Thank God recognition lit up his face. I really didn't want to say it aloud.
Fingers, tongue, cock?
I nodded. If he'd said it one more time in that same I'm sexy and I damn well know it voice, then he wouldn't have had to actually do anything. Yeah, I was that aroused. Painfully aroused. My phone rang. God hated me. There really was no other explanation. He knew I was getting ready to sin. I shook my head when Cage gave me a questioning look. Ignore it.
Are you sure?
I nodded and grabbed his head, bringing him down to my lips. It stopped ringing. I apologized to God and thanked him at the same time. My phone rang again. Okay, clearly God was persistent.
Just get it.
Cage rolled off me. I sat up. I'll make it quick. I pushed down my shirt that he'd worked halfway up my torso, then grabbed my phone next to my purse on the floor. Mom, hi. Hey, baby. Thought I'd call you before you went to bed. I have a little time before I need to start making breakfast for our guests. My parents owned a bed and breakfast in Tahoe, and my mom was always up before dawn. Thanks. Yeah, I'm about ready to go to bed. Cage laced his fingers behind his head and grinned. How's your trip? Do you like the prototypes Jerry made you? Yeah, they're great. I'll have to call you when I get home and tell you all about them. Have you talked to your brother or Jessica yet? About Jessica's pregnant. What? I squealed. Cage rolled his head to the side, wide eyes looking at me. My smile overtook my face. She's due October 10th. That's awesome. Grant needs a sister. You have to let them tell you and act surprised when they do, okay? I rolled my eyes. Yeah. Oh, did I tell you about your dad's new project? I don't think so. My dad's new project story segued into full updates on all my siblings. My mom was truly my best friend, so I didn't have the heart to cut her off. I knew how much she worried about me, and I also knew how much talking to me on the phone helped her feel closer to me, easing her anxiety. 30 minutes after I answered my phone, she was still going. In spite of my apologetic looks, Cage disappeared into the bathroom and returned a few minutes later. He gave me a polite smile. Mine still said, "I'm so very sorry." He mouthed, "It's fine," and stripped down to his black boxer briefs. I heard absolutely nothing my mom said after that point. He grabbed a pillow from the bed and the extra blanket at the end, and then started to make his bed on the couch. When he glanced my way, I shook my head and pointed to the spot in the king-sized bed beside me. We should be having sex at that very moment. He'd seen my breasts that morning. There was no way I'd let him sleep on the couch. Cage had the nerve to look conflicted. I gave him the "really" look, stabbing my finger next to me and mouthing, "Bed." He conceded with a small nod. "Sweetie, are you still there?" Yeah, Mom." She continued. I watched. A tall, muscle-bound guy with biceps bigger than my legs get into bed beside me. He turned his back toward me. I wanted to believe it was to give me a sense of privacy that I didn't really need, and not that he was upset with me for our second botched attempt at having sex. My mom droned on for another half hour. Maybe I should have just told her I had someone with me, but that would have only made the conversation longer. Well, I'd better get started on breakfast. I love you, Lake. Please be safe. You know I hate you traveling by yourself. I'm fine, Mom. I love you too. I set my phone down and let my eyes wander over Cage's back. The sheet rested low on his hip. He'd fallen asleep, and I couldn't blame him. I eased out of bed and took a much-needed shower, brushed my teeth, then sat on the edge of the bed to rub lotion on my legs and arms. After shutting off the light, I tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't. It wasn't a big surprise. My body didn't run on the same schedule as normal humans. So many things changed after my accident. Man of my dreams was next to me in bed. What was I thinking? I shimmied out of my shorts and panties and shrugged off my t-shirt, tossing it to the end of the bed. Easing myself closer to Cage, I rested my head on the edge of his pillow. I brought my hand close to his back, almost touching him. Then I pulled it back. Like the chicken I was, I did the same thing several more times before I worked up the courage to touch him. But it wasn't with my hand. I pressed my lips between his shoulder blades. He stirred. I pulled away and held my breath as he turned toward me. Stripping was a bad idea. At least that's what my evil friend Insecurity said to me. The curtains that didn't get completely shut let through enough light that I could see his face. His tired eyes and the way he blinked them as if to check his vision, because surely the woman beside him wouldn't be naked. "Hey," he whispered. I smiled. My arms were tucked against my breasts. He slowly moved my top arm to my side, and then my bottom arm. There was no way to hide the rapid rise and fall of my chest or the unfolding of goosebumps along my skin. It was just meant for him to know exactly what he did to me. Cage feathered his fingers over my neck, then worked his way down to my chest, cupping one breast in his hand as his thumb circled over my nipple. A slow, heavy throb settled between my legs. As if he sensed it too, his fingers brushed down my stomach, stopping an inch above the spot that begged for his touch. He leaned his head toward me, laying an agonizingly slow kiss on my lips. "Spread your legs," he whispered over my lips. Oh my hell. How did he make that sound so dirty yet so damn sexy? I gave him an inch, maybe a half. His tongue teased my lips as his hands slid further south. Wider. Gulp. I gave him another inch. He smiled against my lips. More. He diverted his hand to my inner thigh and opened my legs wider. My hips jerked off the bed when his fingertip brushed my clit. "Do you want this?" I nodded barely, but it was a nod. His touch paralyzed my whole body. "Say it." I swallowed hard again. "I want this." His mouth covered mine at the same time 2 of his fingers slid into me. He absorbed my moans as his tongue mimicked the motions of his fingers. I came embarrassingly fast. My fault, not his. As he pulled his fingers out of me, he moved his mouth down my neck to my chest. I rolled onto my back. "Cage," I moaned as his mouth made love to my breasts. I threaded my fingers into his hair while he positioned his body between my legs. His tongue dipped into my belly button as he shimmied his body toward the end of the bed. "No," I squirmed beneath him, tightening my grip on his hair.
You said fingers.
Kiss to my abdomen.
Tongue.
He licked a path lower.
And cock.
I gave one last unforgiving tug to his hair. He chuckled but stopped his descent.
No tongue.
Maybe it was going so long without being with a man. Maybe it was the slow build-up and the almosts that day. Maybe it was the lingering effects of the first orgasm. Whatever it was, my kitty could not handle his mouth there. I was so hypersensitive. "This is embarrassing," I said in a breathy voice. Cage crawled up my body. Instant relief washed over me until he settled between my legs. His erection beneath his boxer briefs pressed right there. I gasped. He dropped soft kisses along my jaw to my ear.
Don't ever be embarrassed with me. We can stop.
It was a terrible idea. Sure, I was a hot mess, but we didn't have to stop. I teased my hands down his back, then slipped them into his briefs.
Jesus, Lake,
he moaned as I curled my fingers into his hard glutes. His pelvis rocked into mine. My breath hitched again. I needed another glass of wine. My mom wrecked my frame of mind and derailed my momentum to just go with it without overthinking.
I need to know.
He rocked into me again, and my fingers curled harder into his flesh.
If I need to get a condom or take a cold shower,
He panted into my ear.
I'm okay with whatever you decide.
The desperation in his voice betrayed his words. I smiled. He couldn't see it, but it was huge. That's just what I needed to get out of my head. A small piece of his vulnerability was all it took. A cold shower sounds really cold. He laughed a little, pressing his lips to my shoulder.
It really does.
Maybe. I pushed his briefs down just far enough to free his erection. His breaths at my ear became ragged.
Fuck,
he whispered as I wrapped my hand around his cock, warm and hard beneath my fingers. Maybe we should work up a sweat before worrying about a shower.
I love how you think.
Our mouths collided and we did not stop. Sweat. So much sweat. And his mouth? Once I let go, I begged for it. Lots of begging. Muffled screams. 2 condoms later, I passed out in his arms, both of us too exhausted to entertain the shower idea until morning. Chapter 14. Bounce houses and bad timing. 3 days in China. That's how long it took me to officially fall in love with the man of my dreams. Although, by man of my dreams definition, I think I loved him from the first day we met. Love was immune to time. Fuck the naysayers and anti-insta-lovers. They were nothing more than bitter people who had never met their one. The morning after we had sex for the first time, I started my period. I blamed Cage at first, claiming he broke my vagina. After he made a sincere offer to take me to the hospital for an X-ray, I conceded the probable explanation was the start of my period. In my dreams, where I controlled the world, men bled out of their penises 1 week every month. Fair? Yeah, I thought so too. My ticket is wrong. I stared at my phone on our way to the airport. That messed up. I need to call him. He has me going to Portland, but that's it. I don't see a ticket to Minneapolis. Thad didn't book your flight. Well, he helped, but I booked our flights. I glanced over at Cage and his dimply smirk. Oh? I thought we could stay in Portland for a couple days. Oh? My eyes grew with each oh. He rested his hand on my knee, giving it a little squeeze. Remember I said my sisters have a birthday party they wanted me to attend? I nodded. It's tomorrow. Perfect timing, right? I may be out of a job, but family. Another squeeze to my knee. He listened to my family's speech. It was so unmanly of him. Guys could hear, but their ability to listen was low. Another theory of mine. I'm your date to your sister's birthday party? It's not really a +1 party. Maybe a bounce house, but nothing formal. Are you okay with meeting my family? Such a simple question, but the answer was a bit more complicated. Are you? He laughed. I'm the reason your ticket ends in Portland. Yes, I think it's fair to say I'm good with introducing you to my family. They'll love you. Do you love me? Then you'll tell them we met like 3 weeks ago and that you flew to China to kiss me, and they'll think I'm a witch that's cast a spell on you. I do believe you told me you're not impulsive. 3 years. We met 3 years ago, not weeks. He winked. That's our story, really? No. The story is in your purse. I narrowed my eyes. He nodded toward my purse under the seat in front of me. I grabbed it and unzipped the top. A note card, of course. Chapter 4. Tell me, this is killing me. What does this mean? A grin. It's all I got. He seemed quite proud of himself. For what? I had no idea. It's official. I'm nervous. This is insane. I squeezed Cage's hand as the cab pulled into his mom's driveway. You're taking some girl home to meet your family, and you've never even mentioned my name. You're right. They'll probably make you sleep on the porch with the dogs until they can trust you. I'm serious. I glared at him over the roof of the cab as I shut my door. He paid the cab driver and took our luggage. So am I. But don't worry about it. The hammock on the porch is ridiculously comfortable, and Dora and Diego, the Brittany Spaniels, love the company. Dora and Diego? I followed him to the front door of the 2-story brick house. The front porch lights were on as the sun, low in the sky, made its exit. My sisters, Hayden and Issa, named them. They were 6 at the time. He opened the front door and plopped the luggage inside. Where's the welcome wagon? He called. A stream of high-pitched squeals and barking preceded the tornado of 2 white and hazelnut-colored dogs jumping on Cage's legs as 2 girls with long blonde hair practically tackled him to the ground.
Cage! It's Cage, Mom! It's Cage! One yelled. You came! I can't believe you came! Are you staying for our birthday?
The other asked with her arms wrapped around his neck. Birthday? What birthday? He teased.
It's our birthday tomorrow, silly.
Oh, well, I think I can stay for a day or 2 if you're willing to share your cake. The one attached to him like a monkey kissed his cheek.
Of course we'll share our cake. Mine is going to be lemon with vanilla frosting, and Issa is having chocolate with cookie frosting.
There's my favorite boy. A tall, very thin blonde, clearly their mom, hugged Cage as soon as he set his sister down. gorgeous mother, beautiful sisters, and me, scraggly girl hanging out on the porch with hair that looked like it barely survived the long flight and most likely hideous bags sagging under my tired eyes as well.
Mom, I'd like you to meet Lake Jones.
He held out his hand. I smiled past my overwhelming fear and stepped in the house, accepting his hand.
Lake, this is my mom, Brooke Hathaway.
Cage pulled me into his side. His mom's eyes moved over our joined bodies, and a big smile grew along her face. Lake, it's a true pleasure to meet you. She held out her hand. You too, Mrs. Hathaway. I shook her hand. Brooke, only Brooke, dear. Brooke, I nodded with a smile. This is Hayden and Issa. Brooke rolled her eyes as the girls latched onto Cage again. Girls, put Dora and Diego on the back porch, then go get showered. Brooke motioned us in and shut the door behind me. They're just a little excited to see you. Cage grinned.
Well, it worked out perfectly. We're on our way back to Minnesota from Beijing. Lake had a business trip there.
Brooke wrapped her white hoodie jacket around her as if the door being opened had let in too much cool air. You've been to China? She gave Cage a wide-eyed look. That confirmed it for me. Cage didn't fly halfway around the world for just any girl.
Yes.
He led me toward the kitchen.
Lake tests robotic legs for this cutting-edge company. She was testing swimming and climbing limbs. She's amazing.
I wanted to crawl under the kitchen table. Amazing was never the word I used to describe myself. Brooke looked at my legs. They were both covered by my jeans and Nikes. I only wore my pretty leg. Well, when I wanted to look and feel pretty, which seemed to be quite often since Cage arrived in Beijing. Car accident. I pulled up on the left pant leg of my jeans. Brooke's head jutted forward as her eyes squinted a bit. Wow, that's a prosthesis?
Crazy, right?
Cage grinned.
It has hair-like follicles, veins on the top of the foot, and the heel and the ball of the foot is slightly pink.
Yes, in those few days, Cage became an expert on my many legs. That's incredible. I shrugged. It's basically a regular prosthetic leg underneath a cosmetic silicone leg. I call it my pretty leg. I have several to wear with different high heels as well.
You told me they're your sexy legs.
With my blushing face, I turned to Cage, who was biting into an apple and leaned up against the granite countertop of the kitchen island. Yes, I gritted my teeth behind my tight smile. But since we're talking to your mom, I was using pretty instead of sexy, but thanks for correcting me.
You're welcome.
He winked. I shook my head while releasing a nervous laugh. Cage inherited his father's gift of bluntness. Brooke gave her son a challenging look.
Maybe.
He didn't appear the least bit bothered by that assessment.
Where's Rob?
On call. He had a patient get her tooth knocked out, so he left about an hour ago.
Dentist,
Cage said to me. I nodded. Anyway, he could be a while. I bet you two are exhausted or jet-lagged or something. You'll have to excuse my bluntness. But my darling son didn't mention he was bringing a friend, so I'm not sure if I need to get another bed made up or... Nothing awkward about that moment.
My room is fine, Mom.
I smiled, not sure what or if I needed to add to the uncomfortable conversation. Cage looked completely relaxed as he finished his apple, like discussing sleeping arrangements for his girlfriends was a daily occurrence. Well, I don't need to tell you to make yourselves at home. I'm going to make sure the girls are getting ready for bed. I'll see you both in the morning.
Night, Mom.
Good night, Brooke. She waved while walking toward the stairs. You didn't tell her I was coming? He shrugged and tossed his core in the trash.
I like to surprise people.
I tucked my hair behind my ears and nodded. She looked surprised. Shocked might be the more accurate description. Grabbing my wrist, he pulled me into his chest, then lifted me up on the island, settling his body between my legs. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he nipped teasingly at my lips.
Tell me when you're done with your...
He kissed along my cheek to my ear, sucking my earlobe into his mouth. My, I laughed. Period?
Mm-hmm. One night with you and then nothing for days. I'm dying a little.
Would you buy me tampons from the store? He pulled back, brows knitted.
Do you need some?
Nope. I'm done with my period. I just wondered if you were that guy.
That guy?
Yes, the guy that buys a woman tampons. I tapped my temple. In my head, you've always been that guy.
Pussy whipped?
No, I laughed.
It's flattering to be in your head. However, I'd rather be naked or part of some fantasy, not shopping for tampons.
All the best fantasies start off with a guy shopping for tampons. Cage's eyes grew wide. A smirk teased the corners of his mouth.
Tampons to stop the bleeding after fantasy guy breaks said girl's vagina.
Biting my top lip, I nodded. It happens.
I see. Something tells me that my answer to the tampon question could be a pivotal moment between us.
I shrugged, biting the hell out of my lip to keep from smiling. A make or break.
Ouch. We're a little early for ultimatums.
He lifted me off the counter.
Come on, my room is downstairs. We have the basement all to ourselves.
I grabbed my carry-on bag and Cage took our suitcases. Wow, nice basement. Or shrine. It really is more of a shrine. Cage laughed, taking our luggage into the bedroom. My eyes remained glued to the wall. I'm glad you see the humor in it, so I won't feel so bad when I say, oh my God. I mean, common sense tells me there has to be a wall behind all these posters and photos. But without that common sense, it really does look like the posters and photos are the wall. I stepped closer, inspecting the non-existent spacing between the frames. Cage in high school. Cage in college. Cage with Minnesota. Cage receiving award after award. Cage, Cage, Cage.
My mom is my #1 fan.
No shit. I'd considered taking on the role myself, but clearly I'm way out of my league. He swept my hair off to one side and kissed my neck, pressing his body to my back.
Have I told you today how beautiful you are?
No, not yet. I closed my eyes as his hands slid under my shirt, finding their way to my breasts.
You are. You're so damn beautiful in every way.
His touch made me crazy. The ending of my cycle made me horny. The combination of both made me not care where we were. I turned in his arms. My grin screamed, "Come hither." Couch, Monahan. He quirked a brow. Don't make me say it again. He smirked, taking several steps back before flopping onto the enormous brown sectional. I grabbed one of his tennis shoes and pulled it off, and then the other. His socks followed suit. Can you feel it, Monahan? You're getting ready to score again. What if your off-season record surpasses your regular season record? I shrugged off my shirt. His gaze dropped to my chest.
I love when you talk my language.
I slipped off my shoe. Each item of clothing got tossed in a different direction for theatrics. My favorite dimples came out approving of my striptease. Mind if I lose the leg? I asked. He shook his head. There really were no words to describe how his lack of any sort of reaction made me feel. Not one flinch. Not one nervous glance at my leg. Not 1 second of hesitation. It was as if I'd asked whether we could listen to music while having sex. Cage didn't see my disability. He found every version of me sexy. I found my heart hurting from the fear that someday he would look at me and think, "Holy shit, you're missing part of your leg." With equal flair, I tossed my leg over the back of the couch and straddled his waist in just my black bra and panties. "I think we can be honest with each other, Monahan. So I'm going to let you in on a little female secret." He tore his eyes from my breasts and met my gaze. By the end of a woman's cycle, or period as you don't like to call it, he rolled his eyes. We are horny. As in, there is probably a 24 to 48-hour gap where you could fuck a woman senseless and she'd still beg for more. His Adam's apple bobbed, swallowing that little nugget of information.
Shit, I brought you to my mom's house during your fuck me senseless time.
I shrugged, reaching behind me and unfastening my bra, which got tossed over the couch as well. Rookie mistake, Monahan. Now, the real question is, I wet my lips while unfastening his jeans. What part of my body is going to give you your first orgasm tonight?
Jesus, Lake.
His breath caught just as I finished pulling down his zipper.
Ah! Ah!
My ears bled from the shrill screams. Tercy was in Minneapolis, so it wasn't her causing the commotion. "Mom! Dad!" Two little girls' voices screamed in unison. I dove for the blanket at the other end of the sectional and wrapped it around me. Of course, the one blanket available was a cream, loose-knit Afghan with quarter-size holes in the pattern. Cage had his jeans fastened again before two kids and two adults reached the bottom of the stairs.
It's a leg! It's a leg!
Hayden buried her head in Brooke's shirt while Issa covered her mouth, wide eyes staring at my leg on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Next to my bra. Shh, it's not a real leg. Come on, girls. Brooke grimaced at Cage and then at me before ushering the girls back upstairs. A tall, wiry man with metal-framed glasses and an unfortunate case of male pattern baldness assessed the situation with his jaw slack. Clearly dumbfounded. "Rob," Cage held out his hand. After a few more awkward seconds, Rob shook Cage's hand. Lovely. The two men greeted each other, separated only by my prosthetic limb and black lace bra. I remained balled up in the corner of the couch, wrapped in the most pathetic excuse for a blanket ever. "Cage, Rob gave me a quick glance before focusing his attention back on Cage. "Good to see you." "Rob, this is Lake Jones. Lake, this is my mom's husband, Rob." "Hi." I wiggled my index finger that poked through one of the large holes. A one-finger wave. Beyond embarrassing. "Nice, to meet you." Biting my lips together, I nodded. "Please let me die." "I just..." Rob pointed to the bathroom next to Cage's bedroom. "My shaving kit is down here. I'm just going to grab it and we'll chat more in the morning." "Sure thing," Cage smiled. Me? Not smiling. Really, I was wondering what Rob had to shave. He was basically bald and I didn't notice any facial hair. Then it hit me. Balls. Brooke probably made him manscape. I liked thinking that he needed to get his shaving kit to shave his balls. I liked thinking about anything that made someone else the white elephant in the room. It was a long shot at best, but I'd take it. "Got it. Make yourselves at home," or Rob made a final glance at my leg and bra. "You know, whatever. Good night." He held up a hand. I gave a final index finger wave. It was obvious I'd already made myself right at home. Cage retrieved my leg, bra, and the rest of my clothes. then carried them to the bedroom while Rob and his shaving kit escaped up the stairs. I'm calling a cab and staying at a hotel and getting a flight home in the morning. I like you, so this really sucks, but we're done because I can never face your family again, and I just don't think you want to waste time on a girl you will never be able to bring home. Thank you for coming to China. Best kiss ever. I wish you luck and happiness in your life. It's been nice knowing ya. Cage bit back his smirk, making a shitty effort to act serious.
I don't think they even noticed anything out of the ordinary.
Says the fully clothed god that everyone in this house plays homage to on these walls. But then there's the naked woman who no one has seen or even heard of before today, just sitting on the couch with, I looked down at the blanket, 6 measly strands of yarn wrapped around her naked body. Your sisters are going to need therapy. They're going to have nightmares about body parts just lying around the house. Your mom has to think I'm a complete slut trying to seduce her son, probably thinks I'm some disabled gold digger. And don't even get me started on what Rob must be thinking.
Well, let's do this then.
He scooped me up, yarn and all. To what?
Fuck you senseless while we wait for your cab.
Stop mocking me. Cage deposited me on his bed, then shut the door and locked it.
First, don't ever call yourself disabled. You're the least disabled person I know.
He shrugged off his shirt. I didn't object.
Second, in case you missed the Cage Monahan shrine out there, my mom thinks too highly of me to ever believe I would bring a gold digger home to meet her.
I waited. He didn't say any more and just stood at the foot of his bed. Is there a third? He shook his head.
As you were.
My eyes flitted side to side. What was I missing? As I was what?
Before we were interrupted, you were unfastening my pants like you had a mission. A plan. Continue on.
My smile faded. I didn't want it to, but feelings were precarious little creatures that swooped in at the worst possible time and insisted on having their way.
Hey.
Cage sat on the edge of the bed and pulled me and my blankie in for a hug.
What's wrong?
Damn it. Nothing. I swatted the tears from my cheeks.
Doesn't look like nothing.
He leaned back and tipped my chin up with his finger. I sniffled and laughed at the stupid timing of it. Sorry, I can't believe you just offered yourself up to me and I started crying. It's just... The tip of my tongue rolled along the corner of my mouth as I looked up and blinked away more tears. I'm not one to work that hard to impress anyone. I had to let that go after my accident. It was my biggest disability for a long time. But I want your family to like me because... I sucked in a shaky breath.
Because?
He whispered. My gaze locked to his. Because I kinda like you. A lot. The intensity in his eyes broke through all the bullshit, all the self-preservation. And it was him looking at me with my heart, once again, offered up on a silver platter. After a slow nod for his response to me, he stood and removed the rest of his clothes. I said too much. Stupid, blabbering mouth of mine. He wanted sex, and I gave him an episode of Oprah. Not cool of me, not cool at all. In an effort to redeem myself, I tossed the blanket on the floor and offered him my body instead of my heart. He took it again and again. But not once did he say anything to me. Our soft moans were the only sounds that filled the air. Chapter 15. Say it with a tampon. Crinkle, thump, thump, crinkle, thump. Tersey, I mumbled. Not now. I rolled over, and that's when the bed didn't feel familiar and my brain jump-started. I peeled open one eye and then the other. Cage?
Good morning. You talk in your sleep.
He stood at the end of the bed with his hands shoved into his pockets. I don't. I rubbed my eyes.
You do.
What is... I sat up. All of this. Boxes and boxes of tampons covered the foot of the bed.
I got super regular, with applicator, without applicator, organic. I'm not having my period. Yes, I know. I witnessed that fact more than once last night.
He smirked. I blushed.
I want to be that guy.
Tampons. Tampons were my proverbial long-stemmed roses. Tampons took my breath away. You bought me tampons, I whispered, still in a daze. The bed dipped as he sat on the edge. He laced his fingers through my hair and cupped my head as his lips brushed my ear.
I bought you tampons because I kinda like you. A lot.
I loved this man. I loved him so much it brought real pain to my chest.
Now, since you missed your cab and hotel stay last night, you might as well come up for birthday breakfast.
Birthday breakfast?
Yes.
He grabbed the bag and piled the tampons in it.
All food choices belong to Hayden and Issa today, so they agreed on chocolate chip pancakes with bananas and whipped cream for breakfast.
And my leg? He laughed.
No worries. My mom explained it to them last night. Now it's your turn to do what you do best.
But aren't you about out of condoms, and doesn't that seem a little inappropriate for a birthday party?
Yes.
He adjusted himself.
And so is the hard-on you're giving me by talking about it.
He tossed the tampon bag by my suitcase.
I bought condoms, too.
He winked.
Take your time. Pancakes will be waiting. And then you can show my sisters your cool leg. The other thing you do best.
Come to find out, what I did best was eat chocolate chip pancakes with 2 8-year-old girls. Once I showed them my leg and the other 2 in my suitcase, they wanted to try them on and were bummed that they could not because they had 2 feet already. Oh, to be 8 again. So, how did you 2 meet? Brooke asked. Don't take this the wrong way, but I knew nothing of you until you showed up yesterday. I dried the dishes from breakfast after we washed them. Actually, I met him in Omaha shortly after his father died. Oh, really? Yes.
She's Jillian's sister-in-law.
Cage scared me as he snuck up behind me, taking the dry pan from me. The off-limit topic between us had been breached. I didn't know where to go from there. The problem was, I didn't know Jillian Knight. I knew Jessica Day, Jessica Jones. Of course, they were the same person, but lives at risk and all that jazz complicated the situation. My sister-in-law was once involved romantically with Cage's father. It was an extremely weird situation. Cage told me Jessica/Jillian contacted him after his father died. She didn't share much because he didn't want to know, so she offered him her overdue condolences and officially said goodbye. I assumed he wanted to remember her as Jillian, the woman who in many ways gave his father a life, even if cancer took it in the end. I didn't know what to say. Jessica was my family. Our relationship had nowhere to go if we could never discuss her. Jillian got married? That's great. Brooke seemed genuinely happy. Kids? She'd already asked more questions than Cage did. I gave him an uneasy look. He gave me a weak smile, but it felt like an okay to answer his mom. Yes, a boy, Grant Thomas Orion Jones, GTO Jones. The story is he was conceived in the back of the same vehicle, a red 67 GTO, as my brother Luke. Grant is 18 months and so stinking cute. He looks just like my brother, but has his mommy's personality. Fun. I probably went too far. I didn't even look at Cage. The enthusiasm for my little nephew and the sister-in-law that I practically worshipped was too hard to hide. Cage set the pan down and retrieved his phone from his pocket.
Banks, what's up?
I tracked him as he paced the kitchen.
I am. She is. Hold on.
He held out his phone.
Banks, he wants to talk to you.
My eyes narrowed at the phone as I took it. Everson?
It's been more than a week. You said you'd be gone a week. You didn't leave me your cell number.
I said a week or so. You never asked for my number. What's wrong? Is it Shayna?
I've interviewed 15 different nannies, but I can't decide, and that's probably because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. She hasn't had a bath since you gave her one. That seems bad, right? I can't do this. I can't fucking do this.
Slow down. It's fine. She's fine. The bath thing is pretty bad, but I'll help you.
How can you fucking help me when you're not here?
Please tell me she's not standing there while you're dropping all these F-bombs.
She's watching TV in the other room. When are you coming home?
I'm not sure.
Today. I'll pay for your ticket.
I laughed. I don't need you to buy me a ticket. Cage continued drying dishes with Brooke, giving me the occasional narrow-eyed look. Not today. I'll get a flight home tomorrow.
A morning flight.
An available flight. Bye. I handed Cage his phone. He pocketed it.
So, we're flying back tomorrow?
Brooke pulled the drain on the water and wiped her hands. I'll give you two some privacy. I'm sorry, he's having a rough time with Shayna.
It's fine.
Were we a couple? Were we having our first fight? It didn't feel like a fight, but his fine didn't really sound fine. You don't have to leave tomorrow. In fact, you should stay with your family. I'm sure they'd love to spend as much time as possible with you during the off-season. Cage nodded slowly, more of a processing nod than an approval nod.
That's fine.
His smile didn't reach his eyes. I wrapped my arms around his waist. I'm yours for the day, Monahan. I do believe you promised me a bounce house and some cake. He tugged on my ponytail.
Did I mention I kinda like you? A lot?
I giggled. You did. And you said it with feminine hygiene products. Move over, Prince Charming. He kissed me, letting his tongue make a leisurely exploration of my mouth. My hands slid down to his ass, giving it a firm squeeze. He groaned.
Like, hands off my ass unless you want me to throw you over my shoulder and haul your sexy ass downstairs.
I kept my hands right where they were. He chuckled, biting at my lower lip.
I have a love-hate relationship with your stubbornness of calling my bluff.
You love that I want you to haul my ass downstairs, but you hate that you're not really going to because as we speak, there are people gathering out back for kid games.
Later. You've been warned.
It wasn't a warning. It was a promise. One that I intended to ride all night long. I nearly cried when Cage drove me to the airport in his mom's car the next morning. For some reason, Minneapolis felt like reality, and Beijing and Portland were just a dream. The one that Cage Monahan starred in as my leading man. Would my carriage turn back into a pumpkin when the plane touched down in Minnesota?
I'll fly back tomorrow. I'm already on Flint's shit list for being gone so long. And probably a few of my coaches, too. Stay out of trouble.
He wrapped his arms around me as we stood by the curb. And by trouble, you mean jail.
I'll have Flint and Banks keep a close eye on you.
You ever going to tell me about Flint?
Who is he? He was a wide receiver at Nebraska, 2 years older than me. Called it quits after an ACL injury. Now he's my agent, but the kind that goes above and beyond because we're friends too.
I rubbed my lips together and nodded. He grabbed my ass and squeezed it harder than I'd ever squeezed his. My eyes grew big.
And should you see Flint before I get home, don't be hitting on him.
My head jerked back.
And don't give me that look like you don't know what I'm talking about. He told me the day he bailed you out of jail that you flirted with him.
He quirked a brow. He's full of himself.
He said you called him handsome.
I shrugged. Well, he's not unpleasant to look at, and his name is Flint.
You like his name?
Yeah. I looked up at him and smirked. Are you jealous? He bit his bottom lip and nodded.
Maybe. Don't you dare say you like me jealous. You think that now, but fair warning. Guys don't like to be jealous. And I make a living with my hands, so busting them against another guy's face is not good.
He was right. But oh my God, that turned me on so much I wanted to shove him into the back seat and have one last goodbye that would most likely have resulted in an arrest.
Then kiss me like you mean it.
He did. He kissed me like he'd never get to kiss me again.
Bye,
I whispered, completely breathless.
Bye.
He left one last kiss on the tip of my nose before releasing me. I'm pretty sure I walked like a drunk into the airport.
Chapter 16. 3 words. Cage. I was drowning in a lake. My lake. Was she mine? God, I wanted her to be. Never in my life had I felt so protective, possessive of a woman. I like Lake. She's real, my mom said, then laughed. Your sisters adore her. I think she sealed the deal when she played in the bounce house more than their friends did. She played all the kids' games, and she braided ribbons into their hair. If you don't keep her, then I'm going to adopt her as their big sister. We sat in chairs on the front porch, watching Hayden and Issa ride their new bikes up and down the long driveway while Rob washed the car. I like her too. She sipped her coffee. You don't sound too convinced. I met her before this life, this crazy public life. It's not that she's fragile. She's not. I'm just worried that the publicity, my crazy schedule, and all the crap that comes as a package deal with me could be more than she wants. And honestly, I wouldn't blame her. You don't have to get down on one knee, hon. I mean, I'm going to adopt her, but... I grinned. Flint thinks I'm insane. I think his words were something like worst timing ever. I told myself I'd give this football career everything, and I'm just getting started. But then... Mom rested her hand on my arm. But nothing. You're focused. You've always been focused. You can have a career and a life. It doesn't have to be a choice. She told me about China. Told you what? Lake told me you flew to Beijing just to kiss her. I bit my lips together, a little surprised Lake said that to my mom. She did, huh? My eyes remained set on the girls, but I saw my mom's grin out of the corner of my eye. What kind of schmuck would do something like that? I stood. I'm going for a run. I think the rain looks like it will hold off. Okay. I love you, my dear schmuck.
Lake. My unpacking revealed a note card. Chapter 5. My brain hurt because I couldn't piece it together. But nonetheless, it sent the really good kind of chills along my spine. I finished unpacking and took care of Tersey's needs, which included cleaning out her litter box, lots of petting, and some laser play. Then I knocked on Everson's door, Miss me, Apollo? I flashed him my best smile when he opened the door.
That might be taking it too far.
Oh, well, in that case, I have other things to do. I turned.
Wait!
I looked over my shoulder. Yes?
Everson shook his head.
There was no real need to make him beg, but I couldn't help myself.
I missed you, but you're still not getting any of this.
He motioned to his body. I laughed, turning back around and throwing my shoulders back, chin up. Don't flatter yourself, Apollo. I get mine. Oh, Lord, was I ever getting mine? There it was. The full smile, pearly whites and all.
Coming from your mouth, it just sounds all kinds of wrong.
I frowned. How was I supposed to say it? Where's Shayna? He stepped out of the doorway.
Her room.
Let me see the contract you have for your nanny candidates.
Contract?
His brows stood erect. Yes, a contract. You know, the expectations you have, their duties, like learning activities, recreational activities, meals, excursions, housekeeping, etc. And rules like no smoking, drinking, or drugs, no napping, no parties or inviting friends over, no social media, no photos and sharing pictures or revealing locations, no television or gaming. Please don't tell me you're interviewing nannies like looking for someone to mow your lawn. You had to sign an extensive contract to chase a ball and pat guys on the ass. For the love of God, Everson, you need a contract to hire someone to take care of a child, a fragile human being.
I told you I'm not good at this shit. I told you, shh.
I shook my head, pointing toward the bedroom. He rolled his eyes. It took you 10 seconds to contact your attorney for help when you weren't going to keep her. A quick call to ask him for help with a contract for a nanny should be a no-brainer.
Lake!
Shayna yelled, running toward me. I bent down and hugged her, looking at Everson. How could he not be head over heels in love with her? Even if she did need a bath. I'll take care of it.
Take care of it?
He asked. I'll hire a nanny for you. Everson stared at me as if I had a bud or a you owe me that I hadn't yet shared. Now, I think someone needs a bath again, and maybe tomorrow I'll take you to the salon. Perfect mocha eyes looked up at me.
Salon?
A haircut, and maybe we'll paint your toenails, too. Shayna grinned, then looked at her brother.
Evson, can I go?
There it was. The little girl chipped away at his tough facade like I knew she would. The confusion on his face said he didn't expect her to ask him for permission. She looked up to him. She respected him. She trusted him. It was a gift, and I knew he would start to see it a little more every day.
Yeah, whatever.
Cage called to tell me goodnight. It was a short call with his sisters bugging him to let them say hi. He planned on flying home late the next day. I planned on missing him. The following day, I took Shayna to the salon, then shopping for more clothes. Silly me, I assumed Everson would have already done it. Wrong. Gah! Men!
What the hell?
Everson gawked at the piles of bags we hauled into the apartment. I glared at the TV. Shut it off. He shut off the Xbox game that was nothing more than horrific animated violence.
Yes, Mom.
Time to grow up. She's 6, and if you want her to stop crawling in your bed in the middle of the night, then you need to stop letting her see things that will give her nightmares. Everson didn't acknowledge my advice. Instead, he nodded to the bags.
Since we're on the subject of her being 6, mind telling me why it looks like you bought out Macy's today?
I smiled at Shayna and found my happy voice instead of the condescending one Everson deserved. Because a girl needs more than 2 outfits and 1 pair of underwear. Right, sweetie? She smiled, long lashes fluttering at Everson, and then she took off with one of the sacks to her room. Everson shrugged, shoving his hands into his shorts pockets.
How was I supposed to know what she had?
Oh, I don't know. You could have looked in her tiny backpack she showed up with. Or maybe you could have asked her why she was wearing the same 2 outfits.
I didn't want to invade her privacy or make her feel bad.
The crazy part? I believed him.
Now I feel like shit. I didn't know.
Doesn't matter. I'll be back later to help her put everything away. She has a bathrobe and her own toiletries now, so I'm going to help her figure out how to shower on her own here at your place. But she's young, Everson. If you see her naked, it's not weird or a big deal unless you make it perverted, and if you do that, I'll bust your nuts with my robotic foot, okay?
Fuck you,
he said in the most playful way it could be said, and he said it with a smile. I blew him a kiss. Language. But I like you too, Apollo. See you later. Call me if you need me, now that you have my number. I shook my head. Bye, Apollo. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I unlocked my door. Cage.
Flight delayed. Be home late. Early workout in the morning, followed by 2 meetings to see if I still have a job. Dinner tomorrow night?
Lake. Yes. He texted me his address. Lake. Your place? Can I bring anything?
Cage. An overnight bag.
I smiled. Lake. Come home to me safely. I kinda like you. A lot. X. Cage.
The feeling is kinda mutual.
The next day consisted of testing more legs. Jerry and Thad shipped me a new jogging leg, 2 different ones for swimming and 1 for biking. The wind made a commendable attempt at killing me on my bike, but I persevered. The training facility's pool was closed for competition, so my swim legs had to wait. I'd called several of Everson's nanny applicants to schedule an interview. One was available to meet that afternoon, so we met at a cafe for a casual interview. The previous day, I did 4 over-the-phone interviews that didn't impress me enough to warrant a face-to-face meeting. Too young, not enough experience, too stuffy, too flighty. Then, magic happened. I found the one. That was the one who met me for coffee. Everson and Shayna pulled into the parking garage at the same time I returned from the interview.
How'd it go?
Everson asked as Shayna smiled at me before running to the elevator. Perfect. Better than perfect. I hired your nanny. I set up a time to meet Shayna tomorrow at 11. If they hit it off, then it's a go.
Great. Thanks. I appreciate you doing this.
My pleasure. This resume is insane. I'm going to call the references tonight, but I anticipate it being a no-brainer. I walked toward the door.
This isn't some 90-year-old granny that's going to leave her teeth on my counter, right?
I laughed. Does it really matter what your nanny looks like?
No, but just give it to me straight. Is she hot?
I shook my head. No comment. See you both tomorrow. I shoved my key in the lock. Wow. Just wow. I whispered after I typed in the code to the gate at the end of Cage's drive. His house was well hidden by tall trees, but once it came into view, I had trouble believing it was the least bit subpar compared to any of his teammates. I pulled around the cobblestone circle drive with a fountain in the middle and parked my car. Cage walked out of his ginormous wooden front door with massive windows on 3 sides. I snapped my mouth shut before drool made its way down my chin. My heart rate doubled with each step my handsome guy in jeans, a white tee, and bare feet took toward me. His hair looked a little darker blonde, like he'd just showered. I stepped out, slung my bag over my shoulder, and shut the car door. My ridiculous grin had to look as goofy as it felt on my face. I'm trying to play it cool, but I'm too damn excited to see you. He didn't say anything. He just pulled a note card from his pocket and held it up. Chapter 6. Cage grinned and tossed it aside. I made a mental note to get it later because I'd kept all of them, waiting for a shred of recognition to spark in my mind. But in that moment, all I could focus on was his hands claiming my face, then the kiss that made my legs go boneless. The hello kiss didn't stop. It turned into a hungry kiss that said, I would be dinner. Fine by me. Grabbing the back of my legs, he lifted me up without breaking our kiss and carried me inside. All I caught were a few blurry images through my peripheral vision as he hauled me down one long, wide hallway, and then another. The impact of a mattress broke our kiss, but he still didn't say anything. I swallowed hard as he kept me pinned to the bed with hungry eyes while his hands stayed busy removing my clothes and my leg. He took it off like removing my shoe, never letting his eyes leave mine. Nice place, I whispered. Crazy nerves. He shrugged off his shirt and then unzipped his jeans. Thank you. He grinned, and all it took were those dimples to make me sit up and scoot to the edge of the bed. They reminded me that 3 years earlier, I fell in love with the boy. The cage before me was all man, and there was nothing I wanted more than to show my appreciation for the man. I eased his briefs down, exposing his erection. When I looked up at him, his lips parted while his chest slowly rose and fell. There was just something so indescribable, so erotic about the look in his eyes as I ran my hand down his length. It was desire mixed with pain. It said, "You don't have to." But at the same time, the darkness in his hooded eyes begged me to wrap my lips around him. His hands threaded through my hair as my tongue eased along his warm flesh. I closed my eyes, seeing flashbacks of his mouth on me, the way he met my eyes with his tongue pressed to me, and the way it made me fall to pieces. The most beautiful surrender. The heat. The slow unraveling. The seduction of tasting someone so intimately, desiring them so completely. I wanted him to feel that. All of it. All of me. Fucking hell, Lake. His face tensed around his heavy eyelids. He pulled back and finished removing his pants before trailing a path with his tongue up the side of my legs. I leaned back, eyelids feeling as heavy as his looked. Within seconds, I cried out, bucking my hips when his tongue found my clit. Cage! I fisted his hair, pumping my hips against him. He didn't stay there long. He tasted every inch of my body, bringing me to the brink over and over again as I did the same to him. There was sex. And then there was making love with a desire for it to go on and on, finding unfathomable pleasure in so much more than the release. We had the kind of sex that seemed to last for hours, and when we finally found that release, we started over again until reaching all-out physical exhaustion. I missed you, he mumbled in a sleepy voice with his cheek pressed to my stomach. My new official favorite place in the world was naked, sweaty, and tangled in the dark gray sheets of Cage's massive round bed in the center of a room that was far too big for a bedroom. I wouldn't have guessed, I laughed. He dug his fingers into my sides. Stop, I squealed, wriggling beneath him. He licked my belly, then bit the skin of my ribs. You taste salty. I chuckled as my fingers played with his hair. That's sweat. It's sex. I love how it tastes on you. My insides clenched. He was sex. The way he looked, the words he said, the way he said them. So, am I going to get the grand tour of your bachelor pad? And can we start in the kitchen, specifically the refrigerator? His chuckle vibrated the bed. Are you hungry? No, I surpassed hungry over an hour ago. I'm starving, famished, withering away in the wind.
Cage. New rule. When you're at my house, you have to wear nothing but a white t-shirt of mine. The sexy girl with wild black hair and swollen lips that looked like they'd been thoroughly kissed peeked around the corner of my refrigerator that she helped herself to raiding, even though I'd just put salmon on the grill. I like the feeling I get from knowing the shirt that hugged your sexy chest is covering my naked body. She winked and resumed her raiding. Yeah, well, imagine how I'm going to feel when I take it off your naked body to reclaim it. Reclaim the shirt or my naked body? I honestly couldn't remember a time in my life that I felt so completely happy. Not when I won the Heisman. Not when I went first in the draft. Not when I signed my contract with Minnesota. In that moment, I felt quite certain I'd give it all up just to watch Lake pop her lips over and over in contemplation of what would be her pre-dinner snack. Inexplicably, she owned a part of me from the moment she was born, and it took 21 years for her to find me and dangle it in front of my face in an "are you missing this" sort of way. Do you have marshmallows? I crossed my arms on the counter, my feet resting on the rung of the bar stool. Sorry, no marshmallows. I don't eat much sugar. She shut the refrigerator door, setting a glass bowl of red grapes on the counter. You need marshmallows and crispy rice. Popping a grape into her mouth, she grinned. I do, huh? She nodded. Flax waffles and Justin's chocolate hazelnut butter. Anything else? Tapping a grape along her puckered lips, she rolled her eyes to the ceiling. I'll think about it and let you know. I tore off a stem of grapes. You do that. Come on, I need to check on dinner. I walked to the deck. You're in jeans, no shirt. I'm in a shirt, nothing else. What if your neighbors see me? Nobody can see my deck. Come on out. It's dark and chilly. Come here, I laughed, turning the salmon on a cedar grill plank. Oh, she stepped onto the deck. It's warm. I pointed to the two heaters on opposite sides and the one mounted above us. About 5 more minutes, then I'll feed you before you wither away. Sitting on the end of a lounge chair, I tugged her hand, bringing her to straddle my lap, trying not to focus on her lack of panties. Thanks for inviting me for dinner. She placed a small kiss on my lips. I nodded, contemplating my next words. Finding any words in the presence of the only woman who managed to leave me speechless was a nearly impossible feat. You look so serious. She narrowed her eyes. Lake Jones? The words, where were the words, and why was I scared out of my fucking mind to say them, but just as scared to not say them? What would you say if I told you I love you?
Lake. Right then. Right there. In that moment. Cage Monahan turned his head and kissed me on the lips in a proverbial, my heart felt the breath of eternity way. I had one goal. To make him turn his head. I shook mine. I wouldn't say anything. You'd leave me speechless. He cradled my face, my eyes filled with tears. You're that girl, Lake. Had you not disappeared after that day in Omaha, I would be an elementary school teacher. I would not have chosen this life. Because football is my life now. I don't know how to balance this anymore, and if I'm honest, I don't want to balance it. I want to give it up for you. I want being with you to be what I do every day because I swear to God I know I can do it better than anyone else. I love you, Lake.
I love you in a way that makes me uncertain of everything in my life but you. I love you in a way that makes me want nothing but you. It may have looked like my face was in his hands, but it was really my heart. He looked expectantly at me. I had nothing, so I shrugged and let big fat tears roll down my cheeks. He kissed away my tears. I love you too. The words caught in my throat. They'd been there for so long, growing with each day, needing to desperately be said. Part of me regretted waiting for him to say it. If there was one thing my brush with death taught me, it was the true fragility of life and the importance of saying what matters the very moment it matters. Ben died, and I lived. And right then, right there, I knew why. Chapter 17. Nannies and Neighbors. Cloud 9 carried me home late that night. I wanted to stay, but I had to be up and ready for Shayna's nanny, and the guy who made an official claim to be the title man of my dreams was too much of a distraction. Leaving his bed in the morning would have been impossible after our perfect evening. Following the best salmon ever, he made love to me on the deck, whispering that magical love to me over and over. I wasn't sure if there were depths to our love, but if there were, then I was in so far I knew I'd die before escaping. I didn't want to escape. Cage quitting the NFL to be a teacher and spend more time with me? I didn't want that either. I'd watched him play in college. The euphoria on his face when he connected with a receiver in the end zone was not a look that said he wanted to be a teacher and spend his free time with a girl. We agreed the evening had left us both in a cloud of nostalgia, and that making life-changing decisions was best done with a clear head. What I did know for certain was Cage Monahan was the reason my life was spared. I don't know how I knew it. I just did. I'm not going to be able to stay too long. I have a meeting,
Everson said as we waited for the nanny to arrive. That's fine. I have a feeling they'll hit it off in less than 60 seconds. Then you'll be dismissed, and I'll expect a sizable finder's fee check at my door by dinner.
Finder's fee?
For finding the world's best nanny.
You sound pretty sure of yourself.
I grinned as Shayna came into the room. This one's a sure thing. She's going to love Jamie, and Jamie is going to adore this sweet little girl. I hugged her.
How old is Jamie?
Everson asked. 31. Just on time, there were 3 quick raps at the door. Everson could take a lesson from Jamie on knocking properly, as in, I'm at your door, but not trying to annoy the hell out of you. Everson opened the door.
Can I help you?
Hi, I'm Jamie Law.
No, you're not.
Everson shook his head. Everson! I pulled at his arm to move him out of the way. Don't be rude.
Stick.
Lake. I shot him a scowl before flipping it to a smile for Jamie. The nanny didn't need to hear our pet names for each other. Come in, Jamie.
Lake, can I talk to you for a minute?
Everson asked in a tone that didn't actually ask, but rather demanded. Sure, just a second, Jamie. I'd like you to meet Shayna and her brother, Everson Banks. Shayna held out her hand for Jamie. Everson did not.
A word.
No. I shot Everson another scowl, followed by another apologetic smile to Jamie. Shayna, why don't you tell Jamie about your swimming lessons and what books you like? Excuse us for a few moments. We'll be right back. Take your time. Jamie smiled. I shut the door to Everson's bedroom. Oh my gosh, what is your problem? Do you have any idea how qualified Jamie is compared to every other person I interviewed? So help me, if you blow this, I'm going to be pissed at you. He rested his hands on his hips.
Are you fucking blind? Jamie is a dude. I'm not hiring a dude to be my sister's nanny. That shit's just not right.
Wow. Oh, wow. Could you be any more sexist?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I could be, but I'll spare you and just keep it simple. No, not hiring him.
Because he's a guy. Everson nodded.
Correct.
2 years ago, he nannied for royalty in England. He has a degree in education. He's a part-time EMT. He speaks 4 different languages. He's completed 7 Ironman competitions, and he's hit the New York Times bestseller list for a series of children's books he's written. Are you out of your mind? It doesn't get any better than Jamie.
You gonna still help with her sometimes?
What? Yes. But I can't guarantee my time with the unpredictability of my job, so I can't be her nanny. Otherwise, I would have offered.
I get that, Stick. But you'll be around when you can.
I shrugged. Of course.
You'll hang out with Shayna and her nanny?
Yeah, sometimes.
Great. Wait here.
I waited. Why, I wasn't sure.
Jamie, man, mind if I take your picture for security purposes?
I peeked around the corner as Everson took Jamie's picture. What's that all about? I asked when Everson came back into the bedroom. He tapped the screen of his phone.
What were all those credentials again? Royalty, teacher, EMT, 4 languages.
He continued to type into his phone.
Ironman competitions. Oh, and New York Times bestseller.
What are you doing? He held up his phone.
Just sent a picture of Jamie and his amazing resume to Monahan to see how he feels about me hiring him to work next door to you.
I rolled my eyes. He's not going to care. If anything, he'll be impressed with my skills for finding the perfect person to watch Shayna. Everson held up his phone as it dinged with a response from Cage. He smirked.
Yeah, that's what I figured he'd say.
Monahan.
No fucking way.
My jaw plummeted to the ground. I couldn't believe that was Cage's reaction. However, I refused to let Everson see my shock. You've got 30 seconds to make an intelligent case for not hiring Jamie. Otherwise, he's our guy. I know darn well you have plans over the next few weeks, and I can't be your backup every time. So, let's hear it.
He's a dude.
I grunted a buzzing sound. Try again. 20 seconds left.
It makes no sense that he'd want to be a nanny. That alone should raise enough suspicion.
Another buzzing sound from me. Last chance. 10 seconds.
I'm going to catch shit from everyone I know for having a guy nanny.
He pointed toward the other room.
That looks like Pretty Boy out there.
That's why you don't want to hire him, because he's... Everson crossed his arms over his chest.
He's what, Stick? Finish your thought.
I wasn't taking the bait. Give him 2 weeks. And if you don't like him, then we'll look for someone else. Our stare-off lasted for a good minute or more.
1 week. And I'm the one who decides if we keep him. Got it?
I nodded. I followed Everson out and sat next to Shayna, who'd been giggling and already having a great time with Jamie. Everson went through his whole spiel about a 1-week trial to see if Jamie was really a good match, while I took a good look at the male nanny. Maybe a certain quarterback kept me from assessing Jamie's appearance, or if I did do it, then it had to have been subconsciously. Upon closer inspection, I had to admit Jamie was a little on the gorgeous side. Tall, fit, a nice smile, dark hair and eyes. There may have been a hint of a Tom Hardy resemblance going on, and a British accent that would have melted a certain amputee's panties in a pre-Cage lifetime. I'm not a big fan of American football,
But I look forward to watching you play this fall. I cringed. Jamie needed to just leave before he got any more strikes against him. It was clear from the way Everson's body tensed that he didn't like someone making it sound like there was any kind of football other than American football. The football. So, Jamie, thanks for coming by. It appears you and Shayna are going to get along just great. Tomorrow at 8? Jamie smiled. Yeah, he was a cutie. Great. Bye, Shayna. See you in the morning. When the door closed, I leaned back against it. Shayna, did you like Jamie? She nodded really big with a smile to match. I smirked at Everson, whose face sustained a permanent scowl. It appeared as though I would not get to see his blinding smile anytime soon. When I returned to my apartment, I took care of my first order of business. Blake. No fucking way? Really? Please tell me you didn't base a person's nanny qualifications on a photo. Cage. Getting ready for an interview. TTYL. Just as I blew out a breath of frustration, there was a knock at my door. A new type of knock, based on my knock expertise. The peephole revealed a woman with long red hair who moved in way too close, squinting one eye, attempting to look in my peephole from the other side. I jumped back. That was a first. So not cool on her part. I opened the door. Hi, are you Lake Jones? She asked with an easy southern drawl. Why did a stranger asking for confirmation of my name seem like a test? Who wants to know? She grinned a lovely smile that accented her soft, translucent blue eyes. They looked far less creepy than they did through the peephole. I'm Pennywise, your new neighbor on the other side of the elevator. My husband and I moved in last week. I peeked around the corner, then nodded. Oh, yeah, that place has been vacant for a while. She wrinkled her nose. The view's not great, but we don't mind. Anyway, I just wanted to introduce myself. We moved here from San Antonio, empty nesters now. My husband's parents are moving to an assisted living facility close by, so we decided to move here at least for a couple of years. Once our kids decide to marry and give us some grandbabies, we'll be out of here. I nodded. Penny didn't look old enough to be a grandma. She looked maybe 35, thin with a silver arm cuff just beneath the bicep of her left arm, various silver rings on her fingers, and large silver hoop earrings. Anyway, that's all. Just wanted to make the introduction. The apartment manager told me we might be a good fit. We left a great neighborhood, and I'm sure apartment dwellers don't socialize like homeowners in the burbs. But I'm old school. You drink wine? I do, I smiled. Because Chatty Penny was nice and unpretentious. Lord knows I needed a friend in my corner with all the testosterone in my life. No offense to Terzi. She glanced down. Wowza, never seen a leg like that before. Rupert, my husband, lost half his finger when he was 14. Came out on the short side of garbage disposal roulette. I grimaced. I know, right? She nodded slowly. Mine was a car accident. If Rupert ever needs an extra finger, or 8, I know a guy. Penny laughed. I'll tell him. He doesn't know what to do with the 9.5 he has, so I don't think it matters. I'd known Penny for all of 2 seconds, and yet I felt pretty certain she was sharing cringeworthy details about her sex life. It was official. I liked Pennywise. It's a little early for wine, but I have tea if you'd like to come in. You sure? I don't want to interrupt your day. I have a 6-year-old to watch in an hour, so I have time. Penny didn't freak out over Terzi, but she did confess her cat allergy. It was a good test to Terzi's hypoallergenic trait. You look too young to be retired. I handed Penny a cup of tea and sat in the chair opposite her at my kitchen table. I'm 45 and Rupert is 59. She gave me a sheepish grin.
We're the couple snobby people like to talk about. We were the hottest gossip topic for years. Rupert was a tenured professor of finance at the same college where my father was the dean. Rupert had 2 kids and was in a miserable marriage. I was 8 weeks pregnant with 2 years of college under my expanding belt, but a master's degree in disgracing my father. Rupert and I saw each other for the first time outside of my father's office. I'd just told Daddy Dearest about my pregnancy, and of course I left in tears because my father was a total dick. An hour later, there was a tap on my car window. I was bawling my eyes out, couldn't see to drive home. It was Rupert, a complete stranger to me at the time. He offered me a ride home. And because I was young and stupid, hence the unplanned pregnancy, I accepted his offer. When we got to my apartment, I invited him up for coffee, vomited the details of my tragic life, and drained all my tears into his shirt, using his silk tie like a hanky. 2 hours later, we were in my bed naked and completely satisfied. Can you believe a guy his age had never had a girl go down on him? Penny grinned. I'd lost all facial function as my jaw hung in midair. Oh, so to answer your retirement question, Rupert is retired. He made very wise investments over the years. As for me, I don't need to work, but I've always had odd jobs. Just something to keep me busy and sane. I can't be with Rupert all the damn day. We'd kill each other. Penny was such an unexpected part of my day, yet oddly refreshing. She had the power to break my Netflix addiction. I knew her. How I Met My Husband story was just a morsel of her life. So, was the father of your child out of the picture? Honey, he was out of the picture before the picture ever came into focus. You know those things in life that really are not representative of your finer moments? I nodded, sipping my tea. I loved her southern drawl and the way she called me honey. Well, during the sowing of my wild oats phase, I kind of fell into a slut rut. My brow lifted. I was stoned out of my mind most of the time and screwed anything with a dick. She tapped the rim of her cup with her fingernail. Hell, who am I kidding? I'm pretty sure there were a few women in the mix, too. Penny sighed. A faint smile grew on her face like she was reminiscing about the good old days. You've lived quite the life so far. I have. Lots of mistakes, but no regrets. What about you? I'm not that exciting. Lost my leg and my boyfriend in a car accident. Moved here a few months ago from San Francisco. I make a living with my disability by testing cutting-edge prosthetics and doing occasional photo shoots. What about a significant other? You're too pretty to not have a boyfriend or girlfriend. Equal opportunity, right? I chuckled, staring down at my tea. I do have someone. It's kind of new and kind of old, but mostly kind of hard to explain, but he's quite the catch. I like the sound of that. A knock at the door brought me back to reality just as memories of the previous night started to heat my skin. I'll get out of your hair. Penny stood. No, you don't have to go. Nope, I'm going. We'll chat later, honey. I looked through the peephole. Aren't those things addictive? They don't work so well from the other side. I grinned, partly from Penny's comment, and partly from my handsome guy on the opposite side of the door. Yes, they are quite addictive. Peepholing is one of my favorite pastimes. I opened the door. Oh, sweet Jesus! You're Cage Monahan! Cage's eyes flitted between me and Penny. Yes, Penny, this is Cage. Cage, meet Penny, my new neighbor. And slut extraordinaire that I have a girl crush on. Oh, my lord. It's a huge pleasure. I follow football like a dog's nose to a cat's ass. Would you mind if I asked you for your autograph? Cage looked at me again. I shrugged. I'll get a marker. I grabbed a Sharpie from the kitchen drawer. Do you want a piece of paper or something, Penny? Nope. She continued to gawk at Cage. Here, I handed the marker to Cage. Right here, doll, if you wouldn't mind. Penny pulled up her shirt about 4 inches, pointing to her lower back. Right above my heart and wings tramp stamp would be perfect. Cage looked at me again. Again, I shrugged. He signed her back and capped the marker. Ah, perfect. Rupert and I are going doggy style tonight so he can stare at it. Nothing better than a guy who's a little jealous. Makes them up their game, if you know what I mean. Penny winked, then headed down the hallway. Cage still had not said a word. She's great, huh? I snatched the marker from him and walked back inside.
I really have no words for Penny.
I shut the drawer and leaned against the counter. But you have a few for Jamie, right?
Who's Jamie?
He slid his hands behind me, palming my ass while pulling me into his body. I closed my eyes as he kissed the skin below my ear. He's Shayna's nanny. Cage stood straight, peering down at me with narrowed eyes.
So the picture wasn't a joke?
I grabbed his ass as well, giving it a tight squeeze. So the no fucking way was a joke?
Yes. No, I don't know. You seriously hired a male nanny for Banks's sister?
I hired the most qualified nanny who just so happens to be a guy. Please don't show me your sexist side if you have one. I don't want to see it. Yes, it's official. Women can be pilots and doctors, and men can be nurses and nannies.
Whatever. It doesn't affect me.
True. Now kiss me so I can see if I still affect you. Cage grinned as his lips showed mine that I did indeed still affect him.
I missed you in my bed this morning,
he murmured over my lips while his hands slid up my shirt. I pressed my hands to his chest. We can't do this. I glanced over at the clock on my microwave. Shayna is coming over while Evanson does whatever the hell it is he does this time of year.
No.
10 minutes.
I can work with that.
He kissed me hard, backing me to the corner as his erection pressed to my belly. I giggled, wriggling from his hold on me. Stop! 10 minutes is not enough. I rubbed my lips together. They were already numb from his assault on them. Cage sighed.
Suit yourself, then. I'm meeting up with 2 of my wide receivers to practice some routes.
I righted my bra that he'd tugged down, exposing my breasts. Basically, you're going to a park to play catch with your friends. He captured both of my wrists behind my back in his right hand and bit my neck. Cage was a biter, and oh my God, I loved what it did to me.
Yes, basically,
he whispered in my ear before leaving me puddled on my kitchen floor while he walked toward my door.
Later.
After the door already shut, I whispered, later. Chapter 18. Catch and Release. It happened. I found my village in Minneapolis. I found my life again in Minneapolis. Land of 10,000 lakes. Duh, it was right there all along. Jamie survived the 1-week trial. In spite of Everson's intentions to be the decision-maker, we took a vote. It was 2-1. Jamie stayed. Penny became my new BFF, which I didn't share with Lindsay for feeling-sparing reasons. I needed someone more messed up than myself to truly accept me. Penny bridged the gap between my girlfriend and my mother. She listened to me like Lindsay, only less judgmental, yet gave motherly advice, only less ethical. Yeah, I loved Pennywise. Shayna and Everson became my new siblings, although I felt much more like a mother to Shayna than a sister. And Everson was just Everson. I still hadn't broken through his tough outer layer to find what I knew had to be an ooey-gooey middle. Another theory of mine. Cage was the upside to every day, no matter what. The fact that we were just weeks from him leaving for training camp was bittersweet. My early morning peepholing revealed a gathering of Everson and some other guys from the team in the hall. Another upside to my life in Minneapolis. One of the other guys was my guy. I bent down and finished tying my shoe, then opened the door. The boisterous laughter and chatter silenced as all eyes fell on me. I smiled. "Boys?" "Damn, Monahan," one of the guys whistled. "You're choosing fishing over that today?" His eyes roved my body, clad in tight running shorts and a sports bra.
"Keep your fucking eyes off her."
Cage playfully shoved the guy before moving toward me. He grabbed my head and kissed me, eliciting a few catcalls from the peanut gallery.
"I missed you last night,"
he whispered in my ear. I left him naked and sated in his bed to get home so I could video chat with Jerry about the fit of my newest leg. Clearing my throat, I took a step back before I started to sweat from his touch. "Fishing? So you were serious?"
"Your boy's got the sweetest fishing boat ever, Stick." "Man, how have you not taken her fishing yet?"
Everson asked. I vaguely remembered Cage mentioning something about fishing once, but I didn't think much of it. "You have a boat? An actual fishing boat?" The guys snickered.
"We go for beer and banter, but Monahan actually takes it seriously, giving us the stink eye if we get too loud."
I cocked my head to the side. Cage grinned as he shrugged. "Catch and release, or do you eat the fish?"
"Depends."
He shoved his hands into his back cargo shorts pockets. I nodded, still a little surprised. Cage gestured to my running leg.
"Testing a new leg."
I shook my head. "Underwear." His brow winked, and the guys behind him inched a bit closer, ears perked.
"What?"
Cage asked. "My favorite underwear has been discontinued. I'm trying a new brand, and the best way to test them out is to go for a jog. I want to know before I buy 10 pairs if they're going to ride up on me. I'm not a thong girl. I don't like anything shoved up my ass." His cheeks turned red while taking a hard swallow. The fishing crew tried and failed to hide their chuckling. One of the guys slapped him on the shoulder. "We'll meet you out front." He cleared his throat. "Our condolences on the ass news." That sparked a new round of laughter as the guys piled into the elevator. When the doors shut, Cage pursed his lips and sighed.
"Thanks for that."
I shrugged. "What?"
"What?"
It's possible his intention was to be serious or maybe upset, but he couldn't finish his thought without rubbing his hand over his mouth to hide his smirk.
"You don't like anything shoved up your ass? Really? Like..."
Rolling his eyes to the ceiling, he shook his head. "So, you're big into fishing, huh?"
"Don't change the subject."
He narrowed his eyes at me. Too bad he still couldn't keep a straight face. It would have given his case a lot more merit. Those were favorite moments of mine, when he was 90% sure my actions were an embarrassing side effect of my Sahara Desert humor, yet still 10% holy shit, she's serious. I loved that 10%. I worked my ass off for that 10%. I'm sorry, what was the subject? Oh, yeah, things I don't like in my crack. Sounds like a Jeopardy category or a Family Feud survey. Name something. Lake Jones does not like upper crack. Underwear. Survey says, ding, ding, ding. 94 people surveyed said underwear. The other 6 said cock. And I do believe those 6 lascivious idiots are downstairs waiting for you. Cage observed me. It was never just a stare or a lingering look. His eyes narrowed a fraction, but never lost their sparkle. The wetting of his lips was always followed by biting them together like he refused to speak until he'd figured me out. And just before he spoke, his dimples surrendered to his impending grin.
"I'm going to text you an address. Meet me there in 3 hours.
What if I haven't sorted through this underwear situation by then? My head tilted to the side as my poker face slipped a bit, revealing my own impending grin. He pulled me to him, his hands easing into the back of my running shorts.
Don't fret over it,
he whispered before sucking my earlobe into his mouth. My lips parted and eyes closed as I held onto his biceps to keep my knees from buckling.
Panties are optional.
3 words, and my knees buckled. Thankfully, not really thankful at all, he fisted the back of my new panties and yanked up. My hero? No. The wedgie was underway a few seconds before my knees gave out. I gasped. He smirked.
I think you should consider getting used to the idea. The feeling of something in that sexy ass of yours.
Not much left me speechless, but my first non-brother male-induced wedgie left me with cow eyes and a numb tongue. He winked just before the elevator doors shut. Being the youngest of 5 and having 3 older brothers made daily revenge plotting an integral part of my childhood. The address Cage texted me was to a lake. I parked next to his truck with the empty boat trailer attached to it. Lake. I'm here. Cage.
I'll pick you up on the dock. Please ignore any of the drunks.
I laughed while shaking my head and grabbing my sunglasses. As I stepped onto the dock, echoing whistles and hollering ensued as a boat drew near. "We're being ditched for a chick," one of the guys said as the boat crept alongside the dock. I think there were 5 guys total, but I only had eyes for revenge. Or the lucky recipient of it wearing the goofiest khaki bucket hat with several lures hanging from it. "There's my favorite lake. You've got it bad, man. We're in the land of 10,000 lakes, and you have a favorite?" one of the guys said as they stepped onto the dock, some a bit more wobbly than others.
Stick.
I raised a brow. "Apollo?" He grinned. Everson must have had some beer, too. It was the only potion that seemed to bring out his full smile. At least for me.
Later, Monahan.
"Bender's driving, you dumbasses." The last guy off the boat nodded with a polite smile. I recognized him as blonde bun guy from Everson's party, the one who seemed to know how to pronounce Tersey. He dangled a set of car keys. "You must be Bender. Holden Bender. Sober and at your service. How's your cat?" He remembered me. Lovely. She's still a real party animal, one of the most sought-after pussies in the building. Holden's eyes raised for a second before he broke into a loud laugh, giving a quick glance back on the boat to Cage, who shook his head. "I like her, Monahan." He continued to chuckle as he walked up the ramp. Cage and I had a stare-off until the sound of Bender's tires skidded in the dirt, signaling their departure. "I don't fish." Cage grinned.
"You grew up in Tahoe.
"How can you not fish?" "Simple. I just don't. Boating? Yep. Skiing? Yup. Hiking? You betcha. Fishing? Not my thing." I tossed my purse into the boat and then stepped on without taking Cage's proffered hand. "When exactly did you become such a fisherman?" I flicked one of the lures attached to his hat. Cage grabbed my wrist, giving me a warning glare that melted into a smile as he pressed his lips to the inside of my wrist.
My grandpa fished, and so did my dad when I was really young. Fishing, camping, basically anything outdoors.
He hooked my waist with one arm, pulling me onto his lap with my back to the steering wheel as the boat hummed, sitting idle next to the dock. "And wedgies? Who taught you how to give wedgies?" I narrowed my eyes. He shrugged.
"Kids in the neighborhood when I lived in Portland."
I kept the, "You're going to pay for that, buddy," to myself. The element of surprise was my best bet for success. "You look 70 in that hat."
You don't like my hat?
I liked his white muscle shirt and his defined legs beneath mine. The dimples were a given. But his bucket hat was anti-sexy. Yet the guy managed to make it work. So, I'm your favorite lake, huh? His gaze fell to my lips. It was crazy how the slightest shift of his eyes affected me so much. My mouth dried up as my pulse accelerated. I wet my lips. His gaze descended to my chest. My nipples hardened. Mr. I make stupid hats look sexy manipulated my body with nothing more than a look. It was subtle, but profound, like the effect of the sun.
You're my favorite everything.
He met my eyes again and smirked. Of course he knew what he did to me. There was no hiding it. Your favorite everything, really? I narrowed my eyes.
Really?
What's your favorite day? He grinned.
Any day I get to see you.
Favorite color?
Blue, like your eyes.
Favorite animal?
Elephant.
Screw you. His eyes danced with amusement. Favorite food? In spite of the boat and all the fishing equipment on it, I couldn't reel that comment back in. Nope, I'd already cast it, and he bit at it. The arousal beneath me and the agonizingly slow way his tongue eased along his lower lip answered that question.
Lake,
he whispered.
I'm fucking starving right now.
Gulp. I was a tad on the hungry side as well. I cleared my throat. I think what you have in mind is more of a private dining meal. He dipped his head and kissed my bare shoulder next to the thin bra strap of my camisole top, then licked a trail to my ear.
I love you.
Unexpected. It was like riding a roller coaster blindfolded. I anticipated the "I love you" 2 seconds before he gave me a wedgie, and when I expected a picnic on the boat comment, he took my breath away like a plunging drop with those 3 simple words. I love you too. I grinned, then tugged at his hat. Even your hat is growing on me.
Oh yeah?
He sat back. I nodded.
Well.
He leaned to the side and flipped up a seat with a storage compartment under it.
Then it's fate that I have one for you.
A lavender bucket hat with lures hanging from it. It was hideous and breathtaking at the same time. I don't want lice. How many women have worn this before me?
You're the first female to ever step foot on this boat. I bought it for you. I put the lures on it for you.
Losing my leg was easy compared to losing my heart to Cage, even if I did willingly hand it to him. With each passing day, I knew I'd never get it back in one piece. Did he read the warning? Did he see the fragile, handle with care? When your season begins and we don't see each other as much. I took the hat and put it on. Cage smiled. Can you do me a huge favor?
Anything.
Pressing my palms to his cheeks, I whispered, don't forget to love me.
Cage. The purple fishing hat fit her perfectly. I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. Total truth. Lake was the first woman to set foot on my fishing boat. I'll forget how to throw a football before I'll forget to love you. Her lips brushed mine. I inhaled her flowery scent, which made me need to taste her sweet lips. Most of the time she tasted of cinnamon from her gum, but on my favorite occasions she tasted like marshmallows. I asked the man upstairs to twist fate in my favor. Never let another man taste her lips. Both would be a tragedy. I nodded, but if I were honest, the former would have sucked. The latter would have felt like the end of the world. Let's go catch some fish. It took about 15 minutes to get to my favorite spot. We could have made better time, but I went slow. I could have watched Lake all day with her smiling face in the sun, eyes closed, holding her hat to her head as her dark hair whipped in the wind. This is it. She opened her eyes, head twisting in one direction and then the other. Quite the cozy little cove. Yes. I grabbed my pole and tackle box. You're introverted. A bit. Here. I cast the line. Catch me a fish. Your pole? You're going to let me use your special pole? Babe, you can use anything of mine anytime you want. She sat next to me and took the pole. Did you let your buddies use your pole? Hell no. We fished for less than an hour before the rain chased us back to the dock. I would have stayed dry had we not had to circle around to retrieve my hat that she tossed over the side when I asked how her new panties were working out. Apparently, she kept score. Not cool, babe. I snagged my hat from the surface and put it back on my head. She laughed as water dripped onto my face and body. I'm not laughing. Poor baby, don't get your knickers in a bind. Or do. Thunder rumbled as a cool breeze wrapped around us. Do you need help getting the boat onto the trailer? I shook my head, too stubborn to say any more with my drenched hat on my head. Good. Lake hopped out as soon as we reached the dock. 'Cause it's getting ready to pound on us. She hurried to her car. 5 seconds later, the clouds opened up. Fuck. I shook my head, but didn't bother hurrying at that point, as I was already drowned within seconds. After I secured my boat onto the trailer, Lake flipped me a grin as she pulled out of the parking lot past me. She was aggravating and sexy, and that smile, damn. I wanted to suck that smile right off her face. I wanted to suck every inch of her, until the only expression she had was the grimace that accompanied her loud moans and screams.
Chapter 19. Ghosts. Lake. Minnesota's Monahan and Banks caught in a love triangle with amputee from San Francisco. Monahan dates amputee. Proves he's the real golden boy. Will Monahan's game be affected by his demanding girlfriend? The media buzz guaranteed me hot tea every morning, either at my apartment or Cage's house. Compliments of Flint Hopkins. The nanny. You have to stay the hell away from the nanny. Flint barged past Cage at the front door, making a beeline to me in Cage's kitchen. Normally, he handed me my tea. That day, he slammed it on the counter. I spread chocolate hazelnut butter on my toaster waffles, wearing nothing but Cage's white t-shirt and a grin. Good morning, Flint. It's Sunday. Do you ever take a day off? Just as I started to turn toward Flint, my protective lover held out a white terry cloth robe that I may or may not have taken from a hotel. I slid my arms in and Cage tied the front as he kissed me. I'm going for a run. Shower with me when I get back, he whispered. I squeezed my legs together and nodded. Cage pointed a stiff finger at Flint as he passed him. Upset her and you're fired. Flint rolled his eyes, and so did I. It had become Cage's daily motto. I knew Flint's #1 priority was protecting Cage's reputation. He knew I didn't give a shit about the headlines and pictures. We had a whole routine. Cage left, we did our usual verbal sparring, then plastered on smiles when our boy returned. I'm serious this time. Training camp starts in 2 weeks. The media is on high alert for abso-fucking-lutely any morsel of dirt they can run with. Flint jabbed his finger at a printed page of social media posts, newspaper headlines, and photos of me and Jamie with Shayna. The headlines all read, Secret Affair. I watched Cage's truck pull out of the driveway. He liked to find a lake path to jog around for an hour or so in the mornings. Shayna's like a daughter to me. Jamie is her nanny. Sometimes I hang out with them when I have free time. Everson knows. Cage knows. What's the big deal? Shayna is always with us. He's worked for Everson for 2 seconds, hardly enough time for a scandalous affair. I've never even been alone with Jamie since I interviewed him.
Do you see Shayna in any of these pictures?
I looked at the pictures. She wasn't in any of them. Jamie and me on a park bench laughing. Jamie and me eating ice cream. Jamie taking a bag from my shoulder. Shayna's bag, but it did look intimate. I frowned. Shayna was right there, sitting beside me while we ate ice cream. She was walking next to Jamie when he took the bag. She was playing on the playground maybe 10 yards away when we were laughing on the bench. Probably about something goofy Shayna did. But she wasn't in any of the pictures. The tabloids said I was having an affair with Thaddeus last week because we were photographed having dinner when I flew out to San Francisco.
He's your boss. That's easy to explain.
So Jamie is Shayna's nanny.
But Shayna isn't your daughter or sister or anything that's easy to explain. That's why she's not in the photos, because people don't care about her. They care about the woman who took one of the most eligible bachelors off the market. They want to know that you're worthy of him, and if for 1 second they think you're not, then they're going to tear you apart because there are thousands of other women out there who'd love to have the chance that you've been given.
My head jerked back. Excuse me? The chance I've been given? Like, my name was drawn out of a hat to be Cage Monahan's girlfriend? Flint blew out a long breath.
I know it seems like my intentions are just to keep Cage's reputation squeaky clean, but you don't understand the impact this will have on your relationship with him, especially when the season starts and he's under 24-hour scrutiny of the media. The line between the truth and the lies begins to blur and doubt creeps in. He looks at this photo and starts to wonder. You see a photo of some girl's hand on his ass before he has time to remove it, and you start to wonder. You're both young. Your relationship is in its infancy. Under perfectly normal, non-celebrity conditions, it's hard to make it work. He shook his head. This will destroy you if you're not proactive about keeping things simple.
Would that be my life forever? Tiptoeing around, worrying about finding clarity with that line between the truth and the lies? Was that why Cage wanted to give it up?
Cage. I needed to pound the hell out of the blacktop beneath my feet. I needed my lungs to burn. I needed something to erase the worry in my head. Flint did my worrying. He did my fixing. He did the shit jobs so I could focus on my career. But Lake wasn't my career. She was my everything. Could I play professional football and have everything? I let Flint have his talks with her because I knew his words didn't mean anything to her. She shrugged them off, and he felt better having done his job. Being in the middle sucked, but the truth was I needed both of them. I didn't want to have to choose. When I finally hit my exertion limit, I walked in a few circles with my hands laced on my head, then collapsed onto the cool grass. "Good morning, stranger." I lifted my head, squinting against the sun. "Kelsey, hey!" I let my head drop back and closed my eyes. Nothing like the ex-girlfriend appearing out of nowhere at the worst time. "My guy's not usually this visible in the media during the summer." "I'm not your guy." We were never together during the summer. She had no clue what she was talking about. "We used to jog these paths together, remember? Then we'd go back to your place and—" "I'm 24, not 94. My memory is just fine." "Tell me, does she remove her leg when you're together? Is it kind of weird? I'd have to insist the lights be out. Totally black in the room." I rolled my head side to side. "You weren't a bitch when we were together. I never would have been with you. Why now? Why stoop so low?
Why her? Are the tabloids right? Is she a charity case? A puppy from the pound?
I lifted up on my elbows and squinted at her again. Why was she so damn ugly? How did I not see it before? I love her, that's why. Kelsey fake stumbled back a few steps.
Love?
She laughed.
You told me you weren't looking for love. You told me your career was your only love. Does she know that? Does she know your love means nothing? Because if you have to choose, you'll choose your love of the game?
I'm sorry.
I don't need your apologies. I'm going to watch you break another girl's heart, and that will be all I need to remind myself that you were a waste of my time.
I honestly thought we had an amicable split. Clearly, I was wrong. I stood and brushed the grass off my legs. Enjoy your jog.
Cage?
My name fell softly from her lips. I turned back to her.
Would you? Would you give it up for her?
The pain in her voice stung a bit. I underestimated her feelings for me. I'd give her my last breath. Kelsey bit her lips together and nodded. I ignored the tears in her eyes. I had to. Take care, Kelsey.
Lake. Lake? On the deck. I sat up in the lounge chair.
Wine before noon. If Flint...
I shook my head. It's Sunday and past 11. Close enough, right? The wine had everything to do with Flint. But Cage didn't need to know that. Flint wasn't just his agent, they were friends. I could handle Flint. I'm one lucky girl. My eyes perused his naked chest and the sexy way his jogging shorts hung low on his hips, giving a tease of the V that my tongue had traced countless times.
That's the wine talking.
He squatted down in front of my chair and ran his large hands up my bare legs, stopping at my shorts.
You showered without me.
I nodded.
What's wrong?
I sucked at hiding my emotions, especially from Cage. Setting my glass down, I scooted to the end of the lounge chair. Did you see the pictures? His eyes tensed a bit, like he didn't want me to see his reaction.
Pictures?
Of me and Jamie? His Adam's apple bobbed. He saw them. I didn't need him to say it. I told Flint I've never been alone with Jamie since the day I interviewed him. I went with them because I had a free day and Shayna wanted me to go.
It's fine. I trust you.
I teased my fingernails along his shoulders. I know you trust me. But do you trust your head to separate the truth from the lies? Do you trust the jealousy you hate so much to not overreact? To not question, to not wonder?
This is my life. You didn't ask for this. I won't let it change you. I won't let you change where you go, what you do, and who you do it with. I trust you. Even if a million people reading trashy tabloids or who have nothing better to do than stick their noses in my business, even if they don't trust you. I don't care, and neither should you.
Jamie is attractive. People are going to see that. The muscles in Cage's jaw flexed. But I don't think of him, not 1 minute. My fingers teased down his chest. Not 1 second. My hand slid under his waistband. Of the day. He hardened in my hand instantly as his jaw relaxed.
You just showered,
he whispered. Do you like me dirty? He nodded slowly, his eyes fixed to my lips as his breathing became more ragged with each stroke of my hand. Leaning forward, I whispered in his ear, I like you dirty too, especially your mouth. His hands slid under my ass and dug into my flesh like my shorts didn't exist. The pain turned me on. Why? I don't know, it just did. I kissed him. Our tongues warred as he moaned into my mouth before devouring the skin along my neck to the swell of my breasts exposed along my low-cut shirt. "Show me," I whispered. "Show me your dirty mouth." Releasing him, I leaned back. He rocked forward, dropping to his knees as he slipped his thumb under my panties. "I'm going to fuck you, Lake." I closed my eyes, arching my back. "Why?" I breathed out.
"Because I love you."
His voice dropped to something so deep and raspy, almost painful. "And?" I moaned, rocking my pelvis into his touch. Two of his fingers slid inside me as he crawled over my body, pressing his lips to my ear.
"And you're mine. So I'll fuck you when, where, and how I want."
"Yes," I seized, reaching behind me, racing my hands on the chair as he got me off with nothing more than his hand between my legs and his dirty mouth at my ear.
Cage. Lake nudged me with her foot. The only thing she loved more than my indoor pool was the theater room. I thought she was joking about her Netflix addiction. She wasn't. I pulled off my headphones. She watched Sons of Anarchy on the big screen while I watched game footage from the previous season on my laptop. "What is it, sexy?" She bit her thumbnail, a gesture I'd come to recognize as her way of getting the courage to ask me something important. "I have a photo shoot in LA for a fitness magazine. Since it's so close to the 4th of July, I'm going to fly to Tahoe to spend the holiday with the fam. Want to meet me in Tahoe? Want to meet my fam?" I shut my computer. "Your fam, huh?" She nodded, biting her nail again. "All of your family?" "Maybe. I'm not sure yet if Luke, Jess, and Grant will be there. I hope so." I wanted to be with Lake and meet her parents. I just wasn't ready to see Jessica, Jillian. The memories of my father would come flooding back. "I'll see." "You'll see? What does that mean? Do you have plans in the next 3 days you haven't mentioned?" I shrugged. "Not sure yet. I haven't really thought about it." "Lake, I have plans, sorry," or "Lake, I'd love to go." I get those responses, but I don't get the "not sure yet." Are you waiting for a better offer? "No, I... Closing my eyes, I shook my head. "Please don't let this be about Jillian." "And if it is?" She sat up. "It's not allowed to be about Jillian or Jessica or your dad or my brother. That is over. And I don't mean it as any disrespect to you or your father's memory. I just want it to be Lake Jones introducing the man that she loves to her family." "I don't know what happened." "What do you mean you don't know what happened?" Setting my computer aside, I stood, pacing the room, hands on my hips, head down. "I mean, I don't know about Jessica Day. When she called me, she offered to tell me everything, but I didn't want to know how she ended up in our lives or why she was leaving. I only needed to know one thing." "What was that?" Lake whispered. "If she'd really loved my father." Lake stood and walked toward the door. "Don't you want to know what she said?" I called, hating the anger in my voice because I really wasn't mad at her. "No." She kept her back to me, pausing at the door. "Why not?" "Because I already know." "Then tell me what you think she said." "I'm not doing this." I chased after her. "It's because you don't know. I bet she never told you or your brother." "I'm going home. I didn't mean to upset you." "I'm not upset. I just want to know what you think she said." Lake hurried into the bedroom and grabbed her overnight bag, shoving her stuff in as fast as she could. Tell me. She ignored me. I grabbed her arm as she tried to walk past me. The look of shock on her face when her eyes flitted between me and my hold on her felt like a knife in my heart. It was a look like she didn't recognize me. I released her. She didn't have to ask. Why won't you tell me? Because it shouldn't matter. She opened the front door. It matters to me. Her head hung in defeat. I felt like every single word I spoke was a sucker punch to her, but something so deep inside of me needed to know. It was a part of myself I didn't recognize, a part I couldn't control. She told you she loved your father. That's what she told you. She told you she didn't regret 1 second with him. And you believed her, yet you hated her for finding happiness on the opposite side of your father's grave. You hated him for choosing to spend his final days with her. You hated yourself for being too young and scared to do anything about his situation. Lake turned. Does that cover it for you? Will it help you sleep at night to know that my family not only lost her, but in some ways we never got her all back because she gave a part of herself to your father? Does it make you feel good to rub it in my face? When she blinked, tears trailed down her cheeks. And I was the bastard of all bastards. You don't want the story. You don't want anyone to come along and disrupt your memories, but you're fucking okay with digging up my past. A past you don't even completely understand, because Jessica, Jillian, has been this no-go subject for us. And if I can't tell you that she was in a wedding dress, getting ready to walk down the aisle when I was on my way to the hospital, and that I woke 3 months later to not only the news of my leg and Ben, but that my brother didn't get married because of my accident, and that she committed suicide after her parents were murdered? If I can't tell you that... She batted away more tears and her voice cracked. Then you'll never understand that my greatest disability has nothing to do with my missing limb. It's the sleepless nights and the nightmares, and the need to move on with my life and find something that makes me feel like I'm the one who deserved to live. Lake. I moved toward her. She shook her head and stepped out the door. I don't want your pity, and I don't want your apologies. I just wanted to spend the 4th of July with all the people I love most in this world. But you've ruined that for me, because somehow our losses in life have become a competition. Well, you win. Sorry your dad died. Have a nice holiday.
Chapter 20. Chasing the Sun. Lake. Wine? I held up a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc when Penny opened her door. You look like shit, dollface. She stepped aside. Come in. Rupert went to visit his parents. She poured the wine while I collapsed on her sofa. Boy trouble? Can't be that, can it? Penny knew about my past, so much more than Cage did. I recapped the fight we had. Twice. The first time I was sober and gave Cage a lot of slack because he'd been living with unaddressed demons for 3 years. The second time, my ego stepped up to the mic, under the influence of 3 glasses of wine, and said every mean thing I wanted to say to Cage. Reason 551 why Pennywise was just the absolute best. She never bashed Cage. Rupert? He was a 24/7 victim of being thrown under the bus. She somehow knew I needed a sounding board, yet at the same time, she knew I loved Cage with ferocity. I was always on board with Flint and keeping our guy squeaky clean. Because in spite of everything, Cage Monahan really was a kind, genuine soul. My lover, my friend, my reason. I hope you're not too drunk to remember this, she giggled. Hell, I hope I'm not too drunk to say this correctly. I could easily fuck up this advice and you'll leave here and dump his gorgeous ass. So whatever you do, no matter what I say, don't dump his gorgeous ass. I leaned my head back, closing my eyes. The alcohol made the room spin a bit too much. "Give it to me, Penny Pooh." He gave you something very personal. And while I'm sure it came out a bit harsh, the fact is he trusted you explicitly with something so raw. It sounded ugly because it didn't just flow from him. It ripped past his heart to get to you. And from what you've told me, I think you reacted so much better than most, if not all other women would have done. The love you have for each other is something so real, so fucking amazing and earth-shattering that no matter what, you will survive. You said it yourself. Even when he tries to talk dirty to you, he can't do it without saying, "I love you." That's rare and so special, Dollface. Do you get it? I'm not sure any other guy, if given the chance to talk dirty to his woman, would waste 3 of his words on, "I love you." You don't ask him to say it. Hell, you practically give him permission not to say it. But he has to. For him. He can't be with you and not say it. It's that fucking important to him. You're that important to him. I sighed. She was right. I should go see him, make things right. Oh, no way, honey. His actions are 100% excusable, but they're still wrongdoings. You need to let him simmer with it and wait for him to come to you. Obviously, he has a lot of emotional shit he's dealing with. I know it sounds cliché, but time really is the answer. I needed out. I needed to breathe. I, too, needed time. I flew out to LA the next morning. Penny agreed to look after Tersey. The hairless cat wasn't an issue for her allergies. I also texted Cage before boarding the plane. Lake, I'm sorry. I just need you to know that I feel your pain. Just differently. Have a safe holiday. I love you. I shut down my phone and watched Minneapolis fade into the distance through the window of the plane. It made my heart ache. When I landed in LA, I felt better. Maybe we both needed to say what we did, even if it hurt the other to hear it. The only thing harder than dealing with feelings was allowing other people to have them also, especially when they weren't the same as mine. I had to trust time. Time to heal. Time to forgive. Time to let go of the past. Time to hold on to the future. The hotel the magazine booked for me to stay at during the shoot didn't have any available rooms until my original check-in date, so I got a room at a less glamorous hotel. But it was on the beach, so it didn't matter. I needed the blue waters of Mother Earth to remind me of my insignificance and how my problems didn't matter because Ben died and I lived. I hadn't been to the beach since my accident. At one point, I felt certain I'd never go to another beach in my life. My remaining foot missed the feel of the sand between its toes. Part of my skin hadn't seen the sun in years. Nothing compared to the feeling of the sun on my face like it rose that morning just to shine on me. Thank you, sun. I didn't acknowledge the photos that I knew were being taken of me. Sports star's girlfriend vacationing without him, pale body sprawled out on the beach with a prosthetic leg sticking out of the sand like a stick. Yeah, I didn't give a shit because really, sun on my face. The moment felt tangible, like the elements were physically hugging me. So, on a beach in Los Angeles, under a perfect sky with the wind whispering a beautiful lullaby along my skin, I found what had eluded me for so long. Sleep. 3 hours later, I woke with a dried trail of drool from the corner of my mouth to my shoulder. It hurt to open my eyes. My whole face felt puffy and burnt. Oh my God! I bolted up. Red. No, no, no. I scrambled for my leg. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. The beachgoers had dwindled to a few people walking along the shorelines in the distance. I flipped over, grimacing at the sand rubbing against my burnt legs. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Casting aside my pain, I dug like a dog in the sand. Why? Why would someone take my leg? Who does that? I'm not sure when it started. At first, I thought it was rain. Nope. The drops in the sand were my tears. I sat back on my towel and gently brushed the sand from my arms and legs. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So many thoughts fought for my attention. Thad would kill me. I lost his leg that no doubt cost more than my car. I was alone in LA, stranded on a beach that looked more abandoned with each passing moment as the sun began to set. The last thought was the worst part. I couldn't walk. My hopping skills were quite good, but not in the sand. The photo shoot that would never happen. I didn't need a mirror to see my face. My arms and legs said it all. Glancing down, I eased my top away from my chest just to confirm. Holy shit! I looked like a candy cane. The entrance to my hotel was a good 200 yards away. I considered crawling it, but there was no way that would end well. Another scan of the area revealed no one within earshot. Luckily, my bag that I'd used as a pillow was still there. I dug out my phone, frowning at the last bar. Come on, God. I don't want to believe that you hate me, but some days are really hard to swallow. Just saying. Time was running out on the day and my phone battery. The problem was I had no idea who to call. Everyone I knew was at least 6 hours away, and I couldn't justify worrying friends and family who really couldn't help me. A laugh released with my sob. I had to laugh. Really? Lake, are you going to be stubborn to your own demise? 911 seemed to be the wisest choice. But I didn't want the news camera that could accompany that call. I needed someone who would know how to handle my epically stupid predicament. Please don't die. I begged my battery to hold out while I made my call. Flint, he answered. It's Lake, and my battery is going to die, so just listen and then respond as fast as you can. I'm stranded on Reef Beach in LA with probably second-degree burns from the sun, and someone stole my leg. I'm by myself, and I don't want to attract media attention by calling 911, but honestly, I don't think I have a choice. I tried to stifle a sob, but I knew he heard it. I'm in pain. I gave up hiding my sobs. Truth? I was scared, and my pulse could be felt along my skin, and it hurt so damn bad. I've got you. 15 minutes. Someone will be there. The lump in my throat was hard to speak past. Thank you, I whispered. Just before my phone died, I noticed a missed text from Cage he sent while I was frying myself. Cage, I love you too. It made me cry even more as my body shook with chills and my stomach roiled with nausea.
Cage. 4 hours of game footage later, I still couldn't get Lake off my mind. I was such an asshole to her. Everyone said you really should talk to someone about your dad. Nope, not me. I didn't need a shrink to analyze my feelings over my father's death and the events that led up to it. All I needed was to focus on the game. That's what he would have wanted. 3 fucking years of pent-up emotions, and out of everyone, I chose to let them explode on Lake. I should have chased her. I should have been on the next plane to LA to beg for her forgiveness. But I needed to get things right in my head first. Her text shot a bullet right to my heart. Of course she'd forgive me before I ever asked her to. That was just one of the million reasons I loved her. I kept my reply simple, because what I wanted to say could not be said in a text. As I shut down my computer, surrendering to my lack of focus, my phone rang. I wanted it to be her. It wasn't. Flint, what's up? Hey, buddy, I really hate calling you about this, and I know it's a mistake, but I have this feeling that if I don't tell you, you'll find out I knew, and that threat you always make about firing me, it will become my reality. Word efficiency, Flint. You never use this many words without making an actual point. What the hell is it? Lake called me about 30 minutes ago. I sat up straight as an unsettling feeling slithered along my spine. Why? She's in LA. Yeah, I know. She got herself into a predicament. Words, Flint, out with it. She was stranded on a beach with second-degree burns and someone stole her prosthetic leg. I'm calling you because she sounded scared. Fuck, are you serious? I was halfway to my room to throw the rest of my shit into my bag before he answered. My bag was basically full because I already knew I was going to get my girl and make it right. I just didn't think it would be in a rush to a hospital. Life was good at packing a solid fuck you punch to the gut when least expected. Sadly, yes. Why the hell did she call you instead of me? Because her cell phone battery was about dead and she's smart. Well, I think. I'm reserving judgment on that until I hear the full details of her predicament. I'm guessing she knew if she called you, you'd ask too many questions and ultimately have to call yours truly to do what I do best. Fix. That's what he did. I couldn't even refute anything he said because it was the truth. Where is she now? Hospital. Get me the first flight out, then text me the hospital and room number. Check your phone. I already texted you the information and your flight leaves in 90 minutes, so get your ass going. Flint? He chuckled. We'll hug it out later. For now, you're welcome. My heart rode in my throat the entire way to LA. Loving a woman the way I loved Lake was so fucking painful. She made me feel everything. A car waited for me at LAX. I didn't expect anything less of Flint. The driver knew where to go without instruction. I didn't wait for the vehicle to come to a complete stop before I hopped out and ran to the hospital entrance, then past the desk, ignoring the nurses telling me to stop and some bullshit about not being allowed down the hall that led to Lake. 324, 325, 326. With my heart pounding, I took a calming breath before opening the door to her room. A nurse stood next to her bed, tapping the screen of an iPad. She looked back at me and smiled. Are you family? At least that's what I think she said. I couldn't think, so I just nodded. Lake opened her eyes. A slight grimace tugged at her red, swollen, blistered face. Monahan, she said with a gravelly voice. I'll give you two some privacy. Get some rest and you'll get to go home tomorrow. The nurse smiled as she walked past me. Let me guess, you just happened to be in the neighborhood. I shook my head, sitting on the edge of her bed. Not even close. A shame. I could have used your assistance when I had the equivalent of an amputee blowing a tire. Only someone stole mine. What kind of bottom-of-the-earth low-life scum takes an amputee's leg at the beach? She laughed, but it didn't hide her grimace. Exactly. Thaddeus is going to kill me. They're probably holding it hostage, and by morning I'll receive a ransom notice. The humor fizzled and reality set in. Lake, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I'm sorry for everything. Don't. She rested her hand on mine. Don't apologize for your feelings. You're human. Yes, humans have feelings, but inconsiderate bastards unleash them on the one person they love most, and that's just messed up. She held her arms out in front of her. The surface of her red skin was bubbled with tiny blisters. I fell asleep in the sun with like SPF 2 on my skin, and I woke up a lobster missing a leg. That's messed up. I leaned in until my lips hovered over hers. My hands itched to touch her, but I didn't want to hurt her. Lake, I whispered. Let me be sorry. Let me be scared that something so much worse could have happened to you today. Let me have all the emotions that come with loving you. Let me love you, okay? Kay, she whispered. I feathered my lips over hers. The sun, she said. I sat back. It felt so amazing. The sand, the ocean just a few steps away from me. I really struggled with my self-image right after my accident. I didn't think I'd ever lie on a beach again. She shook her head. But I didn't care what anyone thought of me or my legs stuck in the sand next to me. If there's a God, I'm certain he never meant to take the ocean, the beach, the sun away from me. And sleep. God, it's been so long since I woke up with drool down my face. I chuckled. I know, gross, but I slept, Cage. I really slept. I didn't crash into my normal wall of exhaustion. I drifted into peace. So, while I'll probably end up with skin cancer in a few years, I don't regret it. When the blisters heal and the burn fades, I'll still have the memory of beautiful, serene sleep. I know you're always awake when I fall asleep, and you've said you have trouble sleeping and even some nightmares, but I had no idea just how bad it is for you. She shrugged. To explain it to you, I'd have to share my past. And my past can't be completely separated from yours. From Jillian Knight. So that's why you don't know. Total bastard. How could I claim to love her and not really know her? It's late. You should sleep, and I'm guessing they'll add something pretty awesome to your IV to help. Tomorrow we'll go to your hotel and you'll tell me your story. Everything. Then we'll fly to Tahoe for the holiday with your family. Tears filled her eyes. Don't cry. She blinked them away. I'm not. I smiled as one escaped down her cheek. We are flying to San Francisco before Tahoe. I need to see a guy about a leg. I kissed the top of her head. Sleep, baby. Dream of me and know that I love you in a way that feels so much bigger than 4 little letters.
Chapter 21. Meet the Joneses. Lake. Drugs. Yep, that's all I needed to get some hardcore sleep. I woke to a tray in front of me with a cup of tea, a pink daisy, and a note card. Chapter 7. I smiled. Maybe it was the drugs, or maybe it was just time. But in that moment, I remembered. Cage looked down, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, my dad wasn't a collector or any sort of pack rat, but my parents were divorced. I'm his only child, and my grandparents live in Portland. So, I guess it's my responsibility to decide what to do with everything. It's all mine now, including the house. The funny part? I don't want any of it. My brother's fiancée died a year ago. Her stuff still hangs in his closet. It's just stuff, but there has to be a finality to get rid of it. I bet you'll feel it when the last thing is removed from here and somebody else buys the place. The stuff is the epilogue. The story is over, but part of it lives on